Welcome to Great Audiobook. If you enjoy my work and love these amazing novels, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you never miss a video. DC Comics, The Bookstore Witch. Chapter 1, Prologue. First POV. Death had claimed me. I had been put into the hospital after a particularly brutal attack from my own sister, a bitch who hated my guts more than anything. All because I refused to give her money I rightfully earned over the years, so that she can spend it on her brats who were already looking to become as bad as she was. She attacked me after I denied her, as she had been put into some rather deep debt from a whole lot of heavy spending on fancy clothes. I, on the other hand, cared little for fancy clothing, and simply saved my money and lived in comfort. I cared little for others and kept to myself at all times, ignoring the glares and hatred of others at the job I had worked, a high-paying position thanks to my PhD in economics and my master's in history. I had, besides working, loved reading comics and books, primarily DC and Marvel, especially Scarlet Witch. She was strong, intelligent, and I felt sort of a kindred spirit to her, which was weird. We both had a father who left us young, and a mother that wasn't there. Although she has a lot more restraint and kindness than I ever would. I especially loved her magic, as it was incredibly powerful, and unique in its own way. But now I was dead, so none of that love for fiction, the knowledge gained through school, and the money from my hard work, mattered anymore. At least, that's what I thought. Third POV. As the woman sat within the infinite void, she sighed boredly. Only to stop when a soft glow began to form in front of her, as her eyes widened slightly, as a large golden wheel formed in front of her, words appearing in above them. You have been chosen to be reborn into the DC multiverse, based off of the comics and a mixture of other DC media. Please spin the wheel, in which you shall get a total of 7 characters' powers, with one of them not counting as a character, as it will be your primary template, in which your appearance will be, and the one that will influence you the most, albeit without too much. Reading this all, the woman breathed in deeply in understanding, as she got to her feet and walked over to the wheel, and spun it as hard as she could, praying inwardly that she would get some good characters, ones that would give her the power to properly defend herself in a world like DC. Wanda Maximoff, 616, The Scarlet Witch Primary. Tim Hunter, DC, The Opener. Stephen Strange, Doctor Strange. Circe, Goddess of Magic. William Kaplan, Wiccan. Arion, Son of Order. Clea, daughter of Umar, niece of Dormammu. That is a bit much, don't you think? The woman asked in genuine surprise, before continuing, although, with it being DC Comics, I guess it isn't too surprising that I would be given all this power. That, and I have no interest in involving myself in the Justice League or all of that. If possible, I'd rather just do what Wanda did, and open up a store, perhaps a bookstore. I did love books and history in my past life, and maybe have a comics section. She'd have loved to open a bookstore in her past life, as she didn't really enjoy her job even if it paid very well. And with her love of reading, comics, and fiction, opening a bookstore did sound appealing to her. With the characters and template selected, the wheel slowly disappeared into nothingness as the words changed once more. Characters chosen, world chosen, timeline chosen, starter location chosen. Beginning reincarnation, enjoy your new life, Wanda Maximoff. Well, thanks for this, I guess, the woman muttered, as she began to get pulled away from the infinite void, disappearing as the words slowly disappeared, leaving the void infinitely dark once again. Third POV. Within a medium-sized modern bedroom, a gorgeous woman lay. Long auburn hair flowing behind her impressive hourglass figure. Standing at around 5 feet 7 inches with slightly toned arms and abs, as slowly, her eyes began to open, revealing powerful red glowing eyes that soon faded to an incredible emerald green color. For this woman was Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch. Bottom one is the one I'm using mostly. As she opened her eyes, Wanda glanced around her room with slight confusion, before realization settled in. So I truly did die, and I've got all of these memories as well. Incredible, Wanda muttered, as she felt all the power within her, including the Darkhold that was assimilated with her, the Wanda of 616, even holding the elder god Thawne within still, no longer merely imprisoned, now completely assimilated and consumed by her overwhelmingly powerful soul. So it was more like I got 8 characters instead of 7, for I even have the powers of that creature, Wanda thought, getting to her feet as a soft crimson glow formed around her, warping reality as she created a comfortable set of clothes on her figure. The clothes. Walking through her new bedroom, Wanda noticed a knot on her nightstand, as she lifted it and began to read it. Hello Wanda, welcome to your new life. We have taken the liberty of gifting you a bookstore based off of your wishes, and filled it with books you'd realistically sell, as well as a background, one that is not the best, so should it come under scrutiny by the right person, it will be seen through. You have also been given the basic necessities, a phone with all your favorite apps, including movies, shows, etc., except for Marvel and DC ones, and $50,000 in your bank account. Enjoy your new life. Huh, about what I was expecting, Wanda muttered as she obliterated the note from existence, and left her new room. Her home was actually the apartment above the bookstore, with the bookstore being known as Emporium, just like Wanda of Earth 616, her past self. She wasn't sure what to call it. She was still a Nexus being and still possessed all the unique attributes of her various characters, but it was different now, stronger, and no longer bound to a singular multiverse. I do wonder what timeline I'm in. As I do know that I'm in a universe connected to the mainline Prime universe, likely a sister/cousin universe, but I wonder how powerful the beings here are. I suppose I'll have to wait and see, but I'll assume that young justice is a big part of the plot of this world, as it tends to be in worlds like this, Wanda said, as she walked into her kitchen, creating some tea for herself as she sipped on it with a pleased sigh. Chaos magic and reality warping truly is a gift, Wanda thought with a smile, as she sipped on her tea, using her new phone as she browsed the internet. So the year is 2009. If this is largely based off of Young Justice, then they won't become a team until next year, Wanda thought with a hum, as she looked at the map function, eyebrows shooting up as she did. And I'm in Happy Harbor. Well, that all but confirms my suspicions. Although, I believe I'll have to create a dimensional door in some other places if I want some proper business. Perhaps Gotham. Although the bat may become an issue, Wanda thought, knowing that Happy Harbor was not exactly a well of book lovers, whereas a place like Gotham would likely work a lot better for her. Doing so should be easy enough. I guess I can add a door in D.C. as well. That should be enough doors to gain some proper customers without drawing too much attention, Wanda decided inwardly, which wouldn't be too difficult with her power. It would only take a trip over there and a few moments of warding the door so that none could destroy it, or see it if they had negative/harmful intentions, all of which was laughably easy for someone of her power. Getting to her feet, Wanda stretched, a small smile on her face as she inwardly had one thought on her mind. For now, let's see more of this shop of mine. Chapter 2, The Bookstore and First Customers. Third POV. Turns out her shop was just as she remembered it in Earth 616, except there was more room for books, and even some mystical tomes. She realized that a lot of these were from Earth 616, so she had to do the rather annoying process of warping the space in the room, making it so that the bookshelves would change from normal to mystical ones at her command, that way no one would try anything with all the magic books she would have had in there normally. Even the front of the shop had been the same, with its clean and simple design. The inside of the shop wasn't too big, but it was homely and she was pleased with its overall look. Especially since sitting behind the counter was comfortable and let her read as much as she wanted without having to worry much. She also made dimensional doors in Washington, D.C., Gotham, and decided to add one more in Metropolis. They hadn't been too difficult to make, just more annoying than anything, as she had to make them in areas that no one would see, and that she could do so without having to deal with cops or anything. This was all accomplished through magic that was a lot stronger than it was different. She realized it once she started to warp reality and conjure books from her memory, finding that her chaos magic was a lot stronger than before. It was like she could use both the chaos magic of Marvel and DC, as if she was a Lord of Chaos herself. She was already likely the strongest magical user in this entire multiverse, but now that she could use DC chaos magic as well. Wanda had no idea how powerful she even was anymore, and quite frankly, she didn't care to find out. All she cared about was opening up her bookstore, and that is exactly what she was doing now. Sitting behind the main desk where customers would check out, Wanda breathed in and smiled, as she flicked her wrist, the open sign forming at the window, as she leaned back and sipped on her tea, waiting for the first customer. This is problematic, Wanda thought, as she looked at her first customer, someone that she had recognized very well as Dick Grayson, aka Robin. He was browsing the comic section specifically, as using her knowledge from her past life on Earth, she had recreated certain comics, primarily The Walking Dead and Invincible ones. His eyes were scanning the Invincible ones the most. Are these like custom comics or something? I've never heard of Invincible before, Dick asked, as Wanda smiled. They are. I wrote them myself. But are you sure you wish to read them? They are quite graphic, Wanda replied with a nod, as she did change the names of the author to herself, which was a bit wrong, but she wanted to share some of her favorite comics from her first life here, so sucks to be them. All right, I'll get these 3, and yeah, I can handle it. I've watched tons of horror movies that are way worse than anything you can put in here. Oh, do you have any books on quantum mechanics? Dick asked, as Wanda raised an eyebrow before humming. Okay then, and yes, I believe I do. Let me check the back, Wanda said as she walked into the back, which was actually just a room full of books that she hadn't put out, before walking back out and handing the teen the book. Basics of Quantum Mechanics, by Reed Richards. Dick muttered, not knowing the name by heart, while Wanda just smiled amusedly. She had remembered the book from her life in 616, and decided to make a copy of it, as Reed was the smartest man she had ever met, so it's likely the book would be a good introduction into the science. All right, I'll take this too. How much will that be? Dick asked, as Wanda tallied the total. That'll be $40 please, Wanda said, causing Dick to blink at the price, before forking over 2 $20 bills. No receipt needed, Dick said, as Wanda smiled. Well then, have a nice day, Wanda said as the teen walked out of the store, the bell ringing as he did so. Putting the cash away, she smiled excitedly, happy to make her first sale in her new shop. At the side where the Invincible comics were taken, another took its place moments later, a red glow forming the comics as if Dick had never taken one. On the other hand, Dick was at home, reading the Invincible comics with interest, finding that it was good, really good. This world had a lack of proper comics, most of them centering around the Justice League, and cliché heroes and villains. Whereas this was new and different, and he was enjoying every moment of it. I gotta show the guys this. Dick exclaimed after finishing the second issue. Dick. A man's voice called out, as Dick looked up at the man that had taken him in, Bruce Wayne, aka Batman. Yeah, Bruce. What are you reading? Bruce asked as he entered, noticing the comics laying on his bed next to him. There's some new comics I bought at this new local bookstore, Dick said as Bruce raised an eyebrow, before noticing another book. Basics of Quantum Mechanics by Reed Richards. That's quite advanced, you sure you're ready to learn it? Bruce asked, flipping through the book upon noticing that he had never heard the name, wanting to make sure it was legit. Yeah, I'm sure. You should come with me next time, the store owner has tons of different types of books, even ones on different forms of martial arts, Dick said, as Bruce read through the book, eyebrows furrowing upon noticing the things it was teaching. Dick, where did you say you got this from? Some new bookstore called the Emporium, it opened up a block away from my school in this dingy little alley. The inside's nice though, why? Can I borrow this book for a little while? Bruce asked, as Dick tilted his head before shrugging. Sure, just get it back to me in a few days, Dick replied, as Bruce gave the teen a nod before walking out. The second he did, he glanced back at the book again. This, Basics of Quantum Mechanics, is more than just basics, it's on a completely different level compared to what other books teach. Whoever this Reed Richards man is, he should be more well known with a book like this one, and yet, he isn't, Bruce thought, deciding that it was time to sit down and read through the book, all the while, one thought on his mind. Emporium, huh? Seems I'll be visiting it soon. Back with Wanda, she was finishing up with her last customer for the night, a kind older woman who wanted to read a murder mystery novel, which Wanda had given her 2 different ones that she bought. As she flipped the sign to closed, the door opened with a small ding. Sorry, we're closed, Wanda said, glancing up only to stop as she looked over the 4 men that stood in her store. Go figure, Wanda thought with a sigh, as the men grinned, looking over her figure with lecherous grins. Look, I'll let you all go scot-free if you just leave. If not, you won't be leaving at all, Wanda said bluntly, as she really couldn't be bothered to deal with them right now. She wanted to make dinner and read some of the local comics. Looky here, bitch, we won't kill you if you just take it nice. All right, I've heard enough, Wanda cut the men off with an eye roll, as in the next instant, a crimson glow formed around each of them, just disappeared from existence, soul and all. Hopefully that doesn't make death mad, Wanda muttered, hoping that the destruction of their souls wouldn't make her mad. She wasn't sure if death could even do anything to her, but she'd rather not test the theory. Mostly because she'd rather read and sell books than fight some nigh omnipotent entity. That, and it'd probably destroy her shop, which would be a bitch to fix. Well, seeing as she hasn't shown up and tried to kill me, I think we're fine, Wanda thought with a shrug, as she flicked her wrist, the magical barrier surrounding the shop, not allowing anyone but her to enter anymore, as she made her way upstairs, ready to eat. All the while, she had one thought on her mind. I wonder who'll come tomorrow. Chapter 3, Ripples of Chaos. Third POV. While Wanda was relaxing within her bookstore, there were others throughout the universe that had felt her usage of power, the chaos magic that she had utilized to eliminate the annoying criminals that were attempting to rob her store, and do even worse things to her. Magic beings around the universe felt the pure incredible magic that had been used at that moment, with many of them either being afraid, cautious, or more than anything, intrigued. Such a level of magical power wasn't commonplace within the universe, especially not one that felt so unique. And two groups of magical beings felt her usage of magic more than any other, those that belonged to chaos and order. The Lords of Chaos and the Lords of Order. In an unknown location, impossible to understand and infinitely chaotic in measure, glowing beings floated about, as they communicated with one another. Did you feel it? The power? It was so delightfully impossible. The voice of a woman echoed, an excited giggle escaping her lips. I'd be surprised if someone didn't feel it. It was more than just our power, it was something new, something even more chaotic than we, the Lords of Chaos, utilize, which should be impossible, and yet, it isn't, Amen replied, a frown on his face as he remembered the power that echoed throughout the universe, being felt by every magical being in the universe, at least, all the strong ones. It was awesome. I say we go find whoever used it and recruit him. A younger nasally voice echoed, the purr of a cat traveling with him as he had a wide grin on his glowing form. I am ashamed to admit, but I must agree with Clarion, such an individual must be recruited into our circle, before the host of Nabu finds them first, a younger teenage girl sounded, a scowl on her glowing face, hating to have to agree with the one known as Clarion. Clarion was a lord of chaos like the others, but unlike them he was in a physical form in the universe, more notably Earth. He was on Earth to sow chaos and disorder, as a lord of chaos does. He was also there working with a group called the Light. The Light was a group made up of villains like Vandal Savage, Lex Luthor, Ra's al Ghul, and several others. Their goal? World domination, as usual. Oh. I can find them. I'm on Earth right now, so it'll be easy peasy to find a brat using power they don't understand. And if they don't agree, I'm sure I can just drag them here. Clarion said with a grin, hoping the latter would happen so he could potentially get a new pet. Had Wanda heard that last part, she would have laughed in Clarion's face. As after absorbing Thawne, and with the fact that she can utilize chaos magic of Marvel and DC, she was easily stronger than any of the Lords of Chaos, with only Mordra being able to pose any sort of true threat to her, and even that was, unlikely to say the least. It didn't help that she wasn't even human anymore, being a fusion of demigod, Atlantean, demon, and Faltine, making her some sort of quadbrid of sorts. And with each of those species, came an increase in magic, and physique. She was physically far stronger than any normal humans, and most metahumans that would be appropriate. But are you certain you will complete the task at hand, without causing any issues? A dignified-sounding man said, staring down Clarion, who nodded. Yeah, it should be a piece of cake. As long as those order bastards don't get in my way at least. Clarion said with a scowl, as he, like all Lords of Chaos, despised the Lords of Order, their natural opposites and some of the few that could fight back against them. At this response, the other Lords of Chaos went silent, glancing at one another in thought, inwardly trying to decide whether or not having Clarion of all people do such an important task was a good idea or not. Fine. But should you fail in this mission, there will be consequences, understood? The man, seemingly the leader of the Lords, said, as Clarion nodded rapidly in response, a grin on his face. Yeah, I'll find the Chaos user and bring M to our side, if not, well, I could always use a new pet. In another location, within a large tower exuding immense magical power, a being sat, golden helmet upon his head as he sat in silence. Chaos, so much chaos. This being must be found, Dr. Fate said out loud to himself, with a tone that sorta sounded like he'd be scowling at the moment. As a Lord of Order, he was given the duty of wiping out chaos, and this being that had exuded such a power, was more chaotic than just about anything he had felt in millennia. It was even worse than a majority of the Lords of Chaos, which was saying a lot. Such an entity cannot be permitted to exist, Dr. Fate said to himself once again, as he rose to his feet, deciding that he would need the aid of the Justice League for this particular endeavor. As while he could find the entity himself, he would need their aid in order to defeat whatever it is. Let us hope it does not misuse its power until we find it. Another entity was frowning as she gazed off, noticing something concerning. Souls have been taken from me. Not only that, but before their destined time. The voice echoed, a being in incomprehensible power muttering in rare confusion. For this being that looked like a rather goth teenage girl was in fact Death of the Endless, the very personification of death itself. She, a being that was destined to exist even after the very multiverse itself died, after all else perished, was for the first time in her countless years of life, confused. So very confused. Taken by chaos. And yet, it is different, foreign, stronger, much stronger. This being, whatever they are far stronger than a mere Lord of Chaos, they are something else entirely, Death muttered, sensing the power behind what had destroyed the souls that were owed to her. And she couldn't help but slowly find herself interested in whatever or whoever had caused this. Earth. Perhaps a visit is due, Death thought, sensing the general location of the entity, as she couldn't help but smile slightly, which was incredible thanks to her literally divine appearance. She was technically already on Earth, as she existed everywhere Death was, which was, well, everywhere. Unlike what humans thought, Death was not an evil entity or anything, and was actually incredibly kind and helped those that die to move on in a kind manner, well, unless you're an evil bastard at least. Back with Wanda, who was unknowing of the fact that half the universe felt her usage of power, and more than anything, her destroying the very souls of others, which was kind of a no-no. Wanda was sitting in her living room, sipping on tea as she read through a grimoire that she had used her power to summon to her, a rather impossible thing to do, but laughably easy for her to do. The book was on some particularly dark magic, but nothing she couldn't handle. It was also very easy to understand, likely because of her thousands of years of knowledge that was in her brain, making things like this laughably easy to learn and comprehend. Seems the magic of this universe is about the same as I remember from Circe, Arion, and Tim. Learning it is easy, but these are all quite simple spells, so it'll take something far more complex to give me any sort of challenges anymore, Wanda thought, slightly disappointed, but not very surprised with the outcome. Guess I'll have to figure out how to conjure some of the more advanced books, or perhaps I'll just rob Zatara or Dr. Fate. Either should work fine, Wanda thought, knowing they'd have much more interesting and complex books, especially Dr. Fate. I suppose robbing the Lords of Chaos would work too, but I doubt they'll have anything like that, with their reliance on chaos magic, Wanda thought with a sigh, deciding that she would need to do that soon, as she leaned back and closed the book, her tea finished as she glanced at the time. Seeing the time, Wanda got to her feet, and made her way to her bedroom, deciding that it was time to go to sleep for the night. All the while, she had one thought on her mind. I hope the next customers are interesting. Chapter 4, A Special Customer. Third POV. When I wanted the next customers to be interesting, this is not what I meant. Wanda thought, as she stared at a man with golden-colored hair, a small charismatic smirk on his face as he stared at her. Every instinct within Wanda's powerful body warned her not to even attempt to anger the man, no, the being in front of her. For standing in front of Wanda was one of the most powerful entities in all of creation, and one of its first, handcrafted by the Presence himself, and the one who brought light to this multiverse. For standing within her small bookstore was Lucifer Morningstar. Bloody hell, no need to be so fearful of me, love. I'm not gonna kill you or anything. I was simply interested in what that pure chaos was, only to find it was a simple bookstore owner. How interesting, Lucifer said, looking around the shop, and also gazing at Wanda, who stared the man down. She doubted she could do anything to him should he attack her, but she wasn't against trying her best. She wasn't even sure how strong he was, or even how strong she was in comparison, but she doubted a fight between them would go well for the greater multiverse. Am I truly that untrustworthy? Hell's woman, I'm just here to get a good look at the being that is causing so much chaos. That's all. And perhaps buy one of these books that certainly does not belong here, Lucifer said, flipping through some of the books that were written from the Marvel Comics characters, such as Reed, Tony, and a couple of others. Although I must ask, how did you get such things? These books are certainly not supposed to be in this multiverse, much less this universe, Lucifer asked, as he knew of the multiverse and what lies beyond, courtesy of being the son of the presence, and the second strongest being in the multiverse, with only his brother Michael being tied with him, and even that was questionable. Does it matter? I am a simple bookstore owner, after all, Wanda replied, staring at the men who looked at her with a raised eyebrow, before a bark of laughter escaped his lips. Ka-ha-ha-ha-ha. How amusing. Yes, I suppose it doesn't matter, doesn't it? After all, you have done no wrong, none that I'd give an arse about at least. Perhaps that dear brother of mine might kick up a fuss, but I doubt that, Lucifer replied, laughing at the response, as it was rare that someone would speak to him in such a way, when knowing what he was. Sighing at the annoying man's response, Wanda leaned back in her chair. So, are you going to buy a book, or are you going to stay here and annoy me? Wanda asked, not even bothering to hide her annoyance at the entity in front of her. He was strong, but he was also annoying as hell. All right, no need to get mad. I'll buy a book. How about this one? Lucifer said with a hum, reaching down and grabbing a book on cooking. A cookbook. I didn't take you for someone that would be interested in such a thing, Wanda said, raising an eyebrow at the man's choice. Hearing her response, he smirked. I am a man of many talents, perhaps you'd like to experience some of not interested, Wanda cut him off bluntly, as Lucifer pouted, but also inwardly understood what she meant by that, so he didn't take any sort of offense or anything. All right, no need to hurt my feelings, Lucifer huffed, as he placed the book on the counter, grabbing a $20 bill and sliding it to Wanda. Keep the change, Lucifer said with a smirk as he began to walk off, Wanda watching him in silence as he turned back to her moments before leaving the bookstore. Oh, and I'll be back in the future. After all, there are so many new books to read, Lucifer said with a grin, before stepping out of the bookstore, the door shutting behind him as he left, leaving Wanda alone once again. What did I do to deserve this? Wanda wondered. It had been a pretty normal day before Lucifer himself had appeared, as she had a few customers before him, including a cute mother and her daughter who had bought some new storybooks, as well as picture books for the little one to learn from. She had also gotten more teens in for comics, most of them being interested in Invincible, with a few of them picking up some of the manga she had, which included One Punch Man, the most popular pick out of them all, My Hero Academia coming a close second. I suppose that is my own fault for using my power without thinking of the reactions it may cause by those that can sense it, Wanda thought, understanding that beings of a higher power could likely sense her power. As she continued to contemplate her recent life decisions, the door opened as she looked up, only to smile as she recognized the young man walking in. Already back for more? It was in fact, Dick. This was the third day he had visited her shop, in a row. He had become a frequent buyer as of recent, mostly going for the comics, but also going for some manga too. Yep, soda, tea, coffee, even smoothies. It'll just cost you more is all, Wanda replied with a shrug as she didn't mind creating them, it wouldn't be difficult or anything. At the response, Dick grinned, deciding he would definitely be taking advantage of that soon, as he had been looking for a good hangout spot in the city, one that wasn't under constant watch from Bruce, or wasn't a shithole, and this little store seemed perfect. All right then, be ready to make some drinks for us next time I'm around, see you later Miss Maximoff. Dick said as he waved bye to her and stepped through the door, leaving Wanda alone, a fond smile on her face, completely over the interaction with Lucifer, as she leaned back in her chair once again, thoughts on her mind as she did so. I think I'm really going to like it here. Chapter 5, Another Special Customer. Third POV. The next couple of days since the visit from Lucifer had come and gone, and had been thoroughly enjoyable as she continued to greet customers, and simply relax in peace, no longer having to worry about being a hero or anything of the sort, as she had a 616 Wanda or any of the others she had been. She had gotten more and more customers over those couple of days, a lot of them being older individuals coming in for all sorts of cute romance novels that they gushed over, as well as some that were buying them for book clubs. As most of the romance books she sold did not exist in this universe, making them completely new and unique. She was sure that they would begin to get more and more attention in the coming months once more and more people began to notice their existence, especially the books that involved science. The books that Reed had written were well beyond this universe's Earth in several areas, with the man being an incredible genius, the smartest in his home universe besides those with powers that actively boosted their intelligence. She ended up reading through a couple of the books, and found that they were genuinely quite interesting, even to her, someone far more interested in magic and fiction rather than science. She supposed it was the Arian aspect of her that brought about that particular interest. Besides reading some new books on science, and having a lot of older customers, she had also begun to have an influx of younger customers too, all of them after either the comics or manga, with Invincible blowing up in popularity, seemingly because of Dick, or perhaps because of one of the others that had bought it. It was only a matter of time before the more annoying parties found out about her books and comics and would come to investigate, which would become incredibly annoying, but thankfully that wouldn't be for a while, so she'd have some time to get genuinely enjoyable customers to speak with. She hadn't had any more customers of note, none of them being special like Dick or Lucifer. Well, at least until now. Sitting in her chair behind the front desk, Wanda sipped on hot cocoa this time instead of tea, as it was early in the morning and she was craving it. A piping hot bagel sat in front of her as she ate and read her book at the same time, only to hear the door creak open as she looked up, her eyes constricting as she did. "So you're the one that took the souls from me?" The voice of a woman echoed, as Wanda gazed upon one of the strongest entities in the multiverse, one of the few that could contend against her in power, and one of the ones that was in the same realm of power as someone like Lucifer. The woman was Death. "I can see now why you were able to do so. So much power contained within such a thing like you, chaos and magic filling every inch of your form, an existence far beyond any normal being's comprehension. No wonder you were able to remain hidden from the sights of so many others," Death said, as she looked Wanda over, slightly impressed. "You're not here to try and kill me, are you?" Wanda asked, really hoping she wasn't going to have to battle it out with Death herself. She was pretty sure she could defeat Death, as she couldn't die, not really, not even by Death herself. But she also knew that like a battle with Lucifer, it wouldn't exactly end well for the greater multiverse, and she'd rather not have to remake literally everything herself. Hearing the question, Death snorted, "Ha. No, I'm not going to kill you, not that I even can. No, I'm just here to see what had caused such a fuss, and to see whether or not you'll become an issue, and considering the Lightbringer has already visited you, I can only assume you'll be causing all sorts of chaos, but nothing that could bring anything truly terrible to the greater multiverse," Death replied, amused with the question as Wanda just groaned. "Why do I keep attracting godlike beings that find it amusing to mess with me?" Wanda asked out loud, as Death shrugged. "That's just luck, I suppose." "I'd say it's fate, but you aren't even bound by that," Death replied, conjuring a chair as she sat across from Wanda, drawing a look of surprise from the Scarlet Witch. "So, how'd a little thing like you appear in a place like this? And why choose a bookstore of all things?" Death asked, as Wanda blinked several times at the abrupt question. "No offense, but don't you have Death duties to handle?" Wanda asked. "Of course, but creating clones and such is easy enough for me. And even entities like me get breaks. So, can you answer the question or are you going to avoid it?" "No idea about the first one, I simply became. As for the bookstore, I like the peace and quiet of the simple life. I may be able to unmake and remake the entire multiverse on a whim, but I've got no interest in such a thing. Instead, I simply wish to read, drink tea, learn magic, and sell books of all types. If those are cosmic entities capable of wiping out all life, or a granny that likes smut, it matters not to me. Hell, I'd even let villains shop here as long as they don't cause problems in my store," Wanda replied with a thoughtful expression, as Death raised an eyebrow. "So the neutral route, huh? Interesting choice for a being so closely connected to chaos and magic, although I can sense the hints of order within you, it's far outweighed by chaos," Death said with growing intrigue, as she found the mystery of this unknown woman to be strangely appealing. "So even if I was to become a customer, you'd serve me?" Death asked, as Wanda nodded. "As long as you cause no harm to my store, myself, or my other customers, I see no reason as to why I can't. I've already served Lucifer before, you'd be a step up from him to be honest, at least you're cute," Wanda replied without even thinking of what she said, as Death blinked several times in surprise, while Wanda's eyes widened slightly as she realized what she said, glancing to the side awkwardly. "You think of me, the very personification of death, as cute?" Death asked with an eerie look on her face, intently staring into Wanda's eyes as the woman nodded slowly. "Certainly. You're easily the most attractive woman I have ever met, but more than that, you're one of the cuter ones. Although that might be my fondness of emo and goth women," Wanda replied, not even sugarcoating it. She always sorta had a thing for emo or goth-looking women, and Death ranked very high up in the totem pole, with only one other person ranking higher. Huh, I wonder if she exists here. Suppose I'll have to look out for her, Wanda thought, thinking of a pale-faced girl that had some very big daddy issues. You are even more interesting than I had thought you would be. In all my years of living, I have never been dubbed as cute by anyone, much less someone like you. Perhaps I will become a customer of yours, Death said with interest, as she got to her feet and walked to the comics and not the books, with her interest settling on the comic series Spawn, as well as Evil Ernie. The second of which caught Wanda's eye, remembering that a character called Lady Death does appear in it, so that would be an interesting reaction. She ignored the stray thought, hoping that Death would try on Lady Death's appearance, totally not because she was smoking hot or anything, totally. Spawn. Sounds interesting. These comics do not belong here, do they? Death asked, as Wanda simply gazed at her, which was an answer itself as the personification laughed and nodded in understanding. No need to answer, that silence was enough, Death said with a chuckle as she walked forward, money appearing from nowhere as she placed it on the table. Within her hands were the first 10 issues of Spawn, as well as 3 issues of Evil Ernie and 3 of Invincible. With the comics paid for, Death sighed as she felt her duty calling. Well, duty calls, Death said, as she began to make her way towards the door, but not before turning and smirking at the befuddled woman. I'll be back in the future, oh, and keep the change, cutie, Death said, teasing Wanda as she walked out of the front door, leaving the woman standing there, no emotions on her face, with only one thought on her mind. What just happened? Chapter 6, Walks Through the City. Third POV. It was the next day after Death had left, and Wanda was out and about in Gotham, a small smile on her face as she walked through the streets, completely ignoring the looks she was getting from those around her. Many were tempted to try something, but a singular glare from Wanda had gotten them to step away in fear, their natural instincts warning them against even trying to touch her. Wanda was gazing around, smiling without a care in the world as she held a bag in her hands, full of fresh pastries from a little cafe she had visited, a coffee in her other hand as she sipped on it, a crimson glow forming as she warped the world to stop any from even trying to touch her. Who knew Gotham was so calm when you can warp reality on a multiversal scale and end the world on a whim, Wanda thought in amusement, every step echoing through the area as she walked into a nearby shop, deciding to buy some of the local books. Mostly because she didn't have knowledge on all the books at the stores. Walking through the bookstore, she found some romance books that caught her eye, as she placed them into her basket and continued to search for a little while longer, buying a total of 18 books for her personal reading, most of them being fictional in nature. She had also bought around a dozen comics from this universe to read and see if they were any good, before she left the bookstore too. As she turned the corner and began to walk through an alley, she sighed as she felt a group of 4 begin to follow her, sensing their intentions, and the guns in their hands, she stopped. You know, if you want to rob me, I suggest you don't try it, it'll end a lot better for you if you just leave now and stop, Wanda said out loud, sipping on her coffee that she had to admit was great, as 4 tall men walked out, lecherous grins on their faces. My God, this place is cliché as hell, Wanda thought with a sigh, growing bored of this constant repeat of the same situation, as she made a small flicking motion with her hand, as the 4 men dropped to the ground in the next instant, unconscious, and their parts being permanently disabled, a gift from Wanda if you will. That'll teach them to prey on women, Wanda thought with a small smirk as she continued to walk without a care in the world. She walked around the city for hours longer, seeing all sorts of sights. From the large bridge that exited the city, to the statues and old architecture that included a lot of gargoyles for some reason. To the Wayne Tech buildings, the abandoned chemical plants, and even the fairs. She saw it all, repeating what she did to those 4 men a total of 13 more times while she walked around the city, finding herself more and more annoyed with every attempt at an attack. Sure, it was amusing at first, but after a while it just became really annoying. So she took the liberty of using a bit of magic to make it so they wouldn't even think of attacking her, even if they really wanted to. Man, this place is strangely depressing as hell, and strangely beautiful. Far more unique than any other city I have seen, unlike Metropolis, which is basically just a New York copycat, but without all the rats and crap everywhere, Wanda thought with a small grossed out look, remembering how nasty that city was. Although this place is definitely rat-infested too, probably worse than New York, Wanda thought, as she had already cleaned several areas of the city because she found the scent to be disgusting and didn't want to deal with it again when she eventually traveled around the city some more in the future. As Wanda continued to walk, she began to notice civilians running off and screaming in fear, and the shaking of the buildings. But quite frankly, she didn't give a damn as she continued to walk through the city. Turning another corner, Wanda stopped as she gazed at the sight in front of her. A deadpan on her face as she watched as the Batman was seemingly battling it out with a large set of vines, as she realized what she was watching. The source of the vines was in fact, the woman who was closely connected to plants, and the environmentalist herself, Pamela Isley, aka Poison Ivy. Seeing this, Wanda let out a sigh before turning around and beginning to walk the other way. Yeah, nope, not dealing with that bullshit. I've dealt with 13 groups of robbers who thought they could mug me or worse. No way in hell am I dealing with Batman and his foolish self, not to mention all of his villains, Wanda said with a grumble. She was not amongst the no-killing rule folks, and found that killing was necessary in the cases of certain criminals. Beings like Darkseid, Joker, and evil men and women that did horrible acts, did not deserve to live in her eyes, and she could care less what the League thought about that. Honestly, I wonder how that man hasn't gone crazy yet, having to capture villains only for them to break right back out in like a couple of days. There's no way he enjoys his hero duties, not with how repetitive it has to have gotten by now, Wanda thought, knowing that Batman had been at work for years now and had put Joker into prison like 25+ times over those years, which was just gross, really really gross. Stop now, Ivy. If you stop, you'll get a lighter sentence, Batman said, his deep voice echoing as he rolled out of the way of a vine, having not noticed the strange occurrences that were happening around Wanda. If he did, he would stop at nothing to figure out who she was, and why she was in his city. Too bad for him, Wanda didn't care to be found, so she wouldn't. Turning the corner once again, Wanda walked off, leaving the hero to fight one of his many villains, a smile on her face as she made her way home to the bookstore, a stack of books ready to be read, and a repeatedly refilling coffee in her hands. After returning to the store, Wanda flopped onto her couch and laid back, beginning to read the book with a smile on her face, finding that it was quite good for a book made in a comic universe like this one. It was very similar to something like Throne of Glass, but not completely over the top in terms of romance, and actually quite good in terms of writing. As she continued to read, Wanda glanced at the news, finding it filled with headlines talking about Batman and Ivy, before flickering it to a channel that wasn't related to the news, not even remotely interested, as she had one thought on her mind. I gotta get me more of that coffee. Gain access to an additional chapter early for each of my main fanfics, 4 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 75 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 a month. Or $30 for an entire year. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. https://www.patreon.com/fanfiction770 UTM campaign =creators Hari creator. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. New edition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. Chapter 7, Hero and Proteges. Third POV. I'm glad I got more of that coffee, Wanda thought, as she walked through the streets of Gotham a couple of days later after she had watched the fight between Ivy and Batman. The coffee she had gotten was seriously addicting to the point that she had to use a bit of her gifts to figure out how it was made. Over the couple of days, she had ended up just enjoying life more as usual. But now as she was walking through the streets of Gotham, she had stopped as a voice echoed through the area. What do we got here, boys? A little bitch walking in our territory? What did you say we play with some new meat? A big man said as he walked out from around the corner, a group of men behind him with lecherous grins on their faces. Glancing at them all, Wanda let out a sigh. All right, let's get this over with. You're going to start rambling about the things you will supposedly do to me, laugh and tease and then try to attack me, only to drop to the floors once your hearts explode, Wanda said, groaning at the fact that these idiots just kept trying. What the fuck is this bitch saying? One of the men asked in confusion, only for blood to splurt from his mouth, as all their hearts popped like balloons within their chest, each of them making choking sounds as they all began to drop to the floor, dead. Gazing at their bodies, Wanda let out a sigh as she flicked her wrist, the bodies being moved back into the alleyway as she walked off, only to stop as she felt someone plop to the ground behind her, and attempted to throw something at her, only for it to be obliterated before it even got close. Stop right there, foul villain. A feminine voice echoed, as Wanda glanced back at them, only for her eyebrow to shoot to the sky in confusion. The woman standing there was tall, taller than you, and had some rather interesting armor on her figure. The woman that stood there was Wonder Woman. Why is Wonder Woman here in Gotham? Wanda thought in slight surprise, as she looked the attractive woman over. She was hot, but she wasn't interested. The woman was the cliché hero who refused to kill, so not anyone she was interested in. May I ask what I have done that is so villainous? Wanda asked, looking at the woman as she scowled. You killed them. Wonder Woman yelled, as she began to move closer to her, while Wanda raised an eyebrow and flicked her wrist, reality trembling as she repaired their hearts. Did I? If you checked closer you would see that I simply knocked them unconscious. And why are you in Gotham? Shouldn't you be in DC? Wanda asked as she looked at the woman, not even remotely afraid of her. Her reality field was already up around her, blocking any sort of attacks. Wonder Woman, hearing this, turned to the bodies with a frown as she heard their hearts beating again. They were stopped moments before. You still must come to me, you attacked them with an unknown power. Wonder Woman said, as Wanda raised an eyebrow as she gazed at her. Did you not hear what they were threatening to do to me, Wonder Woman? Or are you ignoring that because I used power in order to knock them out and don't like that an unknown factor had appeared in Gotham? Wanda asked, having an idea on why the woman was so intent on capturing her. I do not care for your excuses, you will be coming with me, now. Wonder Woman said, as Wanda deadpanned as she stared at her, an unimpressed look on her face as the woman marched towards her, reaching her hand out and gripping her arm. Okay, well, I was trying to be nice. But even I have limits, and this is one of them. So I suggest you back off after this, Diana Prince, Wanda said simply, as she lifted her hand, and flicked Wonder Woman on the forehead, as her eyes went loony, and she slowly dropped to the floor, unconscious. Don't worry, Diana, no one will come by until Bruce finds you. But I hope you understand that I have no desire to get locked up by the Justice League of all people, Wanda said, crouching over her unconscious form with a sigh, as she put up a barrier around the woman, making her invisible until the time was right, as she got to her feet with a stretch, her coffee in hand. Walking off, Wanda whistled as she made her way back to the bookstore, little care in the world as she just knocked out one of the strongest women in the universe with a single flick. She knew this would bring the attention of the Justice League, but she was pretty much done with even bothering to deal with BS anymore, as it had become a bore over the past few days. Back at the bookstore, Wanda sat at the desk, watching as Dick picked out some new comic books. 3 other teens were looking alongside him. Wanda watched as they did, recognizing them as Wally West, Roy Harper, and Calder AHM. So this is the shop that you got those comics from? Awesome, man. I'm totally coming here more often whenever I'm in town. Wally said as he flipped through the comics that he planned on buying. Not wanting to piss off the owner of such an awesome shop. It does have quite the assortment of comics, as well as normal books. Not to mention this absolutely delicious tea, I certainly will be coming here quite often as well, Calder said with a smile, a stack of books of his own in his hands. The martial arts books here are pretty crazy, so yeah, I guess I'll be coming by too, Roy said with a shrug, not wanting to admit that this place was pretty awesome, as it had a lot of variety. He had a stack of comic books and martial arts books in his hands. Told you the place was awesome. You guys haven't even looked at the manga she's got too. One Punch Man is awesome. And it's all written by the shop owner too. No idea how she produced it, but it's legit stuff, Dick said, walking over and handing them a volume of One Punch Man. She makes this. That is incredibly impressive for a small-time bookstore owner. Where did she get the production needed to even produce such a thing? Calder asked in interest, as that sounded like a lot for a single person. No idea, never bothered asking. It's not really my place to ask about that sort of thing though, is it? Dick responded with a shrug, not really knowing and not really finding any need to ask. It was a bit personal. Still weird, ain't it? Wally asked as they began to move towards the desk where they would pay, Wanda listening to their conversation with a small sigh escaping her lips. Well, why don't we just ask her? Roy said, before walking up and speaking to Wanda. Hey, we saw that all your comics are made by you, how did you make that and produce it? Roy asked as Wally tried to cut him off from what could be an awkward conversation, only for him to ignore him and ask Wanda. Oh, that. It's simple, I've got a local produce that makes them for me is all. They make small batches for me whenever I need them in return for a certain price, nothing too crazy, the norm if you will, Wanda replied with a shrug, not minding the question too much, even if they were making it awkward. At the response, the group looked slightly surprised that it was so simple, so they just glanced at one another and shrugged, before placing all their books, comics, and manga onto the counter, before taking out the cash they each owed. Quite the selection, huh? Not bad, Wanda said as she looked over all the books they had gotten, putting them into separate bags for each person as she gave them their receipts as well. Thanks, Wanda, see you later. Dick said as she gave them a wave, before walking off with the rest of the group, leaving Wanda alone as she watched them leave, a chuckle escaping her lips, and one thought on her mind. Nosy Kids Chapter 8, Who Are You? Third POV. While Wanda was off at her bookstore, selling the books to the kids, the League was going absolutely crazy. Not in happiness or anything, but in panic. Wonder Woman had been found unconscious, knocked out in the middle of nowhere within Gotham, a panicked and shocked Batman being the one to find her body. To see the most powerful woman in the entire world unconscious and knocked out so cleanly came as a shock to the usually calm man. It was within the next few hours that a full League meeting was called, as she was taken to the base of operations of the League, the Watchtower. It had been the home base of the League for several years now, and had the best facilities in the world, well, sorta, for someone like Diana. As she lay unconscious in the med bay, the League's meeting was in full swing. The video of Diana's encounter playing on a large screen, showing as an unknown figure, blurred by something, knocked out a group of men, before nearly being attacked by Diana, only to see the woman flick Diana on the forehead, and into unconsciousness. This is all that we have on the unknown figure. No name, no face, only that it is a woman, and one that was able to not only knock out Diana, but also several other men with ease, Batman said, looking over the League's reaction with a serious glint in his eyes, and a frown on his face. Do we have anything we can track them with? Any pieces of their clothing left behind, footprints, hell, even magic? Hal Jordan, one of the two primary Green Lanterns in the League asked, as Batman sighed, Satara, another member of the League, answering the question. I apologize, but no amount of magic I have attempted has helped find the foul perpetrator of this attack, Satara said with a regretful shake of his head, knowing that he had tried his best. And we have nothing in terms of normal technology. This woman, whoever she was, is completely untrackable by any technology or magic we have on hand. She is something more, likely an alien with immunity to any of our tracking methods, Batman informed them, as Clark, aka Superman, was the next to speak. What about Diana? Is she okay? She is unconscious, a bruise has developed on her forehead, but that is all. Whoever that woman was, she had a hell of a lot of power, more than anything we have encountered so far, Batman responded, as Clark sighed. When is she going to wake up? Dinah, aka Black Canary asked, her husband, Oliver Queen aka Green Arrow, sitting at her side, both of them having frowns on their faces at this entire situation. Within the next couple of hours at most. She will be the only method we can use to track down this woman, or at the very least, get some information on who they are, and what they are, Batman responded, a scowl on his face at the fact that this was the best that they could do in this situation. Having to rely on one singular person, one person that had gone unconscious and had been easily knocked out by the attacker, being used as the only witness for the moment and the only piece of evidence, was not good at all. What are we going to do when we find them? They took down Diana with a flick to the forehead. What chances do we have against someone like that? Barry Allen, aka The Flash asked, frustration clear in his tone, knowing that whoever had knocked out Diana was stronger than most of them. Not even Superman could knock Diana out with a singular punch, much less a flick. I can aid in that matter, a voice echoed, as they all turned, only to look surprised as Dr. Fate walked into the room. Fate. But I thought Kent Nelson has given back control, after an especially strong surge of chaos has rippled through the universe. The source of which is the entity that has knocked out Diana Prince. Dr. Fate cut the man off, as several eyes widened. You mean that this is a Lord of Chaos? Zatara exclaimed, slightly fearful. He knew that whenever a Lord of Chaos appeared, it meant that turbulent times were coming, times that usually involved a lot of death and destruction, and the usual battle between the order and chaos. No, whatever this entity is, it is something more. The Lords of Chaos are wielders of the primal chaos of the universe, entities beyond your understanding. But this entity, it is almost as if it is chaos itself, or wields a form of chaos beyond even that of the Lords of Chaos. Whatever this entity is, we must find it before it is too late, before the bringers of chaos find it first, Dr. Fate said, as everyone let out breaths. Before anyone could reply, a voice echoed throughout the room, belonging to Diana herself. I believe I may be able to help with that, Diana said, as they all turned to her in surprise. Diana. You're up. Clark said, jumping to his feet, as Diana gave the men a small smile. I am. I apologize for worrying all of you. I had underestimated the woman that had done this to me. She was far stronger than what I had expected, Diana replied with a frown, remembering the moment in which Wanda had knocked her out, before her eyes widened as she remembered the last words Wanda had uttered to her. Not only is she stronger than I had expected. She also knows my human name. Before she had knocked me out she had said my name, Diana informed them, as they all breathed in sharp breaths, as the woman in their eyes had just become much more dangerous than before. They had secret identities for a reason after all. Did you get a good look at her? Oliver asked as she nodded. A slightly toned woman of around 5'6", green eyes like emeralds, auburn hair, immensely beautiful, even by the standards of Themyscira. By man's standards, she'd likely be considered one of the most beautiful women alive, Diana replied, as they nodded, Batman typing away in order to keep all of this on record. Well, at least we know she's hot, Oliver muttered, Dinah slapping his shoulder in offense as he just raised his hands in surrender, a glare being sent his way in return. Anything else you remember, anything at all? Clark asked, as Diana frowned and shook her head. Not that I can remember, no. But perhaps you can help, John. Diana asked, looking to Johns aka Martian Manhunter, a green Martian from Mars, one of the last of them in fact. I believe I can. I believe I can share the site with the rest of you, if you would like for me to, John offered as they all nodded, as he gave her a nod, his telepathy stretching out, expanding as he began to give them visions of Wanda. Her face was seemingly blurred, covered and defended by her own power. But they could still hear her words echo, even the ones that Diana had not heard the first time, the ones said before Wanda had left her alone, and the ones that got several more sharp breaths to echo. Don't worry, Diana, no one will come by until Bruce finds you. But I hope you understand that I have no desire to get locked up by the Justice League of all people. Those were the last words that were heard as they all exited her mind, all looking at Batman as he frowned deeply. If she knows who you and Diana are, that means she knows who we all are, doesn't it? Shazam, aka Billy Batson asked, a nervous expression on his face. He looked like a grown man, but was in fact, a young child who was taking the form of an adult man thanks to his power. We must find her at all costs. This has become the most important immediate concern that we have. If she knows who I am, then she knows who all of you are, and if she knows that, then she likely knows other things about us. Fate, is this due to her being a higher being? Batman asked. It is likely, yes. A being of her level of power would have no problem figuring out something as simple as the identity of a being. She may have found it through looking into your very soul, or perhaps your mind. But what is most important at the moment, is to find this woman before she causes any more damages, Fate said, as they all nodded, serious looks on all of their faces, even the Flash's, who was usually pretty relaxed. Hearing this response, Batman nodded, as he gazed at the screen with her blurred photo on it, one thought on his mind. Who are you? Chapter 9, Another Visit from Death. Third POV. Sitting behind her desk, Wanda sighed, So, I know you said you'd come back, but I was hoping that was a lie, Wanda said, as she stared upon Death, who had an amused smirk on her face. The entity had entered the bookstore the second it had opened today, and was now sipping on her tea, reading one of the books she had bought from Wanda. Well, I quite enjoyed the company last time. And the books were interesting, so I thought I'd come back. What, do you not like my company? Death teased, as Wanda deadpanned. Nope, you're annoying, Wanda replied bluntly as Death looked at her in fake offense. I am wounded that you would think of me in such a way, Wanda. And here I thought we had a growing bond, after all, you did call me cute, Death said with a pout on her beautiful face. Wanda just rolled her eyes at the response. Yeah, you're cute but also annoying. I didn't realize death itself could be so irritating, Wanda replied, going back to her book after saying this. You know, I could kill you for acting like this. My siblings have done more for much less, Death said with an amused smirk on her face, finding the fact that someone would talk to her in what can be seen as rude, to be hilarious. She was easily the most chill of the endless, and could care less with how she was talked to. We both know you couldn't even if you tried. It would take the big by himself to kill me, or maybe those sons of his, but I doubt even they could kill me, not permanently at least, Wanda replied with a snort. She was known as the Nexus being, and likely the ultimate nexus, of this multiverse. She is a walking personification of freedom, a being with influence over all realities thanks to this. Thanks to this, she is completely and utterly untethered from things like fate manipulation, existence erasure, paradoxes, and immunity to time travel alterations. It also makes her functionally immortal, as she is free from death, and will simply return to life. Not to mention her powers from Wiccan, her sorta son. It's complicated. With him being an entity called the demiurge, making her a higher entity, should she ever decide to take her true form. In her true demiurge form, she would be able to quite literally walk over the multiverse itself, and all things, and would likely be on par, if not higher than even Lucifer in power. With Wiccan being destined to rewrite the magical laws of the entire Marvel multiverse, and give birth to the elder gods of a higher power. Basically, Wanda could not be killed, not by anyone but the Presence himself at least. Yes, well, I could threaten to, or at least try, Death replied with a small huff, knowing that Wanda was right. She could literally sense that she was not something she could kill. She inwardly doubted that even the death of the universe itself would end Wanda, as she would just return. Sure. So, anything else you want, or are you just here to annoy the hell out of me? Wanda asked with a grunt. Ah yes, do you make food too? It's been quite some time since I've last eaten a proper meal, Death asked, as Wanda raised an eyebrow at the prospect of Death itself eating a dinner. I can, yes. Mostly bakery stuff, scones, biscuits, muffins, stuff like that, Wanda replied. A muffin sounds good right now. Oh, and can I get another coffee? Death asked as Wanda nodded and headed into the back, as she did actually make the food herself. She had read a few thousand cookbooks and watched all sorts of cooking channels and learned it all. So, she made it without using chaos magic, as it felt a lot better truly making it rather than using some magic to just create it at will. After some time, she had gone back out, a tray with 3 muffins in one hand, and a coffee in the other as she walked over to where Death was seated, placing it on the table in front of her as she smiled up at Wanda. Thanks Wanda, it looks and smells delicious, Death said, practically drooling as she looked over the food in front of her. All freshly baked and genuinely delicious, even by Wanda's standards, and she just hoped that Death felt the same way. Biting into the muffin, Death's eyes widened in slight surprise at the taste, as a sigh of pleasure escaped her lips as she began to happily eat the muffin. Munching on it, she gulped it down with a happy grin. That was delicious, Wanda. You know, if you weren't a bookstore owner, you'd be an excellent cook, Death praised, as she bit into the next muffin, Wanda walking back to her desk with an amused chuckle, inwardly a bit happy that Death thought her cooking was good, as that was high praise from a being such as her. Well, I am thankful for the praise. Not every day Death itself praises someone's food, Wanda replied with a small smile, fighting the blush that threatened to form at the praise. Something that Death had noticed, but decided against commenting on. She didn't want to make Wanda uncomfortable after all. I'm only stating the truth is all, Death said, biting into the next muffin, sighing at the taste as she finished it. Leaning back in her chair at the desk, Wanda smiled as more customers began to come in, the old couple coming in once more, while Death leaned back in her chair and continued to read the book she had chosen out for herself. A book about the romance between Death and a woman, quite the story really. In that story Death was usually shown as a man though. Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Back for more romance books for the book club? Wanda asked, as the aged woman smiled and nodded. We are. My fellow old bats are thinking something less romantic and more fantastical. Perhaps you have some recommendations? The woman asked, as Wanda smiled, before walking into the back and looking into the back, before coming back with a new book for them to read. A Song of Ice and Fire. It's a dark, gritty little book, and can be quite graphic in nature, and positively brutal. The warnings are all on the back if you want to see them all, Wanda said, as the woman opened the back and began to look through the warnings. Reading through them all, Wanda looked to one of the other customers walking in, a younger woman. "Ah, Sam. Are you here for the new round of manga?" Wanda asked as the woman excitedly nodded. She was a bit of a weeb and loved all things anime, manga, etc., and she liked Wanda's works the most of them all. "Yep. Next volume of One Punch Man, please." "Oh, and do you have any new ones?" Sam asked, as Wanda smiled, pointing to the manga section. "The new one is called Death Note, might be my best one yet." "Go ahead and give it a look," Wanda said as the woman nodded excitedly and walked over, giving Wanda the time to look back to the two elderly individuals in front of her. "So, will you take them or are they too graphic for book club?" Wanda asked, as the woman smiled. "We'll take 5 more please." "Ah, and could we get some new bookmarks?" "We lost the old ones," Mrs. Smith asked, as Wanda chuckled and reached around to grab 6 bookmarks, and then went into the back and grabbed 5 more books for them. After the two had paid, Sam made her way up to the front desk, an excited glint in her eyes as she had the first 3 volumes of Death Note, and the newest 3 volumes of One Punch Man. Her cash was placed in Wanda's hands a moment later. "Thanks, Wanda, have a good day," the woman said as she ran off, leaving Wanda all alone. Wanda giggled at the girl as she ran off, leaving her alone, only for the door to open moments later, as she opened her mouth and spoke. "Welcome me," Wanda said, trailing for a moment as she went wide-eyed at the woman that had walked in. A gorgeous 5 feet 6 inches woman with short dark hair and pale skin. A beautiful, alluring figure with some impressive assets. A rather tomboyish set of clothing on her form. Power practically rolling out of her figure unknowingly, as Wanda fought back the shock as she stared upon her #1 favorite goth girl in all of fiction. Raven. Imagine her as any of these. At the sight of her, Wanda had only one thought on her mind. Gods, I love women. Chapter 10, Raven. Third POV. Looking at the gorgeous woman who was definitely not a teen like she remembered her in the old cartoons and comics, Wanda smiled. She was older, likely closer to her in age, and was more mature than her teenage cartoon counterpart. "Hi there, anything in particular you're looking for?" "Fiction, non-fiction?" Wanda asked, as Raven shook her head. She had been there for some more non-fiction books, ones that other bookstores she had visited so far hadn't had. "No, just browsing," Raven replied, before walking over to the non-fiction section, in particular, the books on things like herbs, potions, and things involving the mystical world. Not the actual magic books though, as she had to flip onto the magic section for it to appear to anyone. Watching her browse, Wanda hummed as she drank her tea, as she spread senses slightly. She could feel the incredible power beneath Raven's skin, power that was just waiting to be called upon, but dangerous power, very very dangerous power. For Raven was not human, not at all. She was the daughter of the dimension-conquering, omnicidal, demonic entity known as Trigon. Trigon being one of the most powerful entities in the entire multiverse, being able to contend and battle it out with the likes of the Spectre, Nabu, and others of similar levels of power. And Raven was stronger than him. Not just by a little bit either. At her peak, she made the entity look like a worm beneath her feet. Neither of them were even remotely close to her in terms of power level, but they were still strong either way. Raven did have the potential to become an equal to her, or at least reach her ballpark, but that wasn't something she could do, not yet. Thanks to being the daughter of Trigon, Raven had a lot of power, but she also was prone to corruptive impulses, courtesy of being the daughter of a demonic evil entity like him. An entity that had likely killed countless billions of lives. Not that Wanda hadn't technically done even worse, remembering the "no more mutants" incident that had wiped out 99% of mutants in the entire multiverse. She had likely killed far 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 more than simple billions, so his kill count was nothing to her. Watching as the woman browsed, Wanda frowned slightly upon noticing her heading towards the exit, seemingly not finding anything of note, probably searching for some more magical materials. Materials that she didn't and couldn't just have lying around showing in a normal situation. "Ah, before you leave, would you like to see my more mystical books?" Wanda asked, as Raven paused at the door, before turning slowly in interest. "Mystical?" Raven asked, eyes narrowing slightly as a thought came to her mind. In response, Wanda simply smiled, before flicking her wrist, as a soft click sounded out, the books warping and changing, as they were swapped out with their mystical counterparts. A simple and easy spell had been put into place that could make the swap seamless and unnoticeable. Raven, seeing the glow, looked surprised as the bookcases were changed, magic coating each and every one of the books, as her eyes practically sparkled as she looked over them all. Before she realized that Wanda was definitely not a normal human being, her head turning to Wanda with narrowed eyes and a question threatening to escape her, only for Wanda to speak. "Yes, I can use magic, ma'am. The books are ones that I have made sure are safe for normal magic lovers, and are completely and utterly real and legitimate. So go ahead and find some you'd like," Wanda said with a small smile, as the woman looked her over, more interested than before. "What is your name?" Raven asked, as Wanda smiled. "Wanda Maximoff, and yours?" Wanda asked in response. Raven looked her over for a few moments, before replying. Raven responded with a small smile forming on her face as she shook the hand of Wanda. "Well, it's nice to meet you, Raven. You're welcome to browse the magical tomes I've got. They're separated by category and difficulty," Wanda said as the woman nodded and walked off to find a selection of books. Watching as she began to flip through the books, Wanda giggled at the way her eyes sparkled, a cute look of interest forming on her face as she began to look through the selection. The selection itself was large, with over 500 books to choose from, a wide range of picks to choose from. She had books on all forms of magic, magical creatures, magical herbs, potions, and many more. She also had books on the cosmic hierarchy, the various demonic creatures of the multiverse and how to defeat them, basically everything needed in order to deal with attacks and how to defend oneself. A lot of them had been made by Wanda herself using the knowledge she had from the Marvel Universe thanks to Strange, but some of it had also been made from the knowledge she had from DC, as well as ones she had conjured with her power, reality warping, allowing her to simply bring to life books on magic from this universe, as broken as they tended to be. Walking into the back, Wanda made herself another cup of tea, as well as one for Raven, before walking out to where Raven was standing in front of the desk when she came out, a stack of around 13 books at her side, $200 in cash. "Is that all?" Wanda asked as Raven nodded. "Is it all right if I stay here and read?" "My normal spots are," rather loud, Raven said, as Wanda raised an eyebrow in surprise, before smiling. "Sure, Raven. The seats over there are for reading, and I've made you tea if you'd like it." "I figured you'd be thirsty by now," Wanda offered her, as Raven smiled slightly, taking the tea and giving it a practice sip, only for her eyes to widen in surprise. This is delicious," Raven muttered, sipping on it again as a smile bloomed on her face. "Thank you, Wanda," Raven said with a genuine glint in her eyes before walking over to one of the coffee tables and sitting on the comfortable sofa in front of it, leaning back as she began to read through the first book, sipping on the warm and delicious tea that Wanda had made specially for her. Watching as Raven began to read, Wanda leaned back with a smile on her face, as she began to read through her own book, an ancient tome she had summoned from this world that was specialized in some of the darker magics of this world. She had already learned and read through around 36 books, all of them being magical in nature, and wanted to have read over 500 books in the year, all of them being magical books. While sitting and reading, she noticed that Raven didn't have very expensive clothing. If anything, it was noticeably cheap, and more than that, it was worn in several places, causing Wanda to frown slightly. She wondered how she got the cash for the books when her clothes were so worn, so she spread her power slightly, gazing into the past for a few moments before returning to the present, realization on her face. "She's homeless," Wanda thought with a deep frown, not recognizing this from any storyline she had read in her past life. This was something different, likely one of the changes in this universe. In this universe, Raven hadn't joined any teams, hadn't received any help from others, and had been all on her own while on Earth. Due to this, she was effectively homeless, and constantly on the move. She had gotten the cash by stealing it from some rich-looking folk, before coming to Wanda's shop. As it would seem, she cared more about reading than the fact that she was homeless and with little in terms of money. Seeing this all, Wanda gazed at Raven in silent thought, as a few ideas came to mind. Ideas on how to help the girl with her current predicament. Getting to her feet, Wanda walked over to where Raven was sitting and looking down to what she was reading. "Basics of transmutation, huh? Not a bad choice," Wanda said from over her shoulder, as Raven looked up at her. "Sorry, I just noticed that you seem to be quite the book lover, and was wondering something," Wanda said, as Raven looked up at her in confusion, before her eyes widened dramatically as she heard what Wanda had said next, a question that, unknowing to her, would change her life forever. And the question was, how would you like to work here? Chapter 11, New Employee and Roommate. Third POV. Hearing the question that Wanda had asked her, Raven's eyes widened in surprise. She had only been reading only to get asked if she wanted a job at the new bookstore that she was beginning to like more and more, a bookstore that even had magical books unlike pretty much any other normal bookstore out there. Why ask me such a thing? Raven asked, confused at the abrupt question. Because you seem to very much love reading. That, and I don't wish to sound rude or anything, but you look like you could use a job, Wanda said, cringing inwardly at what she had said, as there really wasn't much of a better way of saying it. At least she didn't just directly call her poor or anything, that would have been a lot worse. Raven thankfully didn't look insulted, and if anything, just looked embarrassed. Looking down at her clothing and noticing how worn they were, causing her to sigh. I apologize for my appearance, but I am not sure if a job is the best idea, not for someone like me, Raven replied awkwardly, understanding why Wanda was asking now. Is it because of who your father is? If so, I could care less, Wanda replied with a wave of her hand, waving off the concern regarding Trigon. Trigon was terrifying to a regular person, but Wanda was not a regular person, at all. How did you know? Raven asked in surprise, not expecting for her father to just get brought up like that. She had been hiding the fact that she was the daughter of Trigon the best she could, as it was not something she liked to bring up to others. Being the daughter of Trigon was not exactly a very fun or safe experience, especially when you've got psychos, demons, and all sorts of entities wanting nothing more than to use you for their own gain. I'm a lot stronger than I look, Raven. Sensing something like the demonic power within you from your father Trigon is very easy for someone like me. As is stopping any sort of influence the men may attempt to use on you in the future, Wanda responded, as she hadn't really been showing off her power besides the warping of the bookshelves. Don't say his name. Raven exclaimed, as even uttering his name could give him influence in this reality. That's how strong he was, powerful enough to literally gain influence just from a name. No need to worry, Raven, this store of mine is cut off from the rest of reality, even he can't gain influence here, Wanda replied, waving off her concerns. This was in fact true, as her shop was completely and utterly unbound from the rest of reality, making it next to impossible to invade or touch, as she ended up getting rid of a true physical form for it, as instead she made the entrances just portals that were completely seamless and pretty much undetectable. Cut off from reality. Raven muttered in confusion. It's not bound to the rest of the universe, Raven. Meaning I am the only one who has any sort of influence from it. It would take someone stronger than me to influence this place, and there are very few with such a level of power. Your father is not one of them, Wanda replied, as she could only think of 4 to 5 people that could realistically do such a thing, and Trigon sure as hell was not one of them. Raven decided to not question that one anymore, as it sounded rather complicated. Instead she asked a more important question. Why me of all people? There are others out there that are more suited, more than the daughter of Trigon, Raven asked, looking her in the eyes with her usual seriousness. The embarrassment and awkwardness disappearing from earlier. Because you look like you could use it, as I said before. And more than that, I think you'd be a good fit. Also, you look like a huge book nerd like me, making you a better fit than most. As I wouldn't hire someone that doesn't genuinely enjoy reading books, Wanda replied, a soft smile on her face as she noticed the reaction her response had brought out from Raven. Raven fought back a blush at the words, her pale skin getting tinted with a soft pink for a few moments before she shook it off the best she could. So, Raven, will you work for me? You'll get a good pay. And I'll let you stay in the apartment above the shop with me, Wanda said as Raven blinked at the offer. Live with you? But isn't that too much? No, I am a good judge of character when it comes to this sort of thing, Raven, and I know for a fact that you'll be perfect for my bookstore. And I can't see why you can't live with me, you seem nice enough to be a roommate, Wanda said, cutting her off before she went on a rant about how irresponsible that was. Which, to be fair, she wasn't wrong, but still, she trusted Raven enough to offer this. Hearing the response, Raven breathed in before looking her in the eyes, before replying, I have some time to think about it? Raven asked, as Wanda smiled softly. Of course, take all the time you need, Raven, Wanda replied, as Raven smiled and Wanda decided to leave her be for now, as this was something she had to think about on her own. Turns out the offer was too good for Raven to pass up, as around an hour later, and a lot of thinking on Raven's end, she had decided to accept the job offer. The job itself was basically just to help Wanda restock, make the food for the customers, and to man the desk when Wanda was away. The base pay was quite a lot for the area and time period, at $25 an hour, which while that was a lot, it was quite literally nothing to someone like Wanda who had infinite wealth. Raven wanted to say no to the pay, as she was already getting an apartment and home thanks to Wanda, but Wanda was nothing if not stubborn. So now, the two were walking upstairs to the apartment, walking through the long stairs up to the top, as Wanda showed off the various rooms she had added up to the apartment. That's the garden which houses thousands of types of magical crops. That's the potions lab for creation of all sorts of potions and elixirs. That's the aquarium, there's the personal library where my more personal books are held, that's the meditation room, that's the... and on and one. Her home had basically infinite rooms, almost like a TARDIS from Doctor Who. It was a miniature dimension in and of itself, practically infinite in size and always changing to suit Wanda's needs. All thanks to her own reality warping and a healthy dose of chaos magic combining to mimic the TARDIS. How large is your home exactly? Raven asked as they continued to walk. The only reason she wasn't exhausted was due to her special physiology and the fact that Wanda was making sure she didn't get tired from the walk. Not really sure to be honest. It's always evolving and growing in order to suit my needs, so I suppose it's practically infinite in size. Because more than half these rooms were not here a month ago, Wanda replied, really not knowing. She could use her reality warping to figure it out, but that would be boring and ruin the constant surprises she had whenever she found a new room. That is ridiculous, Raven said with a deadpan as Wanda just smiled, as they finally made it into her apartment, with Raven looking around in growing happiness. The apartment had a perfect amount of space for two people to live in, with another bedroom already being ready for Raven to move in. A room that Wanda had changed while walking up to her apartment. The room was a dark purple color, Raven's favorite color, as she looked around with tears beginning to well up in her eyes, for she was finally receiving a home after so very long years, in fact. Turning to Raven, Wanda gave her a soft, warm smile, as she spoke to the teary-eyed woman. Welcome home, Raven. Chapter 12, Fools and Lucifer, again. Third POV. Sitting in her living room, Wanda ate her breakfast, Raven sitting next to her as they watched the news. The news in question was talking about the most recent Justice League incident involving yet another alien invasion for what had to have been the 100th time in the last year. You'd think they would find a better way to defeat the invaders, Raven noted, watching the news in boredom, finding the Justice League to be, well, incompetent. Yeah, they're not the brightest when it comes to stuff like this, Raven, Wanda replied with a wry smile, as she glanced at her roommate. The girl had now been living with her for a total of 2 days, and had started to work yesterday. She had proven herself to be an excellent worker as she mostly focused on helping man the desk, with Wanda currently being in the process of teaching her how to cook certain foods that they sell, as well as make certain coffees and teas. I've come to realize that, Raven replied with a small snort as she watched the video of the Flash getting launched through a building upon being hit, somehow. The guy wasn't really the best at properly utilizing his powers, that's for sure. Well, at least they're stopping them, even if it is quite obvious that they've got no clue what the hell they're even doing, Wanda said with a deadpan as she watched the League get their asses hooped, only to come back and beat the alien. Looking at Wanda, Raven couldn't help but ask, why haven't you joined them? What do you mean? Wanda asked with a quirk of her brow. I mean, you have all of this power, the power to warp reality and use magic, and yet you're simply a bookstore owner. Why only that? Why not do more with the power you have? Raven asked, interested in the answer. Why does anyone do anything? Because they enjoy it. I enjoy being a bookstore owner, not being a hero or whatever. I'm not a good person, Raven, never have been, never will be. I'm practically made to be apathetic to this sort of thing, being an entity of pure and absolute chaos, Wanda replied, not minding the question. I suppose I am the same then, Raven responded after a few moments, as Wanda glanced at her with a raised eyebrow. I could do a lot of good with the power I've got. But, I don't really wish to utilize the power that was born from my father. I enjoy reading more than playing the hero, and while I won't watch as an innocent is harmed, I don't feel much of anything for them. I suppose that would be because of my father's influence, Raven continued, as Wanda's gaze softened. Raven, you're not like this because of your father. It's not up to you to be a hero and you don't owe it to anyone. The League are the special cases when it comes to this sort of thing. They sacrifice any chance at true actual happiness in favor of saving and helping others. And while that is well and good, it's not healthy for a family or a person. It's okay to not want to do what they do, as there are plenty of people out there that can do what they do, and yet they don't for similar reasons as you, Wanda replied, placing a hand on Raven's knee in comfort, something that Raven had noticed, shivering slightly at the warm hand. Now, let's finish up our breakfast and get downstairs for work, okay? Wanda said, as Raven gave her a small smile and nodded. Later, as Wanda sat downstairs, she watched as Raven helped customers choose books, while she was contemplating something else. An idea she had been contemplating the last few days, one that would make things a lot more interesting, and that idea was connecting the bookstore to more than just this universe. The idea itself was 100% doable for her, as it would simply take her ripping through the fabric of the multiverse and connecting her bookstore to another multiverse. It was possible thanks to her nature as a Nexus being, as the Nexus being. And it was also possible thanks to the sheer amount of power that she had, the power that was able to destroy entire multiverses, meaning she should be able to also reach others. It was mostly born out of her remembering some of the stories she remembered in her past life. Like the fanfics where they would have characters from anime like Naruto appear within their shops or restaurants. The idea itself sounded appealing to her as it could be really interesting to interact with characters from worlds like that. And it would give her access to even more forms of magics that could genuinely be helpful to her, and even things that weren't magical in nature, like learning to utilize other energies like cursed energy from JJK or something similar. If she did go through with this, she wanted to connect the bookstore to Black Clover, 7 Deadly Sins, DxD, TVD, Skyrim, and several others. Mostly magical in nature for now, as they were the ones she was most interested in. Although RWBY would be pretty interesting as well, especially if she could unlock her aura through it. Doing this would be draining, but should be possible as long as she doesn't do this in the main universe, but her little sub-reality/dimension that she had created. Otherwise she'd risk the anger of the presence or any of the beings that preside over things like this, and even she couldn't fight the presence. It was more so the safety of doing this that was the problem. As she wasn't sure what sort of changes this would bring to her dimension, so, she decided she would need to wait until she was certain it wouldn't accidentally destroy her store or something a hell of a lot worse than that. Focusing back on the store, she watched as Raven worked with some of the customers, as the door to the shop opened, and she groaned. "I'm back." Lucifer's voice echoed as Wanda grumbled. "What, not happy to see me, my chaotic pal?" Lucifer teased, as Wanda rolled her eyes. Lucifer's eyes strayed as he raised an eyebrow upon seeing Raven checking out a couple of the customers, giving them their receipt. "Trigun's kid. Interesting choice for an employee. Not afraid dear old dad will come around and try to get his daughter back?" Lucifer asked Wanda as she snorted. "We both know he wouldn't be able to do jack shit to me, Lucifer. So, what are you here for, and don't tell me it's for a visit," Wanda replied, as the man fake gasped in indignation. "I am wounded." "I'd love to visit you," Lucifer replied as Wanda just gave him a deadpan, causing the man to pout. Fine, I need a book on detective work," Lucifer said with a huff, as Wanda raised an eyebrow. "Oh. So you and that detective on little old Earth 666 are going well?" Wanda asked, remembering that the men had moved to Earth 666 rather recently, similar to his TV show counterpart. He had been interacting with a woman named Chloe Decker quite a lot, a woman that he was undoubtedly becoming more and more enraptured by. "Why, of course. My charm has been working splendidly with the detective. Now, where is the book?" Lucifer asked as Wanda rolled her eyes, knowing that the men could simply summon them, but she suspected he did actually just want to see her. "Over in the non-fiction section, in the corner," Wanda replied as the men grinned and walked off to get his book, as Raven walked up beside her. "Who is he?" Raven asked, noticing the men. "Lucifer Morningstar, the devil," Wanda replied bluntly as Raven looked at her for a few moments before sighing. "I wish I was surprised, but I'm beginning to realize that I shouldn't be when it involves you," Raven replied, as Wanda couldn't contain a small giggle that escaped her. "What book is he looking for?" Raven asked, noticing the section he was in. "A detective book. He's trying to seduce a detective on Earth 666" Wanda replied, the two of them watching him in growing amusement as he was flipping through books, seemingly frustrated with the choices. He's going to fail miserably, isn't he? Raven asked with a small twitch of her lips as Wanda glanced at her, before smirking and speaking. Oh, undoubtedly. Chapter 13, Connecting the Bookstore. Third POV. After a couple of days of contemplation, Wanda came to the conclusion that she did want to connect the bookstore to other multiverses/universes. And within those couple of days, she found out how she could do so. Simply put, she would rip through the reality barriers between multiverses, connecting them through her shop, and only through there. And then, she would cement the connection through her own power, the power of being the prime nexus being. And if she was right, this would then connect the multiverses through her. She also had to put in blockers and various wards in place so that they wouldn't be able to leave her shop into the DC multiverse. As much as she would love to show them around the multiverse, she knew that the higher deities would, well, not be very pleased with that. And while she could decimate 99.99% of them, she'd rather not piss off the presence. With that decision made, she had prepared the bookstore for the new changes. The biggest being her reinforcing the entire thing, turning each and every object within into a completely indestructible object to quite literally anything that is weaker than her. Only someone like Lucifer or stronger would be able to destroy even the table in her store. She also put various other wards into place that would make fighting inside impossible unless she allowed it, if she ever needed to for whatever reason, and basically everything she needed in order to not have her bookstore destroyed every time she had new guests. And so, at the moment she was sitting within her bookstore, breathing in as she was preparing to connect the shop to several other realities, Raven sitting next to her as she had already been told what Wanda was preparing to do. Are you sure this is a good idea, Wanda? I don't really understand the entirety of it, but what you're doing sounds incredibly dangerous, not to mention stupid, Raven said, as Wanda huffed. I'm sure, Raven. I've made every precaution possible for this to not completely blow up in my face. And even if it does blow up, I've put defenses in place so it won't harm you. I might die for a bit but I'll just come back. But I doubt it'll come to that, hopefully, Wanda replied, as she breathed in and got to her feet, walking to the front entrance of her shop. Okay, but just, be careful, okay? I'd rather not lose my boss and roommate after only just meeting her, Raven said as Wanda just rolled her eyes with a small smile on her face, as she lifted her hands, a crimson glow beginning to emanate from her in waves. Holding her hand out, she breathed in deeply as her nigh-omnipotent power rippled out of her, shaking the dimension that she had created for the shop, as the door began to glow a brilliant crimson light. Sounds of cracking and shattering echoed through the room as the door glowed brighter and brighter, while Wanda concentrated, as she began to connect the door to other realities. As Wanda was doing this, strange occurrences had happened in several other multiverses. In a world of science and technology, a man walked down the streets of an advanced world, his blonde-haired companion walking alongside him. Isn't it just amazing, Rose? The world with no wars is what this place is called. A utopia with no conflict of any sorts, amazing, ain't it? The man said, as he looked over to his companion, only for her to be staring at something. Doctor, was that there before? Rose asked, pointing, as a glowing red door appeared in their vision, the words Emporium above the door as the men blinked. No. No, that definitely was not. Shall we see what it is? The men said. In another multiverse, a blue-haired androgynous-looking man stared at a glowing red door that appeared, a large green-skinned man standing next to him. So you're saying that this just appeared here? Out of nowhere? The man asked, as the green-skinned man nodded. Yes, Rimuru-sama, it just appeared in a bright glow and no matter how hard we try, we can't open the door. The man said, as the blue-haired man frowned. All right, let's just wait until we can open it. Any ideas on what the hell this thing is, great sage? The man thought inwardly, as if speaking to someone else. Negative. The door does not exist, a mechanical feminine voice echoed in his head, answering the question, or tried to answer it at least. Doesn't exist. But then, how can I see it? Bloody hell, Hermione, I know we need this year's school books but chill out a little, will you? A red-haired teen asked with a grunt, as he was being dragged by a bushy-haired teen, alongside another teen that wore glasses and had a rather noticeable scar upon his forehead. I'm telling you, Ronald, this is not just going for books. This store just appeared, out of nowhere. Have you ever seen this? We've been past this area of the alley dozens of times. The girl, Hermione exclaimed, pointing at a glowing red door with the words Emporium above it. Right, well, maybe it's a new shop. The teen replied feebly, not really sure what to say to this, as it hadn't been there a few days ago, and gave off some strange vibes. No, Ronald, it isn't. I've asked around in this shop. It shouldn't be here. There's not even a space for a shop to exist here. It just does, it's impossible, even by magical world standards. Hermione exclaimed, as the other teen looked at the door. Why don't we just go in? I mean, it's just a bookstore, right? Can't do us any harm to get a look, the other teen said, as Ron and Hermione looked at him, before back at the door. Right. Okay, run this by me again, love. You're telling me this bookstore, or at least, its door, just appeared in front of you? A man asked, looking at a brown-haired beautiful woman who nodded. Yes, Klaus, that is exactly what happened. It just showed up in a bright glow. Scared the shit out of me when it did it too. The woman exclaimed, pointing at the red door, as the man known as Klaus looked at it. Haley, are you certain? Another man asked, as he asked the brown-haired woman, Haley. Yes, Elijah, I'm sure. Now, are we going to see what the hell this thing is, or are we just going to stand here and look stupid? Similar occurrences were happening throughout reality, as a total of 10 universes were connected to the shop. Universes of great, incredible power, universes of magic, of science, of war, and more. All of them connected to the bookstore through a singular door with the words Emporium engraved upon it. The doors were shut for now, but would open whenever the bookstore itself was open. The doors would still be open to the normal individuals from DC, but they wouldn't enter at the same times as those from other multiverses, mostly to not cause too much confusion. As trying to explain the entrance of an alien would be, well, not very fun to explain. As the ripping through space-time had finished, Wanda stepped back with a sigh, feeling slightly drained from the immensely difficult task she had just accomplished, only to sigh as she felt her power rapidly and quickly return to her as if she had never begun to run out. You okay, Wanda? Raven asked over her shoulder, reaching out and helping Wanda steady herself from the draining experience. Even though her power had almost instantly regenerated, she could still feel the exhaustion of it all, before the two began to disappear a few moments later, all thanks to her own power. Yeah, I'm fine. Just a little draining to break through the barriers between multiverses, is all, Wanda replied with a sigh, centering herself as she focused on getting rid of the exhaustion that was filling her being. Walking back to the desk, she plopped onto her chair and leaned back with a groan, one thought on her mind as she did so. Now we just wait. Chapter 14, Guests from Beyond. Third POV. With the bookstore now connected to universes around the multiverse, Wanda had made sure to add some new forms of payment. All in the form of paying through books from other universes. The more rare and interesting the book is to Wanda, the more it will cover. It can even be used to pay ahead of time for future books, should they want to, or pay for several books at a time. She did this mostly because some of the universes that people would begin to come from were full of knowledge that she would love to learn, like other forms of magic, unique forms of science, and all sorts of other books. Raven had some questions in regards to what universes the store was connected to, which Wanda had answered, but now Wanda was just sitting, waiting for the first guest from beyond their multiverse, as she had opened the store in one random universe, the next being opened soon, but only once she spoke with the first guest. Who do you think the first guest will be? Raven asked, as Wanda hummed. It could be anyone really, but I am hoping it is someone interesting. Preferably someone with access to books that I've never read or something of interest, Wanda replied, as she had a few people in mind that she was hoping would step through the door, as she had randomly chosen which universe could enter first, so she had no idea who would be entering. Raven nodded at her response, as the door dinged, and 3 people entered, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was beautiful, and very pregnant, while the men seemed to be young, and were quite handsome. Each of them were supernatural in nature, and each of them were quite weak, all things considered. They were Klaus Mikaelson, Elijah Mikaelson, Haley Marshall. Well, can't say I was expecting the Mikaelsons to be my first customers, but I suppose I can't complain, Wanda said out loud with a smile. Their universe was weak, but it also had some rather intriguing forms of immortality and magic that could be very strong when used right. The immortality part was what caught her eyes mostly, as it could prove helpful if she was to use it on a ritual for herself, as while she was immortal, she could still die, it was more so her regeneration factor that she wanted to improve, and they had some ways of doing that. "Who the bloody hell are you?" Klaus asked, eyes narrowed fiercely while Elijah was looking around the room with a frown on his face, noticing that the store was very simple looking. "Wanda Maximoff, bookstore owner. And you must be Haley Marshall, correct?" The mother of the tribrid Wanda said as she looked at the woman, glancing at her pregnant belly, sensing the power and potential of the child within. For a child born in such a weak universe, she has quite a lot of potential for growth. Not to mention fate itself seems to be quite connected to her, Wanda thought, before looking back at the startled Haley. "How did you know that?" Haley asked, as Klaus and Elijah looked at Wanda with alarm. "It's quite easy to sense for someone like me, Haley. Now, are you here to shop for a book or perhaps some tea? Or are you here to glare at me like I should be afraid of you?" Wanda asked, amused with the looks Klaus was giving her. Raven, during all of this, was watching with a deadpan, realizing that Wanda had chosen some interesting folk to let into her shop. "What sort of books?" Elijah asked, putting a hand in front of Klaus to stop him from attacking Wanda. "Just about anything you can imagine, Elijah. Books on magic. Books on science beyond your wildest dreams. Books on how to kill the unkillable. Really just matters what you're looking for," Wanda said, as Haley's eyes lit up. "What about a book that can teach us how to sever a link? Like, a link between two people, where one is harmed the other is harmed too, that sort of thing," Haley explained, as Wanda hummed. Flicking her wrist, the books warped into their magical forms, and a book flew into her hand. "Magical links and how to sever them should do the trick. Your realm is quite different than mine, but this should be more than enough to deal with it, as long as you find a strong enough witch, of course," Wanda said, placing the book into Haley's hands as she flipped through it. "Page 104 is what you're looking for. But, what will you give me in return?" "I take money, but I also take exchanges of books as well. The more interesting the book is to me, the more it's worth. You can buy several books at a time mattering on the exchange," Wanda explained, stopping Haley from flipping to that page, as that would make buying it pointless. "However, I will warn you that books like these cost quite a lot, even by your standards," Wanda warned, as Klaus growled. "And why can we not just take it from you?" Klaus asked, causing Wanda to raise an eyebrow. "Because the door is shut behind you," Wanda said simply, sipping on her tea as they all looked behind them, and lo and behold, the door was shut, not allowing them to escape. "I'd also add that my store appeared out of nowhere, in an impossible location, and I have books that can start wars in your world. Do you really believe I am simply some woman?" Wanda asked, as Elijah breathed out and spoke. "Are you a god?" Elijah asked. I suppose I am, sort of at least. It'd be more accurate to say that I am well beyond any god," Wanda replied with a simple smile on her face. "And where is this bookstore?" Elijah asked the next question on his mind, as Klaus frowned and Haley looked alarmed. "In simplest terms, a dimension that I have created, one that is under my complete and absolute control. So as I said before, what will you pay through? Knowledge or wealth?" Wanda asked, staring at them as Klaus growled and was preparing to attack, only for Haley to step forward. "Knowledge. We've got tons of books back home that I'm sure you'll be interested in. And you said if we bring enough, we can pay ahead of time for more books in the future, right?" Haley asked, as Wanda smirked. "Seems the Queen of Wolves has claws." "And yes, Haley, I will, it entirely matters on what they are, but I'm sure you'll find something. Now, leave the book here and come back with the payment, then we can see how much it gets you," Wanda said, as Haley nodded, placing the book on the checkout area before grabbing the two brothers by the arms and dragging them away from the shop. Watching them walk off, Wanda chuckled. They were interesting. They weren't human, were they? Nope, Klaus, the angry one, is a hybrid between vampire and werewolf. Elijah is a pure vampire, and Haley is pure werewolf. The little one in her belly is a tribrid between vampire, werewolf, and witch, Wanda responded, before connecting the next universe, as it would take a while before the trio would come back. And almost instantly after she did so, the door opened, 3 teens falling through with groans. "Bloody hell, Hermione, you could have warned us," a red-headed teen said, this teen being Ronald Weasley, a character from the iconic Harry Potter. "How could I have known that it would open as we leaned against it? Honestly, Ronald, think with your brain a bit more. Hermione, the teen Ron had yelled back. Guys, there's other people in here, the third teen, the well-known Harry Potter, aka the boy who lived, said to his friends, as they both blinked, turning slowly to the amused Wanda. An embarrassed squeak escaped Hermione as she shot to her feet, Ron joining her moments later. You three all right there? I apologize for opening the door like that, I didn't realize you were all so excited to come inside my humble store, Wanda said with a smirk, as the three just coughed in embarrassment. Sorry ma'am. Where did this bookstore come from? Harry asked, as Wanda smiled. Well, I created it, of course. Magic is a powerful thing, making a bookstore appear out of nowhere isn't that difficult, Wanda said, as she glanced at his scar, sensing the rather malicious piece of magic within. But the magic to do something like that is impossible. Hermione exclaimed, as Wanda just looked at the girl with a small smile. Is it impossible because it truly is, or is it impossible because no one else has ever done it before? Wanda asked, as the girl blinked several times. Well, it's impossible because the amount of magic required would be extraordinary. Not to mention it goes against several rules of magic. Hermione replied, as Wanda giggled. Rules are boring, it's much more fun to break them. Now, what is Miss Hermione Granger, Ronald Weasley, and Harry Potter doing in my little shop? Wanda asked, causing the three of them to look at her in surprise. How do you dash, magic? Raven cut off Ron bluntly. Okay, well, what sort of books do you sell? Harry asked, as he looked around. Matters what you're looking for. I sell books on magic, science, non-fiction, fiction, and more. What sort of magic? Hermione asked, finding herself slowly getting over the impossibility of it all, and growing more interested, her book nerd self taking over as she noticed many books she had never seen or heard of before. In response, Wanda smiled as the bookshelves warped into their magical selves, before looking over the three teens, and speaking. Why don't you take a look? Chapter 15, Exchanges and Cursed Scar. Third POV, watching as Hermione flipped through the books in the magical section in silent glee, eyes scanning through book after book, not glancing away as the other two were in the fictional section, scanning through the comics. Smiling amused at the looks they had, she looked away as the door opened once again. Klaus, Elijah, and Haley. In Klaus and Elijah's hands were a small stack of books each, all of which were magical in nature, causing Wanda to glance at them in interest. We've got the bloody books, now can we do the exchange? Klaus asked, grumbling. He had been talked to about his attitude by Haley and Elijah, mostly because they didn't want this chance ruined by him. Wanda didn't mind too much, as he wouldn't have normally been let in thanks to his attitude, but she had the ability to toggle wards at will, so it didn't matter. Let me get a look at them first. Want to make sure it's a fair exchange after all, Wanda replied with a smile, as they put their books on the counter, the teens all glancing at the adults before shrugging and looking back at their respective books. Looking over the books, she found that a majority of them were fairly simple spells, none of them dark in nature or anything. Just a whole lot of simple crap, but none of it was particularly bad. She could see the use in some of them, and how some of them might be useful to people from Harry's universe. Add in the fact that there were around 3 dozen books here, and it added up a decent bit. Looking them over for a few more moments, Wanda looked up with a smile. This'll be enough for the book, as well as another that isn't too expensive, Wanda said, as not all her books were the same in price, especially when it came to magic ones, as some of them were especially important, and some of them were only able to be bought through exchanges of books, and nothing else. Would you like to look around for another, or will you save that for later? Wanda asked, as the three of them looked at one another, before back to Wanda. We'll just take this book to go. Thank you though, Miss Maximoff, Elijah said with a small nod, grateful, before turning and walking off. Klaus just gave her a look before a single nod, walking off after his brother. Thanks for this, it really means a lot, and sorry about them, they're difficult, Haley said with a smile as she walked off after the brothers, leaving the teens, Wanda, and Raven alone in the store. Who were they, Miss Maximoff? Hermione asked, as she walked over with a small selection of books in hand. They were mostly the minor books that were cheap enough to be bought with currency, or through a small exchange of knowledge. Other visitors, kid. Nothing to worry your heads about. Now, are those the books you've chosen? Wanda asked, as she tapped each of the stacks that the Michaelsons had left for her, instantly reading them, and sending them off to the back where she would then copy them in the future. Yep. They're all so very interesting, so I couldn't choose just one of them. Hermione said with a beam, as Wanda chuckled, before glancing at the comics that the boys had chosen. And you two are sure you can read them? They're quite graphic in later issues, Wanda asked as the two nodded. All right then, how would you like to pay? It can be through an exchange of books, money, or a third option, Wanda said. Third option? Harry asked, as they all glanced at one another. A simple exchange of sorts. In return for the books, I take a rather nasty piece of magic that has clung itself to that scar of yours, a curse of sorts. Completely safe, no pain whatsoever, probably relieving if anything. It'll be done in moments from starting, Wanda replied. This curse was in fact, Voldemort's Horcrux. She wanted to use her power to absorb it and its knowledge for herself, as while the soul fragment wouldn't do much of anything for her, same with the magic increase, it was his knowledge that she was interested in. After all, Harry Potter magic was borderline minor reality warping at times. That, and she was interested in the effects of the killing curse, and its ability to directly harm the soul itself. Why would you want that sort of thing from Harry? Hermione asked, shaking out of her stupor, as Wanda smiled. Because I am interested in its use and how to counter it. That, and it has no effect or harm on anyone once it is extracted from Harry. And should you agree, it will give you enough for not only those books, but another 3 from the cheap section, Wanda said, waving her hand as a cheap bookshelf formed, one that was soon full of the books that the Mikaelsons had just sold her, copies of them at least, as well as a few others. Listening, the 3 glanced at one another, before Harry stepped forward. And it won't hurt. It'll get rid of the pain I sometimes feel. Harry asked, he has had to live 14 years with the pain, and he was over it. It was especially agonizing at times, especially when near other dark creatures, objects, and Voldemort himself that one time. Of course, it'll heal you up, allow you to use more magic than before, and get rid of all that pain, Wanda replied with a smile, as they all looked at one another once again, with Harry breathing in deeply as he nodded. I'll do it, Harry said, as Wanda smiled. Great. It'll be over in just a moment, Wanda said, as she reached her hand forward, a single finger tapping his forehead as she effortlessly absorbed the Horcrux within him, the memories within pouring into her own brain, which was basically all of Voldemort's knowledge, the useless ones being purged in an instant. Moments later, she pulled her finger back, as Harry breathed out a sigh, blinking as he felt free, different. Magical power trickled out of his form, now free from the constraints and weakness that the Horcrux had put upon him. Seems it worked well, Wanda said with a smile, watching as Harry stretched his arms slightly, putting his fingers to his scar that was now healed, as if it was never there in the first place. It worked. Harry whispered, before looking up at her with a smile on his face. Thank you, Miss Maximoff, Harry said, happier than he had been in a long, long time. It was like a massive weight had been lifted off of his shoulder, or head in this case. It was comforting, to say the least. Not a problem, dear. Now, is there anything else you need? Wanda asked, as they all looked at one another, before shaking their heads. Great. If you ever are interested in more books, you know where to find me. And do bring some books to exchange next time, the older and rarer the better, Wanda said with a grin, as they all nodded, excited as they scooped up their books and comics, before walking out of the store, but not before giving her another wave. You absorbed something from him, didn't you? Raven asked, having been silently reading this entire time. He had a rather nasty soul fragment in his scar. I absorbed it alongside the knowledge it held. Pretty interesting stuff, really. Weak, but interesting either way, Wanda replied with a small nod. And what about the other 3? The baby that the woman, Haley, is having is quite strong. Well, at least for a world as weak as you described to me, Raven asked, as she had been told about them a little bit, while the Golden Trio were browsing. They're not too powerful or anything, but they have connections, and a host of books that could be useful to me. And the child is strong for a reason, being touched by fate itself would do that to you, Wanda replied, knowing that Hope had a lot in store for her, and she hoped to perhaps be a part of some of it. Looking back to the door, she opened it to 2 more universes, before grinning and speaking, excitement in her tone, watching and waiting. Now, let's see who will come through next. Chapter 16, Doctor Who. Third POV. Later in the day, after some normal customers had come and gone, she had sent Raven out to get her some coffee beans she had ordered that had been shipped to the local post office. Well, at least the local metropolis post office. During that time, she ended up spreading her shop to a few other places in America, deciding to expand a bit. Putting the shop in LA, New York, Seattle, Houston, Detroit, and Star City. Mostly so she could get more shoppers, and new and unique guests that she wouldn't get otherwise. At the moment, Wanda was stocking the new magical books that she had gotten from the Michaelsons, copied several times over and put into new sections of her growing bookshelves, as she had to increase the size of the right side of her shop, from the view of the one entering, in order to have enough room for all of it, and she would likely need to continue to do that. She didn't mind though, as increasing the size was only a matter of flexing her power a bit and imagining the size she wanted it to grow to. If she really wanted to, she could make her shop as big as universes with ease, but she wasn't interested in something like that. Putting the books in place, Wanda heard the ding of the door opening as two new guests entered, causing her to turn, only to smile at the sight of a tall man and a small blonde woman/older teen. The man had a rather nice coat on, and was seemingly British. She recognized them both almost instantly as the Doctor and Rose Tyler. Looking at the two of them, Wanda smiled. If there was anyone in the entirety of existence that she would want to exchange knowledge with, and wanted to meet and interact with, it was the Doctor. The man had knowledge that even she couldn't comprehend, not the current her at least, or at least, not without using her power. And even she didn't know his name. As much as she was interested in finding it out, she found it much more interesting to leave that part be. Doctor, how does this place exist? We were on another planet. But this place just looks like an old bookstore in London, one of the ones my mum would drag me to all the time when I was younger. Rose exclaimed, looking around, as the Doctor instead stared at Wanda, who simply smiled at the men. Ah, new customers. I'm glad you've stumbled upon my humble shop. It's not every day I get people like you in here, Wanda said with a smile, as she put the last book in its spot, and walked over to the front desk, sitting as she looked between the two. What is this place? The Doctor asked, a rare look of seriousness on his face as he stared her down. Why, a bookstore, of course. What else would it be? Wanda asked with an amused glint in her eyes at the way the Doctor looked at her. How did it appear out of nowhere? Is it like the TARDIS? Is that why it's bigger on the inside? Rose asked, a ramble of questions escaping her as Wanda smiled. I simply wanted it to, so it did. No, this TARDIS of yours is quite unique and my bookstore is a bit different. And no, it's bigger on the inside because I wanted it to be, simple as that, Wanda replied with a giggle, as the Doctor looked at her with more interest upon hearing this. Wanted it? What does that mean? Rose asked the question that the Doctor had, as he glanced around the store, his sonic screwdriver being whipped out as he began to scan the area. I wanted it to be created, so it was. I made this place, just like how I connected this place to your universe, and made it appear in front of the oh-so-interesting Doctor and his companion. I was half tempted to have it appear in front of a Dalek in the past, but then I remembered they're quite evil, so I let that be, Wanda replied with a smile, as the Doctor looked at his readings, his eyes widening as Wanda sipped on a cup of tea that appeared out of nowhere. This place is a pocket dimension. An infinitely large pocket dimension that is similar to the TARDIS, and yet so very beyond that of a TARDIS. It's not artificial, it's not limited to one space, it's not even bloody possible, and yet here it is. How did you create this place? How did you connect it to our universe? The Doctor asked, trying to ignore the mention of the Daleks. I told you, I made it, Doctor. Creating pocket dimensions is laughably easy for someone like me. And I connected it by breaching the fabric of my multiverse into yours and several others, connecting them all through the door you walked through, to this place. Added in a few protections so that my multiverse's higher-ups don't get pissed at me, and boom. I've got a shop that will appear in other multiverses to those I am interested in meeting, Wanda answered, finding the man's questions to be fun. But how could you do something like that? Is it through some form of technology? Ah well, unlike your universe, where the Time Lords had wiped out magic due to it being too chaotic, and their desire for science to reign supreme. In this universe that I live in, magic is very prevalent, perhaps even more so than science itself. Breaking the laws of physics is very easy for me, Rose Tyler, Wanda replied as she flicked her wrist, the bookshelves changing to their magical selves. Try the Histories shelf. It has a rather comprehensive explanation on magic and its history in this universe, and 2 others. You can pay for it through either your local currency, or an exchange of books, and should yours be worth enough, I'll give you store credit, Wanda added, as the 2 of them looked at her. You want me to believe that magic is real? Rose asked, furrowing her eyebrows. You travel through time with an old man, have battled it out with living mannequins, large green creatures, and all sorts of other things. But magic is too far-fetched. Wanda refuted with a raised eyebrow. Touché, Rose muttered, deciding to give up on that fact, as Wanda wasn't wrong. She had seen quite a lot during her time with the Doctor, including the Daleks, Slitheen, Cybermen, and all sorts of crap. What are you? You can't be human. No human can accomplish something like this. No, you've got to be something more, the Doctor asked, as Wanda hummed. Not entirely sure, to be quite honest with you. I'm not human, you're right about that. But I'm not sure what I am just me. My species matters very little, at least for me it does. Now, are you interested in my books or tea, or are you just here to question me? Wanda asked, as they both glanced at one another, before walking over to the non-fiction section. The Doctor had almost immediately been drawn to the magical history section, scanning over the books with interest. He hadn't really interacted with magical beings much, the closest would be the ancient vampires, and some other ancient beings from his universe, and they weren't magic like Wanda was. She utilized the very energy of magic, whereas they were dubbed as magic because they utilized power that defied the laws of physics itself. Watching as they looked over the books, Wanda just chuckled. Let's hope the Doctor decides to exchange books, because that man has all sorts of books I'd be interested in. The Gallifreyan language alone would cover several of those books, mattering on which ones they are. A book on the construction of the sonic screwdriver would be nice as well, Wanda thought, already salivating over the books that she could potentially get from the man. She needed to learn more about science after all, and Doctor Who was one of the strongest science-based universes in all of existence, with bombs and weapons that could wipe out entire multiverses, beings that could warp reality on a universal scale with science alone, and a host of other overpowered and incredible pieces of scientific technology. Looking at the 2 who were quietly browsing, Wanda smiled, leaning back as she decided to let them do their thing, one thought on her mind as she did so. Let's wait and see what the Doctor has to offer. Chapter 17, The Doctor's Exchange. Third POV. Turns out the Doctor was a thorough reader, and very, very picky about what books he bought and read. Wanda had come to this realization when she had sat at her desk for an entire hour waiting for the man to pick his books. She was beginning to grow a little annoyed with the wait, but decided it was best to let the man do his thing. But finally, after an hour and a half, the man was done, as he walked over to Wanda with a stack of books in his hands. Most of them were books on the history of magic, explanations on magical creatures and dimensions, and stuff like that. There were also books on science that didn't exist in Doctor Who, ones involving things like vibranium, elements that weren't a thing there, and more. Looking over all the books, Wanda smiled. So, how are you going to pay for all of this? Wanda asked, looking at the man, eyes practically sparkling at the thought of reading some of the books in his collection. Right, how much exactly would this all cost? Well, considering you picked some of the rarest and most expensive books in the store. A lot. But, you can also pay for them through an exchange of books if you'd like, Wanda said, giving the man a grin as he narrowed his eyes. And what sort of book would you want? A book teaching the language of Gallifrey for a start. That alone would likely cover a quarter of these, it's up to you about the rest. And should you provide enough books, I can add it to your store credit, allowing you to get other books in the future. After all, I'll likely be getting more and more new books in the coming months, Wanda responded as the Doctor stared at her. Is that a rare book, Doctor? Rose asked, as the Doctor looked at her. Yes it is. But, I've got several copies of it, so I suppose I can depart from it, the Doctor said after a few moments of thought. The idea of more people knowing the ancient language of Gallifreyan was a bit strange to him, but he decided that he wanted the books enough to do the trade. All right, I'll be back in a jiffy, and you go ahead and wait here, Rose. The Doctor said as he put the books onto the counter, before running off, leaving Wanda and Rose alone in the store. He's quite the oddity, Wanda said, as Rose looked at her, before a laugh escaped her lips. She had been a bit blindsided by the Doctor running off, and she was glad that she was not the only one. That is an understatement. Sometimes I think he's got some sort of ADHD or something, with how all over the place he is at all times of the day, Rose said with a giggle, as Wanda glanced over the books that Rose had chosen, raising an eyebrow at them. Comics, a couple of romance novels, and a book on magical creatures. Quite the interesting selection. Any reason you chose those specific ones? Wanda asked, as Rose blushed slightly in embarrassment. Well, the comics looked interesting enough, much better than the junk in my local shop, and a friend of mine used to talk about them all the time. The book on magical creatures looked fun, with all the cute animals and the interesting facts about them. While the romance novel, well, a girl has to have something to do in their free time, Rose replied, Wanda raising an eyebrow in response, knowing that she was talking about Mickey. We all have our interests. Mine are books and magic, and yours is romance books that have a lot of smut in them, Wanda said with a small smirk, the girl blushing brighter in response. Only a realization hit Rose upon hearing this. Wait, how do you know there is smut in the book, unless you've I'm back? The doctor exclaimed, as he walked through the door, a stack of books in his hand, and a grin on his face. Looking to the doctor, Rose opened her mouth several times before closing it. Doctor, isn't that a bit much? Rose asked. Nah, most of these are just collecting dust. Much better to hand them off to someone more interested, and get something out of it too. The doctor said with a bright smile, planting the dozens of books he was masterfully holding onto the desk. Wanda was practically drooling as she noticed that every single one of the books were completely unknown to her. Not only that, but they were all alien in nature, and seemed to be on all sorts of things. Ranging from languages, history, advanced forms of science, to even books on alien species. So, how much will this get me in store credit? The doctor asked, as Wanda's eyes sparkled, as she began to grab each book one by one, using her power to glance over them all, seeing what sort of information was inside. Looks like the science books aren't on the true top-of-the-line stuff, but they're definitely more advanced than anything on most Earths. That book alone would cover Rose's selection. Add in the rest. Wanda mused, before looking up to the doctor and smiling, especially once she noticed a book on the Gallifreyan language, a book on its history, or a rough overview, and a book on sonic screwdrivers. These will cover everything you have, as well as an additional 10 to 20 books mattering on the selection, with the magical ones being the most expensive as you'd assume. It can be even more should you choose fictional books or some of the minor books that will be added in the coming weeks, Wanda replied, eyes gleaming in excitement at the new books to be read. All right then. And finding this shop of yours again, will it always appear in the same place or will it move? The doctor asked as Wanda shrugged. I can make it stay in the same place. Or I can give you a bookmark. A bookmark? What does that have to do with anything? Rose asked, as Wanda smiled. The bookmark is a specialized magical item I created. It'll summon the shop to the closest reasonable location and direct you to it. This applies to any and all planets, universes, or dimensions you may show up in, Wanda explained, as the doctor's eyes widened. He could already see the use for this sort of thing, especially if he was to use it within the TARDIS when he wanted to shop in the future. Do I need to pay for the bookmark? The doctor asked. Nope, it's completely free for any buying customer, especially ones that have a high likelihood of being repeat customers such as yourself, Wanda said, before reaching down and grabbing one of the bookmarks she had created. What if we lose it? Rose asked, as Wanda laughed. It'll be bound to whoever touches it first. Allowing for the doctor to summon it at will, never being able to lose it, nor can it be destroyed by anything but myself, Wanda replied, as the man touched it, causing it to glow a soft red color, before he placed it in his pocket with a grin. I have a feeling this will be the beginning of a beautiful friendship, the doctor said, as Wanda gave him a grin of her own, Rose shivering at the response, realizing that this might be a bad thing. And boy did she have no idea. Later, after the doctor had left, Wanda was waiting for her next customer. The doctor ended up staying for around an hour longer, opting to test some of her delicious teas and bakery items, while also reading some of the new books he had exchanged for. Wanda was broken out of her thoughts as she heard the door open, as she looked up and her eyes widened upon who she saw standing in the entrance. 3 children, likely only in their teens, if that, standing there. One with blonde hair. One with pitch black. And the last with hooves. Percy. I told you not to enter the glowing red door. Now look what you've done, we're in some bookstore or something. Annabeth yelled, as the other teen sweat slightly as he tried defending himself. Guys. There's someone else in here, the other teen said, as they both blinked. Grover, now's not the time to mess with you, crap, Percy muttered, as they all looked to Wanda, who had an amused look on her face, before she looked over them, and spoke. Welcome demigods, and Satyr, to the Emporium. Chapter 18, The Demigods. Third POV. What is an emporium, and how did it appear in front of us? Percy was the first person to ask this question, as Wanda smiled. It's a bookstore, of course. What else could it have been? Wanda asked, as she looked over the three in amusement, especially once she noticed the look that Annabeth had given her. How do you know that I am a satyr? Are you a god? Grover asked in slight fear, as Wanda hummed. I suppose that wouldn't be entirely inaccurate. But it would be more accurate to describe me as something a bit higher on the totem pole than your gods. And I don't have the divinity that they do, Wanda replied after a few moments of thought, not entirely sure how to describe what she was. She wasn't human. She wasn't a demigod, and she certainly wasn't a mutant or anything like that. She was some sort of powerful combination of creatures, a species with no proper name, a species of chaos. The three teens paled slightly at the response, as there were not many beings out there that were stronger than literal gods. And the ones that were stronger were not exactly the nicest of beings. Are you a Titan? No, nor am I a primordial. You're still thinking a bit small, but I guess that makes sense since your universe is quite weak, all things considered, Wanda replied with an amused chuckle, as the only being in that universe that would be a genuine challenge for her would be cows, and even then, she had no idea how strong it was. Then what are you? Annabeth asked, tensing as her hand reached down to where her weapon was held. Glancing at it, Wanda smiled, snapping her fingers as it reappeared on the counter in front of her, alongside Percy's weapon, Riptide. Hey no weapons are permitted within my store, demigods, satyr, Wanda said simply, as they were locked in place until the trio would leave the store. Nobody was allowed weapons inside, be they a god, human, or whatever else. But no buts, now, since you are here, why not look through some of the books I have? I'm sure you'll find something that might be of interest, Wanda said with a smile, as she leaned back in her chair, the group all glancing at one another, before walking over to the non-fiction section. Once they stopped there, Annabeth almost immediately noticed that all the books were different. They were on things she had never heard of, and were in different tiers ranking from the weakest and cheapest, to the strongest and most expensive of the bunch. Watching as they began to look through the books, Wanda sipped on her tea, ignoring the looks they were repeatedly giving her as they began to whisper to one another, not realizing that she could hear them perfectly fine. So she's definitely a god or something, right? Percy muttered to Annabeth, who nodded. Certainly. There's only a few gods out there that she could be. And if she is any of the ones I am thinking, it'd be best if we get out of here as soon as possible, Annabeth replied, as Percy glanced at Wanda, who was reading one of the new books she had gotten, listening into their conversation with an amused smirk on her face, hidden by the book in front of her. They really think I'm a god, huh? Guess it could make a bit of sense, but there's only a stray few that I'd be in line with. Like Hecate or another goddess that deals in that sort of area, Wanda thought with a small giggle, as she read the book on Gallifreyan language, and boy was it not only confusing, but incredibly complex. But she would get it soon, that much she knew. How do we even get out of here? If she's a goddess, we're screwed. Grover whispered to Annabeth, who cringed slightly, trying to think of a way. Why don't we just buy a book? Percy said, as they both looked at him. What? It's a bookstore, right? Then let's just buy a book or two. That should be enough for this goddess or whatever the crap she is, right? Or are you too scared? Percy asked, as he smirked slightly at the glare that Annabeth sent his way. There's no way it's that easy though, right? Every god is way too proud to let it be so simple. There's gotta be some sort of hidden meaning or something, Grover said, as Annabeth nodded in agreement. Agreed. No god would make it that simple, Annabeth said, as Percy just rolled his eyes. Well, you two have fun with your, whatever this is. I am going to go and find a book to buy so I can get out of this place, Percy said, as he walked over to the fiction section by himself, eyes almost instantly drawn to the various comics in the area. But there was one group of comics that Wanda had created that caught his eyes. The comic books she had made were based off of the cartoon Avatar, The Last Airbender. Looking at the comics, he reached down and grabbed the first volume, which was only a part of the first book. Flipping through the book, his interest was piqued when he had noticed the waterbenders and the way they utilized water, as he began to intently look it over, before grabbing it, and deciding this would be the comic he would buy. An excellent selection to Wanda, and one that could actually aid him in the future. Walking over to the desk, he placed the book on the counter and looked up at her. "What sort of currency do you accept here?" Percy asked, as Wanda smiled. "I accept just about any physical currency, as well as exchanges of other books. The better the book, the more it pays for, and if it is valuable enough, it will give you store credit for future purchases," Wanda said, as the teen looked at her, before reaching into his pocket and pulling out the golden drachma, a form of currency in his world, and one used by the demigods of Camp Half-Blood. "Would this be enough?" he asked, pulling out 5 drachma. "More than enough. You can grab another with this many," Wanda said, as he smiled slightly and walked over, grabbing the second volume of the book, before Wanda smiled. "All right then, have a good day, Percy Jackson," Wanda said, as he paused for a few moments, looking at her before giving her a smile and walking off, and out of the front door. "Wah, Percy," Annabeth called out, as he just gave her a smug smirk. "Told you, just buy a book and we can leave," Percy said as he walked out of the door, waiting for his friends on the other side, as Annabeth grumbled and walked over around the non-fiction section, only to pause when she noticed that there were some books on architecture, ones from other worlds. Reaching forward, she grabbed a book on magical architecture, which was the world of DC. Looking it over, her eyes sparked slightly, as she opened it up and decided on the book before walking over to the desk. "That'll be 5 drachmas," Wanda said as the girl put them on the desk and marched out, leaving Grover alone, slightly nervous. Do you have any suggestions on books?" I don't really know what to choose," Grover stuttered as he walked to her desk, nervous with her being there in front of him. How about a book on the wildlife of another world? It'll be on the 4th bookshelf over and is going to cost you 5 drachmas," Wanda said, as it was a book from the DC world as well, and was quite comprehensive. It also had methods of subduing as well as taming them as pets, their habitats, and all sorts of things on them. It was comprehensive to say the least. Looking over the books, Grover's eyes widened as he read more and more of it, as he couldn't help but feel a bit excited at the creatures inside, before walking back over to the desk and putting 5 drachmas onto the desk. "Thank you," he said, as he walked off after his friends, leaving Wanda alone, and thoroughly amused with that entire intersection. Hopefully they'll bring a god next. I'd love to meet Hestia or Hecate. Mostly because Hestia is actually a nice goddess, and Hecate would be interesting to learn magic from, Wanda thought, as she decided to shut down the shop for the day, having enough interesting guests for one day. Turning the sign to closed, she stretched with a yawn, as Raven had already long since returned and was upstairs, likely reading one of the books that she had given her, with Wanda turning into a pseudo-mentor to her, even if they were close in age. Glancing at the time as she began to make her way upstairs, Wanda had only one thought on her mind. I hope the next customers are even more interesting. Gain access to an additional chapter early for each of my main fanfics, 4 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 75 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 a month. Or $30 for an entire year. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. https://www.patreon.com/fanfiction770 campaign =creators Hari creator. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. New edition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. Chapter 19, The Bat. Third POV. With the 3 demigods running off to their world, Wanda had returned to her apartment where Raven was practicing the spells she had gifted her. Spells from the Vampire Diaries universe she had gotten from the Mikelsons. They were simplistic and easy spells, making them perfect for the current Raven, who was trying to focus more on controlling her power than actually using its full extent. And it was for this reason that she asked Wanda to train her, to mentor her. The mentoring was primarily for controlling her power, but she also wanted to learn under Wanda in terms of magic, as the woman had shown that she had a lot of knowledge in the area. "You're doing pretty good, Raven," Wanda mused, as she looked at Raven. As she warped and changed the fire around her, fire formed from a spell that belonged to the TVD world, stronger than normal thanks to the influence of her own power. "Doesn't feel like it," Raven muttered, disappointed with her progress so far. She had thought she would be able to progress further in her books so far, but had found that the new magic was odd, and controlling it was surprisingly difficult, as it was fundamentally different from the magic of this universe. "You are. Most others take weeks to months to get to where you have already gotten in only a couple of days. So don't be such a Debbie Downer, Raven. You're doing great," Wanda replied with a soft smile on her face, as her new student just looked at her silently, before nodding slowly, deciding to just listen to her new mentor this time. "Great, now that is done with, let's have some dinner, shall we?" The next day, the shop was up and running, and normal customers were filtering in, buying her new product she had gotten thanks to the doctor, as the men had surprisingly had a few books that humans should be able to comprehend. She was sitting behind the desk, sipping on her tea as she read the book on Gallifreyan language, and its use in mathematics and science. It was a complex, incredible language, but Wanda was confident in having it understood and comprehended by the end of the day. She also wished to have at least a half of the other books understood as well, but she wasn't sure if she could, as some of it was completely and utterly foreign to her and this multiverse as a whole, making it a whole lot more complicated to understand. "We've got a lot more customers than usual at this time," Raven noted, as Wanda smiled. "I put out a post about the shop having some new books, and was pretty descriptive with what some of the books were about," Wanda replied with a smile, knowing that she had also put a bit of magic around her shop, making it attract more people than usual, as she wanted to get some more normal customers today, rather than a ton of customers from around the multiverse. "And put magic around the door to attract more people, didn't you?" Raven asked with a deadpan, noticing the look on Wanda's face regarding the influx of customers. "Perhaps, but I won't confirm or deny it. Now, go and restock the shelves and check in on the customers, see if they want any drinks or anything," Wanda said, as the woman just rolled her eyes slightly before walking off to do as her boss had told her. Wanda noticed that all of the new customers were younger teens that were mainly focusing on the comics, manga, and in the case of some of the girls, the love novels that were appropriate for their ages. As Wanda had strict rules regarding the age you had to be in order to check out certain more graphic books. This only really applied to normal kids though, with someone like Dick being a special case. "Should get some new multiversal customers later today. Here's hoping there'll be more people with interesting magic. I've opened a few more universes up to the door, so all it'll take is me allowing them through. TVD and Harry Potter are welcome magic systems, but they are weak. I'd much rather get something like Black Clover or something along those lines," Wanda thought, knowing that she had quite a few more magic universes that her door was connected to, and once she had the customers done with, she'd open it up. Glancing around the room, she noticed most of the customers grabbing more than one book, as Raven walked to the back in order to make the drinks that they all ordered, as well as the food that they wanted. The drinks were freshly made, whereas the food was created by a bit of magic courtesy of Wanda, but still tasted delicious and fresh. Watching Raven deliver the food, she heard the door open, as she turned to them, only to blink in surprise at the man that was standing there alongside Dick. The man was Bruce Wayne, aka the Batman. He was quite tall, and had she been a normal person, she would be intimidating, but to her he just looked broody. "Ah, Dick, I was wondering when you would make your way back here." "Who's this?" Wanda asked, looking at the man, as he looked her over for a moment, as she simply smiled. The man wouldn't be able to tell who she was, nor was it even possible for him to. Magic was powerful like that. "This is my guardian, you should know him, right? Practically owns the city." "Bruce Wayne?" Dick asked, surprised that Wanda didn't know who Bruce Wayne was, when he was talked about more than any other billionaire on the planet besides Lex Luthor. "I don't follow the news, Dick, nor do I get out often besides for orders. I prefer spending my time reading or watching movies," Wanda replied with a chuckle, as had she not had the knowledge she had, she likely would have been like that. "Yeah, well, that's weird. Anyways, have you got any new science books?" "He's been asking about them all week," Dick asked, as Wanda simply smiled and pointed to the science bookcase, now housing several books with technology far more advanced than anything else on Earth. "Thanks, come on Bruce, I'm sure you'll find all sorts of holy grails in this section," Dick said as he led the quiet man over to the shelves, with Bruce looking them over, and almost immediately his eyebrows furrowed. These are far more advanced than any bookstore should have. The theory of quantum mechanics. The quinterium equations. These books, I don't even know half of them, and that should not be possible, Bruce asked with wide eyes, as he reached out and grabbed the book on equations, before opening it. And the second he did, he began to look over the equations, only to find that he didn't understand most of it. It was all beyond even him, one of the most intelligent humans on Earth, amongst the top 3. Soon Bruce Wayne, the billionaire, the Batman, began to rapidly grab more and more books, interest in his eyes, a borderline hunger for the knowledge within, as he was also questioning who Wanda was, and where she got these books from. Looks like I'll need to look into her background, Bruce thought, eyes narrowed as he realized that these books should not be in the hands of a simple bookstore owner. Hell, not even the Justice League had something like this in their hands. Seems the Batman is already cautious of me, Wanda thought in amusement, glancing at the men who created stacks of books already, over 40 of them all ready to eat, bought, studied, and learned. All books on complex sciences well beyond human understanding, as well as science books that were not as complex, but he had never heard of. If this goes how I am expecting, I'll be receiving visits from more and more of the Justice League as they attempt to find out who I am, and how I received the books that I have, Wanda thought, amused at the prospect of a bunch of members of the League visiting her store undercover. Glancing around the shop as Dick was picking out more comics, and Bruce was continuing to grow his stack larger and larger, Wanda just shook her head, as she leaned back, one thought on her mind. This'll be an amusing next few days. Chapter 20, The Interrogation. Third POV. Watching as Bruce had finally selected all of his books, which he had to bring to the counter in small stacks due to the sheer amount of them, Wanda could only let out a soft laugh at the man's selections. The books he had chosen were all scientific in nature, and ranged from incredibly cheap to one of the most expensive books in the shop, a book that she charges hundreds of dollars for due to its rarity. But the men seemingly didn't care about the price, and just stacks thousands of dollars worth of books. Dick had ended up choosing around 10 comics, mostly new stuff that he hadn't read before, as well as another copy of Invincible, probably to put in a case or as display or something of the sort. Wanda wasn't going to question it. Looking over the selection, Wanda chuckled, "Quite the selection you've got there, Mr. Wayne. Didn't take you for the type to be into science so much, but I suppose everyone can be full of surprises. And the quinterium equations. Quite advanced, sure you can understand it?" Wanda asked, inwardly amused with the man's attempts to school his features, trying not to react to the fact that Wanda seemingly knew about the equations and how they worked, unlike him. In actuality, she had instantly read all of the books the men had brought up when he put them on the counter. She didn't entirely understand all of it, but she would sooner or later. All it required was for her to gain the knowledge that she needed to fill in the gaps. "You understand them?" Bruce asked, narrowing his eyes ever so slightly. "To an extent, yes. I've read every book in this bookstore, Mr. Wayne. And I understand what is taught within just about every single one of them. I suppose you should be able to learn it with the other books you had chosen, but even then it will take quite some time," Wanda said, knowing that those particular equations that involved space-time manipulation were particularly complicated, and would require more than just the books she had sold him. "What is a woman like you doing running a bookstore? With that sort of knowledge you could work just about anywhere in the world," Bruce asked, beginning his pseudo-interrogation as Dick sighed, standing and waiting as his guardian began to interrogate Wanda. "I like books, Mr. Wayne. More than just about anything else, and just as I love books, I also love peace and quiet, and not having to worry about anything. Had I really wanted to, I'd be able to work anywhere, sure, but I wouldn't enjoy any of it," Wanda replied with a small smile, having no interest in that sort of thing, even if she hadn't had her powers and bookstore. "I see. And where did you get these books?" "They're quite interesting," Bruce asked, as Wanda simply looked at the men, before smirking slightly. "That is a secret, Mr. Wayne," Wanda said simply, as the men looked her in the eyes, before nodding slowly, and taking his card out in order to pay for the books and the comics. The total came out to over $3,000. The man was a billionaire though, so it was comparable to pennies to him. With the books paid for and the comics as well, Bruce gave her a nod, as he began to one by one bring the stacks out to his car outside, putting them all away on multiple trips due to the amount of books he had bought. With the last stack in hands, Bruce gave her a nod. "Thank you for the books, Miss Wanda." "Have a good day," Bruce said, before walking out of the shop, Dick giving her a wave as he too walked off with Bruce, leaving her in the shop with the other customers, watching as Raven continued to get their orders, as more and more people entered the shop. With Bruce, as he was driving, Dick couldn't help but glance at him a few times, before asking the question he had the entire time he was listening to their talk. "So what was all that back there?" "The interrogating, I mean," Dick asked, as Bruce didn't even glance at him as he replied. "The books I bought do not belong here. They're well beyond anything we teach on Earth, not even the League has access to books like those." "Meaning she is likely getting them from an outside source, or something similar," Bruce replied as Dick raised an eyebrow. "An outside source? You mean aliens?" "Wanda doesn't exactly seem like the type to do something like that, or be involved in anything nefarious," Dick said as he shook his head. "Never said it was anything nefarious. From what I can tell, she is just a simple bookstore owner, one that sells books that don't belong to Earth. I doubt she's some sort of villain, just a bookstore owner that likely buys from someone who buys from someone." "That sort of thing," Bruce replied, shaking his head. Wanda didn't seem like the evil type from what he had seen of her. "Good, she's got the best selection of comics I've ever seen. Her own stuff she made is awesome too," Dick replied with a nod, happy that Bruce wasn't going to try and ruin her or anything, as that would suck. Bruce just shook his head at his adopted son's reply, before continuing to drive off in comfortable silence. Later in the day, hours after the questioning by Bruce and the normal customers all leaving, Wanda was leaning back in her chair, watching as the Golden Trio looked through some of the magic books she had. "I'm surprised you three have returned so quickly," Wanda said, as both Harry and Ron looked to Hermione, who had a sheepish expression on her face. "I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself once I saw all the books you had. The different forms of magic are incredible and nothing like what I've heard of. Not to mention the prices aren't bad, and since we've got extra books that none of us read, it means we can exchange for some of these new ones," Hermione said, her eyes gleaming in excitement at the prospect of reading some of these new books. "Not a problem. Once you've found the books you want, go ahead and bring over the exchange," Wanda said, as she glanced farther down, finding Elijah there once again, this time looking over a book on rituals and similar arts. She expected it was for Little Hope for the future, or perhaps to try and take care of the witches of that world who were not exactly fond of the Mikkelsons. They were quite adamant about slaughtering the entire family for some of their actions in the past, even though it was a witch that gave birth to them. "A book on rituals. I'm assuming you wish to use that for your witch problem?" Wanda asked, wanting confirmation. She could look through his mind for it, but that would be boring. I am not going to even bother asking how you know of this. But yes, it is. I wish to use a ritual in this book to sever the connection between Haley and the witches," Elijah said, as she hummed. "That book should work easily enough. But it will be draining. Do you have a witch that can accomplish such a thing?" Wanda asked, as Elijah paused, causing Wanda to chuckle, flicking her wrist as a book flew into her hand. "This one will work better. Page 49, it's a ritual that will transfer the curse, binding, or whatever else, to a straw doll. Whatever the curse was, will now apply to that. So if it's one of those link spells, then you damaging the dolls will also damage them, like a voodoo doll," Wanda replied, as the man's eyes widened. "That sort of ritual would be perfect for the situation they were in, and would effectively save Haley from a lot of heartache, while also providing a powerful weapon against the witches that did this to her." That is perfect, thank you, Miss Maximoff," Elijah said with a small smile on his face, immensely pleased, as he paid for the book, before walking out, ready to tell his brother of what he had found. "And what of you three?" Wanda asked, as the Golden Trio walked up, a small stack of books in Hermione's hands, while another 2 stacks, seemingly their own, was in the hands of Harry and Ron. "These please. And those are all the books we would like to exchange, none of them are repeats, of course," Hermione said, as Wanda reached her hand out and began to look through all the books the 3 of them had brought, before smiling, pleased. "These will be enough for your selection of books, as well as 3 more minor books. Go ahead and pick some out unless you wish to save it for later," Wanda said, whisking the books away as she instantly learned all of them. "We'll save it for later, I've got enough books for now," Hermione said, but only after Harry and Ron had given her a pleading look. "Great, have a good day," Wanda said with a smile, as the teens walked off, ready to get back to Hogwarts. They were in their 4th year after all. Watching them leave, Wanda leaned back in her chair behind the desk, only to stop as the door opened a few moments later, her eyes widening slightly at who had walked in. A short, blue-haired figure, one that looked more feminine than masculine. A being that was certainly not human, and looked to be quite powerful, at least, they would be. The figure was the man known as Rimuru Tempest. Chapter 21, Rimuru Tempest. Third POV. Gazing at Rimuru Tempest, the main character of That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime. She could tell that he was likely around the time period before the ogres appear within his village, and before Geld Sr. made his appearance as the orc disaster. Not all that strong, but has tons of potential. I wonder what sort of skills I would receive should I go to that world. Would that world even be capable of giving me skills? I am quite powerful, after all, Wanda mused, contemplating the idea of going to his world. On the other hand, Rimuru was looking at Wanda in confusion, wondering who the hell she was, as she seemed very familiar for some reason. Great Sage, can you sense anything from her? He inwardly thought, not being able to sense anything from her with his senses. Negative. The individual does not exist. What do you mean she doesn't exist? She's right in front of me. Rimuru exclaimed inwardly, as he noticed the amused look on Wanda's face, causing him to school his features the best he could. The individual in front of you does not exist. But how? She's right there. The individual in front of you does not exist. It does not have magicals, it does not have a life signature. Chances of death in a confrontation is 100%. But what do you mean the chance of death is 100%? Rimuru inwardly asked in alarm, as he glanced at Wanda, who was raising an eyebrow, hearing every single word that was happening between the two of them. The likelihood of being in front of you being a higher entity is 100%. The chance of death should you confront it is 100%. Advised to not anger it. So she's what, a god? Negative. The entity in front of you is stronger than a god. Okay, let's just calm down. You've got this, Rimuru, you've fought some pretty scary stuff so far, so a bookstore owner should be nothing. Rimuru thought inwardly with a fake smile as he walked forwards, and spoke. Hi. I'm Rimuru, how did this place appear in my town? Rimuru asked, cringing as he got right to the point, Wanda giggling at the question. Because I wanted it to, Rimuru. Why else would it? Wanda asked, as the androgynous man just stared at her, realizing that Great Sage was right in its estimation of her being something more than human. And what is this place? Rimuru asked, looking around. He already had an idea, but he wanted confirmation. Why a bookstore, of course. But you already know that, don't you? Just like you already know that I am not human. After all, you've been interacting with that sage of yours, Wanda replied with a small smile, as the man flinched slightly, understanding that she could hear everything that he was saying to Great Sage, which was concerning. Don't worry though, I could care less that you're a slime or a reincarnator, I just run a simple bookstore. In exchange for currency from your world or other knowledge and books, you may buy my own. I've got books from around existence, magics that don't belong to your world, and my wares will only continue to increase over time. Wanda said with a bright grin, the shelves glimmering as the magic books formed. What's your name? Rimuru asked, hating that he recognized her, but he simply couldn't place her name. Looking at him, her grin formed into a wide smile, as she replied, Wanda Maximoff, it's a pleasure to meet you, Rimuru Tempest. At the name, Wanda Maximoff, his eyes shot wide. He had read comics in his past life, even if he preferred manga and anime. And in those comics, especially the American ones, he remembered Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch. The woman who had wiped out mutants across an entire multiverse, one of the most powerful beings in Marvel Comics. A being of chaos and magic and impossibility. And she was standing in front of him. No need to be afraid, I'm both her and not her. It's quite complicated really. I won't go no more on you or anything, of that you should have no worries, Wanda continued, knowing that the man was growing increasingly afraid of her, knowing just how powerful she was. She was capable of single-handedly wiping out the entire Tensura universe with ease, not a single one of them being able to fight her. Not Guy Crimson, not Malim, not Rimuru at his very peak, and not even Veldanava himself. None of them. And it seemed that Rimuru understood that. Oh okay, Rimuru said, controlling his features so as to not show how terrified he was right now. Sure, He was scared of Veldora when he first met him, but this is absolutely nothing in comparison to the woman in front of him. He didn't even want to know what she would do to him if he pissed her off. Now, why not browse some of my wares? I also serve teas, coffee, and bakery goods if you'd like any of those, Wanda said, as the man nodded slowly. I'm good, but I'll look at your books, Rimuru replied in slight fear, walking over to the magic book section, as he inwardly sweated. Wanda Maximoff. What the hell is she doing here? She's from Marvel. Does this mean that Marvel Comics exists? And does that mean I can run into more characters from Marvel? Oh god, I'm so screwed. Rimuru thought in terror, only to stop as Wanda spoke. I'm the only one you'll run into, Rimuru. And even if you did somehow run into them, I'll deal with them for you. I'm quite fond of your story, after all, Wanda said with a smile, as he shuddered, but nodded. What does that mean? My story? Does that mean she can see the future or something? Rimuru thought, having many questions, and he was beginning to only have more and more coming to his mind. Wanda just listened to all of this in amusement, finding this entire situation to be hilarious as he seemed so very terrified of her, even if she wasn't going to do anything to him, nor did she have any reasons to. He had a lot of potential for the future, and for her store, and there was no way she was going to do anything to ruin that. Shaking off the fear, he began to look over the books, reading many of them only to blink in surprise. Isn't this a book from Harry Potter? Rimuru thought with furrowed eyebrows, realizing that she wasn't lying about the books around existence part. Great sage, how useful would Harry Potter magic be to me? 94.5% of spells are useless. Spells known as the Unforgivables have use. There is a 60% chance of the killing curse involving an attack on the very soul, making it a 100% certain boost to the user's capabilities. Alright then, so basically yes, it'll be useful to me, Rimuru thought, deciding that he would acquire Harry Potter books for now. Reaching out, he grabbed a few Harry Potter books, mostly the simple ones that Hogwarts students are taught, as Wanda didn't have a book on the Unforgivables, not yet at least. She planned on getting them once she got some more variety in her store from the Harry Potter universe, like maybe Draco Malfoy or one of the Death Eaters. She was neutral, after all. After selecting his books, Rimuru walked back to the counter, and placed them down. Looking them over, Wanda hummed. How do you want to pay? Books, currency, or the third option? Third option. Rimuru asked, realizing that he didn't have any sort of currency on him, not at the moment. Exchange of knowledge. I'll copy knowledge directly from your brain in return for the books. Knowledge like those skills of yours, or you can also opt to pay in items, like magical plants. My green world would love some new plants, Wanda said with a smile. You mean greenhouse, right? Nope, I've got an entire greenhouse world full of my plants. Now, which will it be? Wanda asked, as the men just looked at her blankly, before sighing. I'll exchange items, Rimuru said, as a stack of hippocute grass as well as daffodil, and a few other plants she didn't recognize, but seemed to passively exude small amounts of magicules. Alright, that'll be enough for the books, Wanda said with a hum, as all the books he had bought were low-level ones that weren't worth very much, so she was okay with the plants. They'd be helpful for new teas and other stuff anyways. Flicking her wrist, the plants were sent off to her greenhouse world, and were planted instantly, as they rapidly grew thanks to her creating the world with a time dilation on it, making time move much faster inside, as well as other things like automatic gathering and planting, and other stuff like that. Alright then, is that all? Wanda asked, as the men nodded slowly. Great, have a good day, Rimuru. Oh, and next time you should bring some books. Or perhaps find a way of exchanging skills, as I'd love to gain some skills from our world, Wanda said with a smile, watching in amusement as Rimuru practically sprinted from the store, leaving her alone once again. Watching as he fled, she giggled, as she had one thought on her mind, as she prepared to wait for her next customers. That was, amusing. Chapter 22, Another League Meeting, The Savior and Evil Queen. Third POV. While Wanda was continuing to run her bookstore, selling books to all sorts of people, ranging from those from this universe, to all sorts of other ones. The Justice League was in a meeting once again, as they had been called together by Bruce once again, which was concerning, until they found out what they had been called together for. You called us together over a book? Wonder Woman asked, both annoyed and confused. She had been looking into the woman that had knocked her out once again, but had yet to find anything on her, even after quite some time of searching. No matter what she did, no matter who she asked for help, she could find nothing on her. As if she simply didn't exist, or as if she had disappeared from the world as a whole. It was aggravating, to say the least. It's not just a book, Diana. It's something not of this world, Bruce said, as he tapped on the holographic keyboard that appeared in front of him, the book's contents forming in a holographic form. So is it alien? Oliver asked, growing a bit more interested now that he heard this. It wasn't every day they had knowledge from other worlds that appeared on Earth, especially not in book form. The last time something like that had been found and taken care of was over a year ago, and it was not a fun time for the League. From what I can tell. Not exactly. It is primarily human in nature, from Earth, written by a human. But, I believe it is not from this world, Bruce said, as Barry Allen, who was reading through the page, felt his eyes widen the more he read. These formulas are well beyond anything we have on Earth. Stuff like this would revolutionize the energy industry. But from what I can tell, that one is alien, the others though, are you thinking this is a multiverse situation? Barry asked, as they did know of the multiverse, primarily thanks to Dr. Fate, and his own knowledge on it, Speed Force for the win. But their knowledge was limited to say the least. I believe so, yes. It's well beyond our Earth, but it is likely within the capabilities of another Earth. I don't know how or where they come from exactly, but I do know that the owner of the bookstore that I had gotten these from is not a normal woman, far from it, Bruce said, as a picture of Wanda flashed into view, none of them recognizing her thanks to her magic shielding her from Diana remembering who exactly she was. Wanda Maximoff, 25, unmarried, no children. She is the owner of the popular bookstore known as Emporium, as well as the writer of several comics and books, ones that are becoming increasingly popular online as more and more people buy them. She's a sort of growing celebrity in the book and comic industry, for her unique and often brutal stories, Bruce said, as the picture shifted to her sipping on some coffee at her favorite coffee shop. She is currently living in her bookstore, or at least the apartment above it, in Gotham. And from what I can tell, that is all there is on her. No college degree, dropped out of high school, no family, nothing. She's almost like a blank slate, little to nothing on her, Bruce continued, as they all looked at him in silence. And what about her business? How did she afford a bookstore? As it should have cost quite a bit to buy, right? Black Canary asked, as Bruce sighed. An inheritance from her grandparents. They passed and she was beholden to quite a lot of money, enough to buy the bookstore and then some. The sort of money that allows one to live in comfort for a long, long time, Bruce replied, knowing that her background was basically a dead end. There was little information on her that stood out, besides her dropping out of high school. But that could be explained by her love for books and opening her bookstore. So what do we do? Do we approach in our civilian covers, try to glean a bit more information from her? Or do we just go out and be blunt with it? Clark asked, as he really didn't know how to approach something like this. An unknown woman with knowledge not from their world, or even their universe, how do you go about talking to someone like that? We go in our civilian cover and try to get as much information as we possibly can. If that does not work, then we go out and be upfront with her. Which I am sure that'll be necessary eventually, but for now, we go in quiet and stealthy, Bruce replied, as the League all nodded in agreement, finding the idea to be the best one. They didn't know anything about the woman, and it would be best to be careful about how they speak to her, and with her. Good, now, how has your search been for the woman who knocked you out? Back with Wanda, the woman sat behind her counter, watching in interest as her newest guests had begun to shop around the store, watching her out of the corner of their eyes as they wondered who the hell she was. The new customers were an interesting group of people, ones that Wanda hadn't exactly expected, from a show that she quite liked in her past life. A blonde woman who exuded light and warmth. This woman was known as the savior in her world, Emma Swan, daughter of Snow White. A short brown-haired boy, who was looking at her with wide eyes of confusion, as he held a large book in his hands. This boy was Henry Mills, son of Emma, adopted son of the last individual in the shop. A beautiful black-haired older woman, who was staring at her with narrowed eyes, gave off darker magic, and darker feelings. The evil queen, known as Regina Mills. Glancing at the three in amusement, she could tell that they were currently at some point during Season 2 in terms of timeline, likely after Emma came back from the Enchanted Forest, from the way it looks. They were all very, very weak, but she had to admit that their magic was quite interesting. Especially the magic known as love, a magic that could break any curse, break the very laws of magic itself. It was interesting to her, and the light and darkness within the two women were interesting as well. Especially considering there was a rather interesting spark between them. Interesting. Suppose the Swan Queen shippers from my past life were onto something after all, Wanda thought in amusement, before she opened her mouth and spoke. You don't have to be afraid of me, you know. I'm not going to harm any of you, Wanda said with a small smile, as she looked at them. Who are you? Henry asked before either of his mothers could stop him, causing her to smile wider. Wanda Maximoff, owner of the Emporium, the bookstore you three are currently standing in. And must I say, I didn't expect for the savior, the evil queen, and their son to appear here, Wanda said genuinely, as Regina pulled Henry closer to her. And this bookstore, what is it? It didn't exist before, but now it does, Regina asked, as Wanda hummed. A pocket dimension of my own design. Quite the complicated thing really, well beyond anything anyone in your universe could create. Even with your rather interesting darkness and light, and the oh-so-powerful love your universe holds within it, Wanda replied with a small smile on her face, as she magicked a tea into her hands. Our universe. You talk as if you are not from our universe, Regina spoke, eyes narrowed. Who says I am? Existence is an infinite expanse after all. Plus you're in a world of fairy tales and magic, other worlds existing can't be that shocking to you, Wanda replied with a wave of her hand, the nearby books that were not put back being neatly floated back into place. They all watched with wide eyes as she did so, amusement forming in her eyes for what felt like the 30th time today. As she looked them over, the magic books forming on her shelves, as she began to speak once again. So, what sort of books are you looking for? Chapter 23, Once Upon a Time. Third POV. You expect us to buy books from this place? From some random lady that appeared out of who the hell knows where? Emma asked with an incredulous expression. She had no idea who Wanda was, beyond the fact that she used magic, and was definitely not a normal person, not at all. Well yes, you are in a bookstore, you know. And I am not just some lady. I'm this place's owner. If I was just some lady, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you right now, Wanda replied with an amused expression, finding their worry to be funny. What sort of books do you sell? Henry asked, as his mothers looked at him to stop him, but Wanda replied before they could. All sorts. Fiction, non-fiction, comics, manga, even books on magic. Magic beyond your universe, ones that can help in all sorts of situations, and ones that even Miss Swan there can learn with relative ease, even with her lack of magical knowledge, Wanda replied with a smile, as Emma looked a little surprised at this. I could learn magic? Emma asked, while Regina looked at her with a frown on her face, realizing that she was growing interested in Wanda's wares. Oh, most certainly. You are the savior after all. You'd be particularly good at light magic, healing, and magic involving protection. While the queen there would be excellent at curses, dark magic, and protection magic as well, with that overwhelming love she holds for your son, Wanda replied with a smile. I'm not going to harm the three of you, I swear. Certainly not like Rumpelstiltskin would have, I simply wish to sell my books to you, and perhaps some baked goods if you're interesting, Wanda added, inwardly hoping that Regina would have some books to exchange to her, as she no doubt had all sorts of interesting spells that could prove useful to her, or others. Speaking of others, Raven was currently upstairs, taking the day off as she decided to work on her spell control, and watch some of the shows that Wanda had in her TV, literally every show in her first life, besides the DC Comics involved ones and the Marvel ones. How do you know about all of us? How do you know about Rumple? About who my son is? Regina asked with narrowed eyes, growing more and more distrustful of this unknown woman who was seemingly posing as a simple bookstore owner. I did say that existence is infinite, did I not? I am someone who can travel through it, so to say. And with that traveling, comes the ability to learn about the stories of many others like yourselves. Quite interesting really, like how you once loved a stable boy, or how Emma over there was put into prison because of her ex running off, Wanda replied, their eyes widening in shock as she just openly dropped some of their biggest secrets that they keep very close to their hearts. I wouldn't do that if I was you. I'd rather not fight you, as I quite admire you as a person, Wanda said, looking at Regina as she began to emanate her magical energy, as small as it was in comparison to someone like Raven's. She could see its potential for growth though. You speak of such secrets in front of me, and expect me not to react. Regina snarled, as Emma looked just as angry, but it was more silent, as she narrowed her eyes at Wanda, who sighed. All right, I can see that I went about that the wrong way. So I'm sorry. Now, will you stop or will I have to make you stop? I'd much rather not have such incredible customers run off, and your son is barely hiding his interest in some of the books in my store, Wanda replied, as she began to grow a little annoyed with this interaction. She did feel a little bad though, as she could tell that her words were a bit much. Mom, please stop. Henry begged, as he looked up at his irate mother, who slowly turned down to him, staring him in the eyes before letting out a low grunt, with her magic receding a few moments later, deciding to stop for now. Good. Now, as I asked before, what sort of books are you all looking for? Wanda asked, as Henry spoke up first. Do you have books like this? Henry asked, holding his storybook up, as Wanda looked down at it with interest, the title of the book being Once Upon a Time. I've got a few. Stories and myth of other worlds, but this one is quite unique. How about you let me copy it, all of the stories and notes within, and you can pick out 3 books in return. Wanda offered, as the child looked up at her with surprise. You can copy it? Easy to do. A bit of magic will be more than enough, Wanda said, as he nodded rapidly, causing her to giggle, her crimson magic flaring slightly to give the kid a bit of a show, as forming from it, out of completely and utterly nothing, was a copy of Once Upon a Time. Thank you for the new book, kid, Wanda said with a small smile, the book being put into the back where it would be copied a few dozen times automatically, and then sold in her store in one of the special multiverse sections that would only be shown to characters from other universes. Regina watched in silence at the magic that had been shown, furrowing her eyebrows as she couldn't sense it at all. It was like Wanda's magic couldn't exist, and yet it did. Whatever form of magic she had just seen was unknown to Regina, and she didn't like that, not at all. Well. Go ahead and choose your books, kid, Wanda said with a small chuckle as his eyes sparkled as he ran off, the area that he was interested in glowing softly as he ran over to it. What are you? Emma asked, watching as Henry looked over the titles of the books he wanted. Complicated question there, Swan. I'm not human, nor am I a god, I'm something more, I suppose. Although I like to just think that I am Wanda, and that is enough, Wanda replied with a small shrug of her shoulders. So neither of you are interested in any of my magical books? Even ones that can help you track others, seal dark beings, and all sorts of magical miracles that your universe cannot do? Wanda asked with a raised eyebrow, as Regina looked interested at the mention of sealing dark beings. Your son gets 3 books to choose from, but you will have to pay the old-fashioned way. That or you do an exchange of your own books, or knowledge, the latter is through a simple spell I've devised. The more interesting, rare, and powerful the books and knowledge, the more you'll get in store credit, Wanda added, as Regina nodded slowly. I believe I'll be checking out some of your wares. Let's just hope they're as incredible as you seem to believe they are, Regina said, as Wanda just snorted, watching her walk off to the magical section, leaving Emma alone. You know, you two are a rather interesting duo, Wanda said, looking at Regina as Emma stopped. What? I mean the bond you two have. Light and dark, quite interesting really. And before you say anything, I am a higher being, Swan, seeing that you're interested in her is easy enough, Wanda said, before the woman could say anything more. Emma's eyes widened slightly at the words. Shut it. Emma yelped, as Wanda just grinned. Oh, seems my new customer is embarrassed over her crush on the little queen, Wanda teased, giggling at the blush that was beginning to form on Emma's face. She can't hear me, so don't worry that head of yours about your crush finding out, Wanda smirked, as Emma glared fiercely at her, wondering if she should stay or not. Asshole, Emma grumbled, as Wanda's grin just widened. How would you like some bakery goods and coffee? Emma stopped at these words, as she looked at Wanda and responded. You got anything stronger? Chapter 24, Putting a Queen in Her Place. Third POV. Sitting across from Emma as she sipped on a beer, Wanda watched with a chuckle as the woman let out a sigh at the taste. Damn, this is good. Where'd you get it? Emma asked, taking another sip of it. She had tried a lot of beer in her life, thanks to being a teenager in the past, but she had never had something as good as this one. I made it. Quite easy to do, Wanda replied with a smile, as she had used her power to make quite literally the perfect beer imaginable, as it would taste different depending on the preferences of the drinker, making it the most delicious beer out there for anyone, no matter what types they preferred. Of course you did, why am I not even surprised? Emma said with a snort, shaking her head in exasperation. With the little she had talked with Wanda, she had seen that the woman was well beyond anything she had ever encountered, and it wasn't even remotely surprising that she was capable of making some beer that tasted really good. You should try the stuff I bake. It'll change your life, Wanda replied with a giggle, as the woman sighed. Fine, fine, can I just get a blueberry muffin? Emma asked, as Wanda smirked, holding her hand out as a plate with a muffin flew over and onto the table that they sat at. The muffin was freshly baked and smelt absolutely divine. It was Wanda's personal favorite for breakfast. How much? $2, Wanda said with a smile, as she made all of her bakery goods and drinks cheap, mostly because they were easy to make, and she liked to make it affordable for everyone. She had even begun to give some out to the local orphanage in Gotham when she could, as the hero in her quite enjoyed the cute reactions the kid would give. That's pretty cheap, Emma replied with a slight look of surprise, before handing Wanda the $2, as Wanda sent them off to the cash register. All money that Wanda made was either used to buy books in the native world, or donated to people that actually, needed money. She was going to eventually find a way to use the currency for something a bit more progressive, and had a few ideas in regards to currency and money. One such idea involved playing God on a scale she hadn't yet done. By giving her a form of entertainment to watch while running her store, a multiverse chat group of her own creation, with rewards and all. She was still contemplating if she actually wanted to go through with that idea or not, as it could also become annoying. She decided to wait until she got more customers, and gained some more forms of magic. Watching as Emma took a bite of the muffin, she let out a soft gasp of joy at the taste, before taking another bite as she let out a low moan at the taste. Wanda watched with amusement in her eyes as the woman devoured the muffin, her son and Regina watching on the side with weird looks on their faces. Swan, what in the hell are you doing? Regina asked, causing Emma to blink several times as she shook out of her mini-food orgasm session, and turned to Regina. I was enjoying the greatest thing I have ever put in my mouth, that's what. Seriously, Regina, you have to try this, Emma said, as she slapped another $10 onto the table, Wanda chuckling at the action as another 5 muffins floated over, this time including 2 chocolate ones, which Emma perked up at the sight of. Go ahead and try, Emma said, smirking as she watched them look down, before they both bit into the muffins, and let out a laugh as they both had a similar reaction to Emma, albeit more, appropriate in the case of Henry. Gods, you were not wrong. Regina muttered as she bit into the muffin again with a gleeful expression on her face, as it felt as if she was eating her father's baking from the past, like all the love and happiness she needed was filling her up. Glad you like them so much. They're quite literally made out of love and happiness after all, Wanda said with a smile, pleased to see that they liked them. The muffins were literally imbued with the emotions of love and happiness, making anyone who ate them feel those emotions, and in a similar fashion to the love they liked the most in their lives. That explains the warmth, Emma muttered, looking down at the muffins with slight awe, as she hadn't felt that sort of love in a long, long time. The happiness it brought was, a lot, and not in a bad way, thankfully enough. It brought her back to happier times, times from quite a while ago, back when life had been simpler. But it had also reminded her of recent times, times with her son, with her friends, with a certain evil queen. Looks like you've chosen your books. Let's see them then, Wanda said, as she walked over to the counter, before looking over the 3 books that Henry had chosen, smiling at the selection. Tales of the Time Lords, History of Demonic Tales, and the History of Vampires, Werewolves, and Witches. Quite the selection you've got here, kid. But, a deal's a deal, you're welcome to take them, Wanda said with a smile, a little surprised by the picks, but didn't mind either way. Looking over the Queen's choices, she noticed that they were all magical in nature, and quite a few of them included some pretty nasty curses from the TVD universe. There had also been a book on the basic spells of Harry Potter, and a bit more. Not a bad selection. So, will you be paying through cash, knowledge, or books? Wanda asked, only to stop as she noticed the look on Regina's face. How about you put these on my ta-dash, don't try to mess with me, little queen. I didn't mind the arrogance before because I found it amusing, but it becomes a bore when you do it so much. Wanda stopped her, a glare of annoyance on her face as Regina stopped. To Regina, it felt as if the entire world had been pressed down upon her, as if all her darkest, deepest, horrid fears all began to assault her at the same time. But she could also feel Wanda's killing intent, quite literally. It was stained with the lives of untold numbers, thousands, hundreds of thousands of billions. An uncountable number of people had died by Wanda's hands, and Regina couldn't help but shake slightly underneath it. It made her mother's glare and Rumpelstiltskin's look like child's play, like the glare of a newborn puppy. Knowledge, Regina struggled out, as Emma and Henry both looked alarmed at the reaction, only to look to Wanda as she smiled and stopped glaring. Great. I'll be taking your knowledge in dark arts, all right. If it's better than I am expecting, then you'll receive store credit, Wanda said with an eye smile, the woman nodding slowly as Wanda effortlessly looked through her mind, before copying all the dark arts within and pasting them in her own mind. Looking through the year's worth of knowledge, she hummed. It was actually a bit impressive, some of the curses. And she had to admit that the whole heart thing was going to be useful in the future. With her being able to rip the heart out of someone without actually killing them, and then controlling them through the heart. It was going to be used in the future, she imagined. This'll be good for a total of 13 books, as long as they're not the super expensive ones. You've got 8 here, so you'll have 5 more next time, all right? And please try not to undermine me again. I will be kind and nice to you, as long as you treat me with respect, all right? Wanda said, looking at the Queen, who was obviously shaken by the experience. All right, I apologize for the way I have been acting, Regina replied, as Wanda just waved her off, not all that mad, just a little annoyed, and she'd prefer not to be annoyed in her own store. Mumquay, that's enough for today, see you, Wanda. Emma said with a fake smile as she dragged the woman she 100% didn't have a crush on, and her son, out of the shop. Suppose that was a natural reaction, Wanda hummed, before shrugging, deciding she didn't care that much at the moment, only to blink as the shop doors opened once again, this time new figures stepping in. These ones caught her eye as she raised an eyebrow, a small smirk forming on her face as she gazed at them all. There were 4 of them, 2 women, 2 men. Your Grace, should we really be in here? We have no idea what sort of witchcraft is at work here. The man exclaimed, as he gazed at the regal-looking woman. A door has appeared in the middle of my throne room, Ser Baristan, and I'd like to know how and why it has, the woman said with a no-nonsense tone, as Wanda grinned, before speaking, as the 4 people all noticed her standing there. Can't say I was expecting someone like you in here. Wanda trailed off, as she gazed at the pale hair of the woman in front of her, before finishing her sentence. Targaryen. Chapter 25, The Mother of Dragons. Third POV. Third POV. Who are you? Where is this? How has this appeared in my throne room? Daenerys asked almost immediately, as Wanda raised an eyebrow, amused as Baristan pulled his blade from his hip. Your Grace, get behind me. We know not of what this woman is, she could be a witch or perhaps a demon. Baristan yelled, pulling Daenerys behind him as the other 2 in the room moved closer, this being Grey Worm and Missandei. My name is Wanda Maximoff. This is my bookstore, the Emporium. And through magic, of course. What else could do such a thing? Wanda replied with amusement, as the blade that was in Baristan's hand flew to her, and she placed it under the desk. No weapons are permitted inside. Once you leave you'll get it back, Ser Baristan, Wanda added, before looking into the eyes of the white-haired, violet-eyed queen. Huh, she's gorgeous, Wanda thought, genuinely surprised. She had only seen 2 other women of similar beauty in her life so far, this being Death and Raven. The woman was born from the Valyrian ethnicity, giving her the unique violet eyes and hair. Their eyes widened in fear at the blatant display of magic, while Daenerys kept her face steeled, trying to remain as calm as possible in front of this unknown woman. She had access to 3 dragons, so she could not, and would not show fear in front of her. Why have you brought this shop to my lands? Daenerys asked, as Wanda gazed into her eyes, before smiling. Because I want customers, of course. I also would love to learn more of your world, the history of your lands is quite interesting, as well as those little dragons of yours. Too bad they're not growing as they should be, Wanda replied with a small smile, which caused Daenerys to narrow her eyes. Your world. And what do you know about my children? Daenerys asked, speaking of the 3 dragons she had birthed: Drogon, Rhaenal, and Viserys. None of them were all that large yet, as Daenerys had recently locked them up below the lands that she ruled. Meereen was what it was called. There are many worlds out there, Daenerys Targaryen. Yours is but one of them. As for your children, you are not allowing them to grow properly by locking them up in that basement of yours. They will grow far faster by remaining free. It is simply up to you to keep control over them so they will not kill anyone else, Wanda replied, explaining the reason as to why the dragons were better off running about. Drogon had ended up burning a 3-year-old child alive, and that was why Daenerys had locked him up. And as horrible as that was, he was better off running about, at least, if Daenerys truly wished to use them to conquer Westeros. As her ancestor had a far larger dragon when he went on to conquer it. How do you know this? How do you know of my children? Of who we are? Daenerys asked her next question, growing more and more wary of the woman in front of her, and equally as interested in who she was. Magic is a powerful thing, Daenerys. Using it to learn some information on a few things is laughably easy for someone such as myself. Now, do you wish to buy any books from my selection? I've taken the liberty of putting out books on magic and dragons. Ah, and should you not have the money to buy them, I also take exchanges of books in return, Wanda said, as she looked to the side, the bookshelves warping as they showed only that which the 4 in front of her would be able to comprehend. Nothing futuristic, nothing too crazy. Mostly because a world like Planetos would do well without any sorts of gunpowder or anything else like that. It would likely lead to more negatives than positives. And if we chose to leave? Or if I return with more men? Daenerys asked, as Wanda looked at her before giggling. Then I wouldn't stop you. But I do warn you that should you attempt to attack me, you'll likely be losing said men, Wanda said simply, as she would simply think of them dying, and they would. There wasn't a single being in the A Song of Ice and Fire that could even touch her. At her words, they all tensed slightly, as it was clear that that was a threat, or more of a warning. And as much as Daenerys wasn't pleased with the way the woman was speaking to her, even she could tell that this woman was far from normal, and if she could simply summon the blade of Barristan, it was likely that she could do far more. And what sort of books do you sell? Daenerys asked, as she gazed around the shop, only now noticing the amount of books. It was an impressive amount, as books in her world were incredibly expensive, due to the production of them all being by hand and not printing presses or anything else. All sorts really, books on war, magic, dragons, history, herbs, farming methods, anything you can think of I sell. And many of that may prove useful to you in your conquest of Westeros, Wanda said, as Daenerys began to look more and more interested at the books, before walking over to the shelves and looking them over. The Art of War. Daenerys muttered, as she looked the book over, before noticing several other books on war, her interest growing more and more as she looked them all over. Barristan and the others looked at their queen in worry, but followed her nonetheless. Look over the books, find whatever ones you are interested in. This bookstore may prove useful, Daenerys ordered, as the others looked at each other before nodding, and began to look around the shop, finding all sorts of books of note. Daenerys left them to search, while she walked over to Wanda, wishing to know more about the unknown woman. You're a witch, correct? I suppose so. But I'm a bit more than that, higher ranking of sorts if you will, Wanda replied with a small hum. And what would I need to pay you in order to gain your aid in the future? Daenerys asked, as Wanda blinked several times, genuinely surprised at the question. You wish to hire me? Wanda asked with a raised eyebrow, inwardly contemplating the idea. The Game of Thrones universe was laughably weak to her, but it did have several interesting places she'd love to visit, such as Valyria and its ancient magics, Asshai, and various other places. There was also a lot of knowledge in that place that could be interesting to read up on, and sell in her shop. Such as blood magics, alchemy, and various other arts unique to that world. Valyrian steel was another thing she was interested in gaining, as she wondered how it would compare to something like vibranium or adamantium. Yes. I have dragons, I have armies, and I have gold. But, I lack someone like you, someone with such a unique ability. And with your knowledge on dragons, perhaps I'd be able to raise them better than I am now, Daenerys responded, as Wanda contemplated the idea of aiding Daenerys. The ending to the show was awful. And I hated how things ended with Daenerys going mad because of Missandei's death and all the other events that rapidly occurred. Even if there were signs, it was still rush to hell. Perhaps it would also give me a massive new source of customers, new knowledge, and even a vacation world, Wanda thought, as she was interested in traveling to other worlds, with pretty much every customer from another universe so far, being from a universe she was interested in going to. Looking at Daenerys, Wanda slowly replied, I shall think about it. Buy some of my books and we'll see, and I'd far prefer knowledge and books to something like gold and coin. Daenerys showed a small smirk at the response, as if it was confirmation that Wanda would work with her, not that it was. But Wanda could see why Daenerys would think that, as all Daenerys would need to do now is to pay her with a shit ton of unique books, and Wanda would likely be more inclined to follow her. Whether or not she was, Wanda would decide over the coming days, as it would be a big deal to make. Although it was admittedly appealing. I hope you make the correct decision, Lady Maximoff, Daenerys said, before walking back to the shelves to find the books she wished to buy, leaving Wanda alone at the desk once again. Sitting there, Wanda watched them with a hum, one thought on her mind. Daenerys Targaryen, how interesting. Chapter 26, Books and Teaching. Third POV. Watching Daenerys and her advisors look through the books, she watched with amusement as the Mother of Dragons' eyes practically sparkled as she flipped through her various books on magic and magic that she should be able to utilize, from what she could sense from the young woman. Magic was quite literally in her blood, so she had some decent potential in it, especially blood magic and fire magic, both of them being more in tune with her thanks to her having dragon blood running through her. She noticed the wary glances of the advisors, Missandei, Grey Worm, and Barristan Selmy, but she opted to ignore them as they were of little importance to her, at least, for now they were. Eventually the group of four had finished their browsing, as they walked over with a small stack of 8 books, each of them being on dragons, fire magic, and blood magic. Smart choices for a Targaryen, that's for sure. She noticed Barristan and Grey Worm slip out of the shop, causing her to hum, realizing she might be getting some books out of this after all, much to her own glee. So, how will you be paying, Queen Daenerys? Wanda asked, as Daenerys gained small smug smirk, as soon a few moments later, Barristan and Grey Worm walked in with what looked to be over 40 books, stacked in their hands and being balanced with some difficulty. The sight was impressive, to be honest. That is quite the selection you've got there, Wanda said honestly, looking them all over. Each of the books were different, and were on various topics, most of them in another language, likely Valyrian, or something of the sort. There was books on history, geography, herbs and plants, and all sorts of other ones. Will this be enough for the books I have chosen? Daenerys asked with a small smirk, upon noticing the way Wanda was looking over the stack. It should be enough for all of them, as well as credit for 4 more books. Had any of these been magic books, it would have been worth a lot more. And before you say anything, books are considered cheap here in comparison to your world, so you'll have to get rarer books to really get my attention, Wanda replied, fighting off a grin at the way Daenerys faltered at those words. She knew that Wanda had a lot of books, but to hear they were considered cheap to her was a shock, considering how expensive books were back in Westeros and Essos. These are the rarest books we have on hand, and you deem them as cheap. I didn't say your books were cheap. I simply said that the books in this shop are considered cheap in comparison to your world, meaning that your books aren't worth as much to me as they are in your world, Wanda said, rolling her eyes at the words of Barristan Selmy, but not getting angry with him, as he knew little of her world and the difference between the two of them. That is all right, Lady Maximoff. The credit is more than enough for me. We must be off now, a lot to do, as I am sure you understand. But please do think about the offer I had made, Daenerys said in somewhat of a rush, after realizing she had been in the shop for a while, and she could already see that Barristan and the others were beginning to grow irate with Wanda, and that wouldn't end well for any of them. Well, thank you for shopping with me, Daenerys. Do come back again, Wanda said, as she watched in amusement as they practically raced out of the shop with her books, trying their best to look regal, even though it was quite obvious that Daenerys was rushing them out. As they left, Wanda chuckled. I'll look forward to our next intersection, little Targaryen. Sitting in her living room, Wanda was watching as Raven levitated objects in front of her, concentrating as she used her power to levitate objects that weighed several tons, despite being only the size of an apple. She had been focusing on this aspect of her powers for the past few days, and had been progressing well, even by Wanda's standards. You're doing well, Raven. But you need to not strain yourself so much. Being calm and relaxed is a big part of magic, especially telekinetic magic, and it will be important that you begin to meditate regularly in order to keep your power under control, Wanda explained, as the woman nodded slowly. Do you meditate? Raven asked, as Wanda chuckled and shook her head. No, Raven. My magic is not nearly as dependent on things like control, it's pure chaos given form, and the rules do not apply to it. I did at one point in the long past, but I've gained enough knowledge and control over it to never have to do it again. That is something that you too can do should you continue how you are, Wanda replied, as her chaos magic was definitely not normal. And thanks to her having the powers of Tim Hunter and Wiccan on top of that, she wasn't bound by the same rules and regulations as, well, anyone else. That, and she had thousands of years of experience and knowledge within her skull, that was constantly expanding with every new book she gathered and every new customer she had gotten. Chaos. Isn't that dark? Evil? Raven questioned, as she hadn't really wondered about what magic Wanda actually utilized until now. It can be. But magic is all about intent and how you use it. The Lords of Chaos use chaos magic for evil and bad, and thus, it's evil. I use it however I wish, doing whatever I want, whenever I want, more chaotic than them, but without the unnecessary evil acts that they're committing. I could be evil like them, I could do things that make your father look like a tiny worm beneath my boot, but I'd never do that, Wanda responded. Raven furrowed her eyebrows at the response. Why? Because all I want is to run my bookstore, read, and enjoy my life. There's a reason why I haven't done anything to the League even after they are searching for me. It's because they can't do anything to me should they even find me. Something that I haven't realized until recently. Turns out I'm quite a lot stronger than I had initially believed, Wanda responded. So you'll let them try and attack you? No. I am still proud of the power I've got, Raven. No, if they try anything, I'm not opposed to putting them in their place and making them understand the difference between me and them. Think of it like this. They're small ants, and I'm a god. Why would a god ever care for the actions of an ant when they could crush it whenever they wish, no matter how hard they try, no matter what they do? Wanda asked, causing Raven to go silent for a few moments, before nodding slowly in understanding. So you're saying that they're so weak that you genuinely don't care what they're doing, as long as it does not harm your shop, and they don't push it, Raven answered. Wanda nodded with a small smile, as that was exactly it. She really didn't care about the League, not anymore. Not after she casually made pocket universes for her garden, or a pocket reality just so she could see what a supernova looks like in person. She could make an entire multiverse in her hand with a flex of her power, and the old her really thought she needed to be wary of the League. The only person in the current League that is at all a threat to me is that Lord of Order, Dr. Fate or Nabu. But he won't act against me, that much I am certain. Not after he realizes that I utilize order magic just as much as I do chaos magic. I'm basically order beyond order, a perfect union of order and chaos given form. Perhaps one of those speedsters could be annoying, but I could likely just gain access to the speed force whenever I wish, should that be a problem, Wanda said. She remembered the formula for the speed force, meaning all she'd have to do is say the words and she'd have it. And she'd likely be far faster than the Flash is, far faster. Perhaps if he got to his levels in the comics he'd be a problem, but the current, younger him, is not at the level of outrunning the speed force itself, outrunning time, death, space, and everything else. That was a level of speed that even she'd have to be wary of, but that wouldn't come for a long time, that's for sure. Glancing at the time, Wanda got to her feet. Now. Time to go and watch a movie, as even we magic users need our breaks, all right. Wanda said, as Raven nodded slowly, also getting to their feet as they watched the movies in the theater that Wanda had made. It was an enjoyable experience whenever they did that, and Raven very much enjoyed it. As they began to make their way to the theater room, Wanda smiled, one thought on her mind as she walked. Who knew teaching was so fun? Chapter 27, The Lord of Chaos. Third POV. After the rather important teaching session with Raven, and spending the rest of the day watching movies. A lot of them being fantasy movies that Raven was interested in, Wanda decided to spend the next day in the real world, leaving Raven to run the shop for the day, well, the normal shop at least. She wasn't going to have individuals from other universes showing up during this time. Wanda was doing this because she wanted to explore a bit, and maybe even meet a couple of other individuals of note from this universe, ones that might have knowledge and books that even she couldn't get access to normally. At the moment Wanda was walking through the streets of Washington, D.C., mostly because she was interested in seeing if she could find the local Cadmus facilities. Cadmus being an organization that dealt with aliens and such, and if this universe truly was based off of Young Justice to a certain degree, then it would also be the place that would house Superboy, and the real Roy Harper, with the one she had met seemingly being a clone of him. She wasn't going to do anything with the facility, but she was still interested in seeing if it existed. She also thought it could be a good source of entertainment to watch the plot of Young Justice in person, as if it was a show, which to her, it basically was one. It didn't take her long before she had found the thing, and lo and behold, it did indeed house Superboy within it. And from what she could tell, he was currently unconscious, held in stasis until the time was right for him to be awoken. Seems this universe is more based on Young Justice than I thought. He is much closer to his comic counterpart in power though, Wanda thought with a hum, able to easily tell how strong he was. He was far from Superman, but he was definitely on par with his mainline comic counterpart. If he's that close to his counterpart, then he and his little team will likely be going through a lot more difficulty than in the show. Otherwise there is no way they'd struggle against a majority of the Light, Wanda thought. The Light was a secretive organization made up of various powerful villains that have a lot of power politically speaking, and almost all of them were in charge of individual organizations, or were simply so powerful individually that it was similar in range to that of an organization, such as Clarion, who was part of the group. Speaking of the Lords of Chaos, I'm surprised none of them have tracked me down yet. It's not as if I am hiding or anything, as I could care less if any of them find me. I'm on a higher tier of power than them, so they can't even touch me even if they want to, Wanda thought, as Lords of Chaos quite literally can't harm her. Her own chaos was far stronger than theirs, and she would just absorb any chaos thrown at her. That and reality warping doesn't work on her, not anymore at least. Her own power would resist such a thing and stop it from affecting her in any negative ways, unless she went out of her way to let it work on her. I do wonder, if this Young Justice team is formed, who all will be a part of it. I'm sure it has to be more than what was in canon, maybe another member of the Bat family. Or perhaps some other protege that isn't as well known. Would be interesting to see, that's for sure, Wanda thought with an interested hum. She could look into the future at will to figure out who was going to be a part of that team, and some other important events. But that would be boring as hell, so she wasn't going to. She also didn't know how Destiny of the Endless would feel about that sort of thing, as while he couldn't harm her, he would still be an annoyance if he went out of his way to. I suppose I'll just have to see, Wanda thought in slight interest, wondering who else could be part of the Young Justice team, as she walked off, ignoring Cadmus, for it was the younger kids that needed to do that, not her. It was important to them and their development, and she wouldn't take that from them. After touring around DC for a while longer, she soon came upon a rather interesting sight. This being Wonder Woman battling it out with one of her major rivals, Cheetah. Cheetah was a fast villain that looked like, well, a cheetah. She was amongst the fastest characters in DC, and moved faster than the speed of light, and was faster than Diana, from what Wanda could tell. She could easily see the two battling from her viewpoint on a nearby building's rooftop, sipping on her slushie as she watched the fight, chips at her side as she also munched on her snack as she enjoyed the entertainment. She was soon pulled out of her enjoyment as she stopped. She could sense a presence behind her that caused her eyebrow to shoot up, recognizing the power, before a chuckle escaped her. I was wondering when one of you would track me down, Wanda said with a hum, continuing to watch the fight as a giggle sounded out behind her. Yeah, well, you're harder to find than I thought. That delicious chaos of yours is way harder to track down than one of those prissy Lords of Order, the voice of Clarion sounded out, his familiar tickle in his arms as it purred at his touch. So, I'm assuming you want me to come with you in order to speak with your little group. If so, I can tell you now that I am not interested, Wanda said, causing the entity to giggle. You don't have much of an option, sweetheart. Either you come with me willingly, or I drag you there. I really hope you'll choose the latter, 'cause it'll be so much more fun. Clarion exclaimed with a grin, as Wanda snorted. I've got no interest in your little group, Clarion. And trust me, you can't drag me anywhere, even if every single one of your kind banded together to try, Wanda replied, as the entity's face grew into a scowl, chaos magic beginning to flare around him, reacting to his anger. Well, you asked for it. Clarion grinned out, as his scowl changed. Chaos magic swirled around him before flooding towards Wanda in a blast of pure power, only for her to raise an eyebrow at it, before lifting her pointer finger and tapping the blast. As she did this, the blast that threatened to hit her, was effortlessly dissolved, as if it was nothing more than a little bit of wind. Clarion's eyes widened in shock at the sight, as he growled, sending more blasts of chaos magic towards Wanda, but every single one of them was blocked or absorbed, not harming Wanda at all. You done yet? I'm enjoying the fight between Wonder Woman and Cheetah, and would much rather focus on that, Wanda said with a bored glint in her eyes, as she turned back to the fight, finding that it was nearly over, Wonder Woman having the upper hand as Cheetah was put on the defense. She felt the Lord of Chaos continuing to attack her even when she wasn't looking, but none of it was even touching her, let alone harming her. No fair. You must be cheating or something. Clarion screeched, as Wanda yawned in boredom, before lifting her hand, palm pointing towards the men as he stepped back in alarm. You're boring, Wanda said simply, as Clarion's eyes widened in fear, as he felt a powerful sucking sensation begin to pull on him. Wait. Stop. No. Clarion screeched in pain, as Clarion disappeared into crimson light, that was absorbed by Wanda a moment later, his chaos magic becoming her own, as she glanced down at Tikal, who meowed before stalking over to her, and plopping down in her lap. Petting the cat behind its ears, she looked down at the cat, a small smile forming in her face as she absent-mindedly pet it, while watching the ending of the fight between Cheetah and Wonder Woman, one thought on her mind as she did so. My shop could use a cute cat. Chapter 28, New Pet, Talks with Swan, New Customer. Third POV. As it turns out, Tikal was a good new addition to her shop. As the older ladies who visited seemed to like petting the cute little thing, and there was now a small sign of warning outside about the cat, for those with allergies. She'd hate to make anyone sick should they visit and not know about it. Tikal had quickly become the resident book cat, and was regularly seen lounging around the shop on bookshelves and purring as she rubbed up against the customers. She had also been fitted with a new collar that was made by Wanda, fitted with magic that would keep the cat safe from any sort of attacks. Having absorbed Clarion's power into herself, Wanda had quickly noticed that her own chaos magic had been strengthened by a decent margin, as it had grown purer and now had another aspect of chaos within it, courtesy of the unique magic of this universe adding a new twist to it. A couple of the other worldly customers had returned during the next few days, the first of which being the Golden Trio, who had brought a lot of books to exchange in return for some of her own. The books had promptly been copied and put out to sell, as well as copied of course. Emma Swan had surprisingly returned on her own, which had been interesting. Flashback. So, Swan, what are you back here for? I didn't expect you to return after I scared the piss out of that little queen of yours, Wanda asked, staring at Emma in slight surprise as the woman sat across from her, a thing of bourbon in front of her, courtesy of Wanda. Yet well, finding someone to vent to is impossible in Storybrooke. Half of them are loyal to my parents, or are just dickheads. You on the other hand, are an outside opinion that might actually help me out with all of, well, my life, Emma replied, as Wanda raised an eyebrow, before chuckling. I'm assuming trouble in paradise? Wanda asked, as Emma snorted. Yeah. Me and Regina are on the outs again, her mom's shown up with some pirate guy. And now she's using the magic that you gave her to stop us from, well, stopping her. But that's not why I'm here. I'm actually here about something else, Emma said, as she sipped on the bourbon. Wanda raised an eyebrow in response. Really? And here I thought you wanted to talk about your crush on the evil queen. But all right, who do you wish to vent about? I don't mind listening, not much else to do at the moment. It's been a slow day today, Wanda replied with a shrug, not minding this at all. The day had indeed been slow, with not a lot of people showing up just yet. Well, you know all about who I am and who my parents are, right? Emma asked, as Wanda nodded. Snow White and Prince Charming. True loves, Wanda replied. Yeah, well, they're not the best parents. You know. Leaving me in a wardrobe to suffer alone for decades in orphanages and foster families. And recently they've come back, been trying to get into my good graces or some shit, Emma grumbled, as Wanda nodded in understanding. They're acting like they never did anything to you, aren't they? Acting like you're their lovely daughter and that they didn't sacrifice you so you can play savior. While they were shoved into Storybrooke, sacrificing their own daughter for the sake of a kingdom that you don't give a damn about, Wanda responded, now realizing what this was about. Emma's parents were not the best. David Nolan, aka Prince Charming, was a good man, not the best father, but a good man. While Snow White, from what Wanda remembered, was, honestly, not a great mother. expecting Emma to never do wrong, to be the perfect savior, treating her like she was a young child, when in reality she was a full-grown woman. Yeah, you got that right. Guess I shouldn't be surprised. But I was just wondering, do I have the right to be mad at them? To hate them for forcing me through all of it? To sacrifice me for something I don't give a damn about? The only good thing that came out of my life was Henry, and even that came from a prick, Emma asked, looking slightly vulnerable as Wanda shook her head. You have the right to be mad at them, Emma. I'd be more concerned for you if you weren't. They sacrificed you to an unknown fate and believed you to be this savior figure. And while it's true that you have an immense amount of light magic within you, that doesn't mean that they needed to do, well, all of what they did. You would have broken the curse either way, it was destined that way, Wanda responded, agreeing that Emma had the right to hate them, and quite frankly, Wanda would have if she was her. And what about Regina? Why is it that I hate my own parents for sacrificing me, but not the woman that casted the curse? Emma asked, looking down at the drink as Wanda smiled softly. Because you, my new friend, are in love with her. It's quite obvious, and while she may deny it, she feels the same. Love works in mysterious and incredible ways, and your love is one of them. As for the hating her thing, it's simple. Because you don't actually care, as while she casted the curse, she was manipulated by the likes of Rumpelstiltskin. You also know that your parents are the reason you were put into that position as a child, not her, even if she had been the one to cast it, Wanda replied with a smile, as Emma looked into her eyes silently. Shit, how the hell am I going to explain that I am in love with the evil queen of all people? You be upfront with her. She feels the same as you do, Emma, but you'll have to try hard to make her realize that fact. She's been hurt, a lot, I know the details but I won't tell you them. Just know that love has hurt her more than anything, and that Snow White's father was a horrible man, especially to Regina, Wanda replied. Emma stopped as she frowned at those words, wondering what she meant by that, before her eyes widened slowly but surely in understanding. You mean that it isn't my place to say, Emma, Wanda said, cutting her off, that alone was practically confirmation, as Emma scowled, now understanding why Regina likely despised her mother, why she hated her so much. Why she hated Snow White to go so far as to curse thousands of people. I have to go, Wanda. But, thanks for the talk, seriously, Emma said, giving her a thankful nod as she got up and ran off, leaving Wanda to watch her with a soft smile on her face. Flashback end. After Emma had left, Wanda suspects she had a talk with Regina, at least she hopes so. She didn't know as the woman hadn't returned just yet. Besides the Golden Trio and Emma, Daenerys had returned twice, to buy more books on dragons, and to exchange more books in order to curry her favor. Which was beginning to work, as Wanda was interested in seeing Planitos in person, even if it was laughably weak. Mostly because she was interested in old Valyria and its neat little secrets, whatever they were. That and she wanted to see if the world truly housed gods or not. In terms of normal customers, there hadn't been anyone too interesting that had showed up, besides another visit from Dick and his friends, who had bought a few more comics and some more books that interested each of them. She was suspecting that Bruce was going to be visiting soon, or perhaps one of his fellow League members, as she knew they had talked about her. Not something she was surprised about, but she was waiting to see what was to happen. At the moment Wanda was sitting behind the desk, Teakle on her lap, purring as she ran her hands through her new pet's soft fur, as the cat nuzzled against her warmth. Wanda had come to love the cat over the past few days, and was quite happy with her decision to take her as her pet. Wanda looked up from her pet as the door dinged, and opened. Upon looking at who entered, her eyebrow shot to the sky, a small smirk formed upon her lips, as she gazed at the form of the one and only John Constantine. Chapter 29, John Constantine. Third POV. Gazing at John Constantine, Wanda inwardly hummed in thought on why the man would be there. He wasn't strong or anything, not compared to her or Lucifer, but he was incredibly crafty, and quite the trickster. He also wasn't stupid, meaning that should he know about who she was, he was likely not here for a fight. So, what can I do for you, Constantine? Wanda asked, deciding to not even hide the fact that she knew the man. Right, of course you'd know who I am. Bloody Lords of Chaos, Constantine grumbled, looking like he wanted to be anywhere but there. Not a surprise to Wanda, as she doubted the man wanted to potentially battle it out with someone like her. Oh. What makes you think I am a Lord of Chaos? Wanda asked with an amused expression, inwardly already having an idea about how the men knew. As she wasn't exactly hiding her power within the shop, and she didn't really care to. The men couldn't do anything to her, so he wasn't much of a threat. You're not exactly hiding it, are you? Can sense you from across the damn world as long as I know what to look for, Constantine replied with an eye roll, causing Wanda to raise an eyebrow at the response. It was true that she wasn't hiding it, but it was also quite hard to sense her normally, making it impressive that he had found her while Dr. Fate hadn't. Although she suspected that Dr. Fate had an idea of where she was, and who she was, but was avoiding a confrontation with her until he was prepared for a battle. Not that any sort of preparation would be enough for him to contend with her. I suppose not. Although it is impressive that you have found me, when not even Fate or Zatara could, Wanda said with a small smile, sipping on her tea without a care in the world for the fact that the men in front of her could rat her out to the League at any moment. Not even surprised you know about them. What's a bloody Lord of Chaos doing running some bookstore? Constantine asked, as he looked around the room, noticing Tikal, who was sitting next to Wanda on the desk. He also noticed the magical books, some of them being quite powerful from what he could tell. He didn't show it outwardly, but he was interested in them. It's what I enjoy, Constantine. And just because I utilize chaos, does not mean I am a Lord of Chaos. I am quite a bit higher on the totem pole than them. Oh. And how high up are you then? Constantine asked with a raised eyebrow. On par with Lucifer and that brother of his, by my estimations. Death cannot claim me, and Lucifer doesn't seem interested in fighting me or anything, so I'd assume I am around there in power, Wanda replied with a shrug, not really knowing for certain. She doubted Lucifer could beat her in a fight, but she also doubted she could beat him. It would likely be an infinite draw. At the mention of Lucifer and Death of the Endless, Constantine's eyes widened ever so slightly. Wanda inwardly noticed the sense of fear that began to come off the men. As while the man was a badass when dealing with someone like Trigon, or other demons, even he knew that he stood absolutely zero chance before a member of the Endless or Lucifer Morningstar himself. You have met Lucifer Bloody Morningstar. Not only the damned devil himself, but also Death of the Endless herself too. Who exactly are you? No mere Lord of Chaos would get the attention of either of those two. Constantine asked, as while he could tell that Wanda was powerful, he couldn't exactly get a read on it. He just thought she was a Lord of Chaos, which while powerful, wasn't something that would bring the attention of anyone like Lucifer. This meant that she was much higher on the totem pole than any Lord of Order or Chaos. Does it matter who I am? I'm simply a bit more than a mere Lord of Chaos, that's all. Now, would you like to buy any books or perhaps some bakery goods? I even have drinks of all sorts, Wanda said, as the men looked to the side in interest. For the books I take cash, exchange of books, and exchange of knowledge. The more interesting and rare the book is, the more it's worth for an exchange, and the more it costs to purchase, Wanda explained, as the men nodded slowly, before looking at the magic books shelves. Makes sense. All right, I'll look through these books of yours. You got any whiskey I can get? Constantine asked as Wanda smirked, reaching underneath the counter and pulled it out, the man handing her a $50 bill for it, much to her surprise, before he took the bottle and walked over to the bookshelves with it. Taking a sip of it, the man let out a sigh of pleasure. Damn, this is some bloody good whiskey. Guess being whatever the hell she is gives her some neat perks, Constantine thought as he sipped on it, while looking over the shelves. Finding various books that looked rather interesting, like a book on dark magics from another world, a book on ancient Valyrian history and their magics, basic spells from Harry Potter, and many more. Reading over the titles of each of the books, Constantine realized that he didn't recognize a single one of the books. They were all completely and utterly new to him, which was a surprise as he should have at least heard of a few of them, but nope, not a single one of them was recognizable. Lifting one of the books, he flipped through it, scanning the pages in surprise the more and more he found. Placing the first book to the side, he continued to look through book after book, finding himself more and more absorbed into the various books that he was selecting. A stack was soon formed from him as he found quite a few books that he wanted, mostly simple spells that he found could be useful, and even a couple books on the history of other worlds, like a history of magic book from Harry Potter. After getting his stack of 9 books, he walked back over to Wanda. These books aren't from around here, are they? These spells are completely different from what we use here, Constantine asked. Wanda smiled at the question. The multiverse is a wide infinite space, Constantine. And there is more than just that out there, Wanda said simply, causing the men to nod in understanding, as that was basically confirmation of his question. Well, these are the ones I want. You take cash. I do, but I must ask, why have you come here, Constantine, besides the fact that you thought of me as a Lord of Chaos? Wanda asked, the men stopping at the response before sighing. Because a couple of twats from the Justice League have been hounding me to look into this shop of yours. They were confident that you were either unknowingly taking alien books, or are a magic user. And it looks like they were right, Constantine responded. About what I expected. All right, that'll be $450, Wanda said, as the men raised an eyebrow at the price but didn't complain, bringing out 4 $100 bills and a $50 bill. You want anything else before you leave? I sell all sorts of bakery goods as well, Wanda asked, causing the men to hum. All right, I'll take a muffin for the road, the men said, bringing out a $5 bill, which was then exchanged for 2 muffins, 1 chocolate and 1 blueberry. Thank you for shopping at the Emporium, Wanda said with a smile, as the men began to leave the shop, but not before turning back to her and speaking. I'll make sure to come back in the future with some books to exchange. You've got a hell of a lot of books that look mighty interesting, Constantine said, as she nodded, before he walked out of the shop, leaving Wanda alone with Tickle once again, as she sipped on her tea. Seeing that Constantine had left, Wanda had only one thought on her mind, as she waited for the next customers to come in. Seems I'll be seeing more and more League members, this'll be interesting. Chapter 30, Ignorant Heroes. Third POV. After Constantine had left her shop, he had made his way through Gotham, towards the Zeta Tube networks that led to the Watchtower where he could speak to the League. The League had called on him to speak with Wanda, and to figure out who and what she is, and now he did. Within the Watchtower, he was now sitting in the Justice League meeting room, looking at the League before beginning to explain. She's a Lord of Chaos, or something better than them, Constantine said bluntly, not even sugarcoating it. She was powerful enough that he needed to be very blunt about what she was, the threat she posed, and the fact that they simply could not afford to cause problems for her. A Lord of Chaos. As in the opposite of old Dr. Fate here. Shazam asked, paling a little as he knew that Naba was powerful, one of the strongest in the League, so to hear that there was someone out there that was his opposite, was a little alarming. No, a Lord of Chaos is more than just a mere opposite. And she isn't just a Lord of Chaos. Frankly, I have no bloody clue what the hell she is, only that she is immensely dangerous, and immensely powerful. To the point that none of you idiots can do anything to her, so I'd suggest you stay on her good side and leave her be, Constantine warned, being very serious about this for once, as usually he was more, well, apathetic about things, but in this case he had to be serious. Wanda was simply that dangerous. We can't just let someone like that sit there, Constantine. We have to find a way of locking her up, or at least making sure she can't harm anyone, Barry Allen said with a shake of his head, something that got Clark to nod in agreement. Are you purposely stupid? I just said that she is more than a mere Lord of Chaos, you ignorant twat. She is a being beyond mortal comprehension, beyond Lords of Chaos and Order. She is a being on par with the devil himself, and that is not a claim I make lightly. You'd be fucking fools to even try anything, why? Because she likely already knows we are having this conversation, and there is nothing you can do to stop her, Constantine said, beginning to grow angry by the ignorant claims they were making. Lucifer. The devil is real. One of the members said with a raised eyebrow, as Clark ignored it and spoke. Constantine, we cannot just let a being like that wander about, especially not if she is connected to the Lords of Chaos. I am sure we can find something to trap her, or maybe seal her for a short while until we do. Either way, we are not just going to let her exist on Earth, Clark said, as Constantine looked at him like he was an idiot, which was beginning to look like that was the case. You really are fucking stupid. I thought you were just feigning ignorance, but you really are just a bunch of fools, aren't you? Lucifer Morningstar could wipe out the entire multiverse with but a snap of his finger. None of you would be able to do squat against him, not the Men of Steel, not the Lord of Order, not the fastest men alive. None of you. And this woman that you are claiming you will lock away, is on par with him, and has met him. Are you truly this arrogant in your own capabilities that you believe you can fight something like that? Some fucking aliens from bloody fucking nowhere is one thing, but this woman is a higher being, one that likely sees humans as nothing more than ants, or perhaps entertainment, Constantine ranted, growing angry with the fools in front of him. He is correct. If these claims are true, then there is nothing I, or the rest of you can do to her. She may be a being of chaos, but it would seem that she is one that is necessary to the order of the universe. And if she truly is on par with the morning star, then it would be horribly foolish to attempt anything. It'd be best to either leave her to her own devices, or to start a friendly relationship with her, nothing more than that. Dr. Fate spoke up after staying silent. Lucifer and the Endless were on a higher level than he, as a Lord of Order, was. And from Constantine's claims, this woman was on par with Lucifer, who was superior to the Endless, and most other beings in existence. She was amongst the top 5 strongest beings in existence, and it would do well to not anger her. I also will agree. It would be best we leave this entity be. We have little we can do should it ever decide to do anything, and we should simply pray that she does not, Zatara said at the side, knowing a bit about the power of Lucifer thanks to his research into magic and the supernatural. Lucifer was the second or third most powerful being in existence, and to say that one was on par with him, was to say that she was also in the top 3. Basically, don't fuck with her. At the words of the 3 major magic users in the league, they all went silent. Is this truly the right way to go about it? Is there no way we can stop her? Dinah asked, as they all nodded. It is simply the only option we have. And that is simply the way of things when involving higher entities like this one. It is why we do not involve ourselves in the conflicts of higher beings, Zatara said, as the league all leaned back, groans escaping most of them, and sighs from others. All right. We'll leave this, Wanda, alone for now. But should she try anything, we will do our best to stop her. Now, onto other things, like have we gotten any more information on the one who had knocked Diana unconscious? Clark asked, as they all looked at one another. Well. Back with Wanda, she was watching the meeting from her shop, amused with the interaction. She found their belief that they could harm her and even trap her to be hilarious. The only one in their team that had the chance was perhaps the Flash or Dr. Fate. The former due to the speed force and the nature of it. Seems they're a bit more foolish than I thought. But at least they aren't dumb enough to attack me outright, and have actually listened to Constantine, even if it was only after Zatara and Fate backed his claims up. I doubt they'll be following that promise for long, as all it will take is one incident and they'll be trying to stop me, like they will be able to, Wanda thought, as she stopped watching them, growing bored with the conversation that came afterwards. I guess it'll be fun to see their faces when they can't even enter my store once they try anything. Especially if I decide to punish them, perhaps I can turn them into toy figurines and display them at my store for a little while. Wanda thought with a hum, contemplating what she could do to punish them should they attempt anything against her in her store. I'll decide that should they try anything, which knowing them, they inevitably will, Wanda thought with a shrug, deciding to focus back on the door, waiting for her next customer to enter, and it didn't seem she would have to wait long, as the door opened, and Wanda raised an eyebrow at the one that walked in. 2 figures walked through the door. One a tall figure with long purple and gold-orange robes, with a rather interesting form, with the figure lacking any sort of skin, being a literal walking skeleton. This figure was Ain's old gown. At his side was a beautiful woman with a white dress, showing off her impressive cleavage. She had brightly glowing yellow eyes that narrowed threateningly at Wanda, a scowl on her face as she gazed at the unknown woman that was Wanda. This was Albedo, Ain's trusted servant, and one of the protectors of Nazarick. Looking between the 2 individuals, Wanda felt a smirk form on her face, as her eyes glowed with excitement, one thought on her mind as she gazed at them. Oh, I'm about to get so much new magic. Chapter 31, The Undead. 3rd POV. Ain-sama, get behind me. Albedo screeched upon seeing Wanda standing there. Even without revealing her power, she and Ains could feel the natural power that she radiated, power that made even the powerful and arrogant Albedo sweat slightly. It was akin to standing in front of a god, which she hated to even think. Ains was her god, but this woman, this unknown woman, was something more. And even she could see that much, and with the way Ains was silently looking at her, he seemed to think so as well. Inwardly the skeleton was sweating buckets in fear, but outwardly he couldn't show that, for his emotions were dulled and hidden. They were limited thanks to his physiology and the skills that he had. These skills were due to his form, the form of Ain's old gown, in fact, being from a game. The game, Yggdrasil, a game from far into the future of his own world, used entirely through virtual reality, and being immensely impressive for what it was. It was beyond anything that current technology could make, at least, currently public technology. It was these skills that granted Ains a variety of powers and abilities, ranging from immunity to instant death, resurrection-based powers, to super strength, improved magic, and all sorts of neat little perks that he had. All gained by simply playing the game and spending time on it. But once Yggdrasil had shut down after years of being open, he had remained on until the very last moment. It was due to this that he was now in the body of his in-game character, in a world completely unrecognizable from his own. And the random door that appeared in his throne room certainly didn't help in that regard. With Albedo trying to blast it with her magic, only for her to completely fail, as the magic had simply dissipated the second it even got close. Even his own spells had failed, as they too had been destroyed moments after closing in on the door. All of that was obviously concerning, very much so. And now they were in this unknown place, one that almost looks like a bookstore, and staring at a woman that gave off the most frightening sensation either of them had ever felt in their lives. They could only barely sense the depth of the danger they were in, and the little they could sense told them that Wanda was not one they could ever hope to fight. On Wanda's end, she just watched them in amusement, allowing them to sense less than 1% of her power, a percent of power that would atomize the two of them with a singular motion, with ease. Ains was capable of destroying islands and such, but even 1% of her power was enough to destroy universes and even beyond that, with ease. He stood absolutely no chance. Albedo even less so. She could feel the aggression, the anger, but she could also feel the fear radiating off the woman. She was allowed in only because of her lack of aggression in the beginning of their entering, and was only allowed to stay because of Wanda allowing it. Otherwise the wards would have activated and she would have either been atomized or shoved back to her universe at a state of near death. A punishment of sorts. As she looked over the two, sensing their power and the fear, Wanda smirked. "Ah, what interesting customers I have this time. Mamanga and Albedo. Or is it Ains Olgown? I do tend to lose track of names," Wanda asked, sipping on her tea as she looked between the two of them, her books restocking themselves after the recent customers. "Who are you? How did this place appear in Ains Sama's throne room?" Albedo scowled, yelling at the unintimidated Wanda, who was looking between the two, inwardly contemplating about the books and spells she could get out of Ains. There were quite a few spells in the Overlord universe that were of interest to Wanda, most of them involved death and resurrection. But there were a few others that she was interested in learning and selling. And she knew that Ains had access to most of them, over 100 in fact. And with him there, she could either get books out of him, or get his knowledge and utilize that to make books like she had with Regina's knowledge. "I am Wanda Maximoff, owner of the Emporium, the bookstore you are currently standing within. And I would appreciate it if you watched your tone with me, customer. As while I am quite kind and courteous, my limits can be exceeded and trust me, you don't want to see what I can become when I am angry," Wanda said with a small smile, one that was frankly creepy to Ains, who placed a skeletal hand on Albedo's shoulder. "Enough, Albedo. This woman may not be a threat to us. This place is a bookstore as you said, correct?" "Indeed." "Then I believe this place sells books of all sorts. And am I right to assume that you simply wish to sell your wares to us?" Ains asked, as Wanda smiled and nodded in agreement. She really hoped she could get the men to sell her some books or spells, as there was a lot that she'd love to read on. Her inner book nerd was going crazy at the thought of it all, the thought of the amount of books she could get her hands on. "That is correct. I have all sorts of books here. Books on magic, on science, on technology, even fictional books, like manga, comics, and fantasy. All books here can be bought with coin, an exchange of other books, or an exchange of knowledge directly. The rarer the book, the more it costs. The rarer the exchange, the more store credit you get," Wanda explained, as the men nodded slowly in understanding, inwardly contemplating what this could mean. The spells he had were immense, but as he walked over to the magical bookshelf, he blinked in surprise at some of the books, not recognizing a single one of them, as he opened the book on basic magics from Harry Potter. Inwardly confused as he noticed that none of the spells inside were similar to the ones that he utilized. The ones he used were made through circles, while the Harry Potter ones were a simple incarnation and that was it. Some of the spells were far more simple at that, not only more simple, but some of them were quite a bit more useful for day-to-day life. Simple housekeeping spells and spells for chores. None of them difficult, but all of them usable in some form. It was because of this that Ains turned to Albedo. Albedo, grab one of every book on spells in this shop. The spells within are far different than our own, and may prove to be immensely useful to us, Ains said, as her eyes widened, but she nodded nonetheless and began to get to work, as Ains walked back over to Wanda. How much for one of every book on spells in the shop? Matters. In coin. A lot. In books of your own. Likely 20 to 40 mattering on the subject and rarity. Mattering on the exchange of knowledge. Well, if you were to exchange your knowledge on every spell in your repertoire, you would get all of them and store credit for, let's say 7 more books when you come back, Wanda replied after a few moments of thought, inwardly cackling as the skeleton seemed to be in thought about it. And what does this exchange entail? It's simple. I will use my power to copy all your knowledge in the area you wish to exchange, and then I will plant that in my own head. I will not touch another memory in your head, nor will I look anywhere else. It would go against my own personal code if I did that, Wanda answered. This too was the truth, which whether or not Ains would trust was up to him. All right, do it. I'll trust in you so that our new relationship can continue, Ains said, as Wanda smiled, her hand reaching out as a crimson glow shot out, and in the next instant, she felt the knowledge of every spell Ains knew flowing through her skull, her smile widening slightly in excitement at testing out all the new spells she had now. Looking back into the eyes of the skeleton, Wanda smirked, as she reached her hand out and shook his hand, before speaking. I believe this will be the start of a beautiful relationship, Ains. Chapter 32, The God of Wine. Third POV. Ains had left soon after the exchange had been confirmed, alongside large stacks of books that were promptly put away into his storage. Each of them being filed away so that he could read them later, in hopes that some of them could have magic that he could use in the future. Whereas Wanda had almost immediately made dozens of books based around the memories that she had gotten from Ains. And these weren't just dozens of the same books, but dozens of new books. That was how much knowledge she had gotten from Ains, and how many spells the men had that could be useful in the future. The men had seemingly also thrown in books regarding the spells and even other magics for free, for what he had called a gift to ensure their ongoing relationship, which was likely because he was terrified of her. As while his physical form couldn't show it, she could tell that mentally speaking, the man was scared of her and her immense power. The books would be quite expensive, as not only would they give them the spells, but upon the books being bought, it would also grant the buyer the ability to use the spells. As the spells in question were inherently different from normal ones, and required things that normal magic users wouldn't have. She herself didn't have this until she gave herself it. And could now use all the spells, but to a much stronger degree than anything Ains could do. Things like creating a localized black hole was now strong enough to make a universe-destroying black hole. Things like spells that caused instant death, now caused instant death to even conceptual beings. Stuff like that, all of it stronger and better than ever before. The spellbooks all had a separate location on the shelves due to this, and had a warning on them about the price tag associated with them. They weren't going to be cheap, that's for sure. Likely thousands to tens of thousands of dollars mattering on which book they choose. After Ains had left and she had put the books out, she allowed the next customers to come on in, her eyebrow raising at the sight of who it was. It was Percy, Annabeth, and Grover. You again. Annabeth groaned out, as Percy just let out a small laugh at the reaction. At the same time, Grover looked nervous, but less so than last time. Me again. Now, little demigods, what are you doing back here? I'd have thought you would never want to return to my shop with how much you seemed to hate it last time, Wanda said with a small smirk on her face, as Percy snorted. You mean they hated it? I didn't mind it too much, and those comics you gave me were awesome. Really useful too. The water bending is actually pretty cool even in real life, Percy said with a grin, as Wanda smiled. Well, there's the other books in the Avatar series if you'd like them. Ah, and Grover, I have gotten a few more books on animals and nature if you'd like to see them. Even a few spell books on nature and such. Same with architecture, Annabeth, Wanda said, as she noticed their eyes brightening a bit, only for Annabeth to shake her head and cough. Sorry. But do you realize where your shop showed up this time, Miss Wanda? Annabeth asked, shaking off her excitement at the prospect as Wanda raised an eyebrow. No, I let it appear wherever it wants to. Makes things more interesting for me, Wanda replied, as Annabeth let out a sigh. So you don't know that it appeared in the middle of Camp Half-Blood? And that Lord Dionysus is outside with Chiron? Annabeth asked, causing Wanda to raise an eyebrow, her gaze traveling outside the door into the Percy Jackson universe, where a tiger-striped Hawaiian shirt, and a man with the lower half of a white stallion. Huh, it seems they are. You want to let them in? I've always wanted to meet a Greek god. The ones in my area are a bunch of annoying individuals, Wanda said, remembering the Greek of the DC universe, and how annoying they tended to be. It didn't help that they were also immensely powerful, not as powerful as her, but still strong enough to be an irritation. Okay, Grover said as he walked out of the door for a few moments, Annabeth joining him as Percy instead opted to go and look at the other Avatar comics. They were all pretty interesting, all things considered, and could be useful for his water-based powers inherited from his father, Poseidon. A few moments later, the two walked back in, alongside a man with Chiron who trotted in, and Dionysus, a bored look on his face as Wanda looked at him with slight interest. She could feel his power, and its unique signature, different from her own, and any she had run into so far. How interesting, his power is inherently tied to worship, and not only that, but it's tied to the very concepts that he represents. And quite powerfully at that. I wonder, could I mimic that and tie the concept of magic and chaos to myself? Or maybe even other concepts like mystery. Or knowledge. Definitely something I'll have to try out in the future, as it would be quite interesting to become an actual god, Wanda thought in amusement, feeling that the man was powerful, but not even remotely in her realm. So you're the mystery lady that had a door appear in the middle of the camp, huh? Dionysus began, as Wanda looked at him. I am. And you're the god of wine, right? You're a bit underwhelming, to be honest. I was expecting the Greek gods to be a bit more godly, Wanda said, as besides the unique power, he was underwhelming in pretty much every way. At the words, the four others in the room all flinched back, looking at her like she was crazy, well, except for Percy, who just smirked at the response, as it sounded like something he would say. Well, at least it was something he would say if he could. Dionysus looked at her with a bored look. You're going to be an annoying one. So, what's this place? And why is it in my camp? What does it look like? And it's here because I wanted it to be. I sell my books to anyone and anything that can pay with currency, exchanges of knowledge, and books of a high enough value. Even you gods can probably find something in here that would be of interest, Wanda responded with a shrug, not really caring for the flabbergasted look she was getting from the others, and the raised eyebrow from the god. You're quite the arrogant one, aren't you? No, I'm just certain that you can't do anything. Now, are you interested in any of the books offered here? Or perhaps my cafe? I do offer drinks and foods of all kinda, Wanda replied, being blunt with God, as she had a feeling that he would prefer it that way. Cafe. You got any wine? Dionysus asked, ignoring the absurdity of this situation, as Wanda smirked and a glass of wine appeared in her hands moments later, causing the men to look it over with interest, before gripping it, and taking a sip. The moment he did, his eyes widened in surprise, as he began to drink more of it, the entirety of the wine inside disappearing moments later. How much for your entire stock of that wine? Dionysus asked, as she raised an eyebrow. Books, and it matters how many. As I have quite a lot of wine. Ah, and not just any books, but ones that are based around magic, that you gods have written, demigods, stuff like that, Wanda replied, inwardly squealing in excitement as the man nodded slowly, before snapping his finger, as Wanda allowed him to use his power to summon whatever it was that he was summoning. And the next moment, 10 neat stacks of books appeared around him, over 120 books, each of them entirely different to one another and unique. All of them being magical in nature, or related to Greek mythology in some way. At this, Wanda excitedly smiled, as she snapped her finger in response, 5 large barrels of wine appearing on the counter in front of her. This should be enough to pay for those. Ah, and I do have other wines if you're interested, but it would require more. Wanda was cut off as he snapped his finger and another 10 stacks appeared. Well, here you go then, Wanda said, another 5 barrels of various types of wine appearing on the counter as the man grinned at them all, lifting them with his power as he began to walk towards the exit. Thanks for the wine. I'll be back for more in the future. Next time I'll bring one of the others, they'd probably be interested in your wares. Oh, and I'll bring better books next time too, so prepare some more interesting wine, Dionysus said simply, before exiting the shop, but not before sticking his head back in. Oh, and Chiron, let the brats shop here. She's got a lot of books that might be useful for them, Dionysus said before walking out, leaving them alone with Wanda, who gleefully summoned all the books behind her in neat stacks, and a confused group of 2 demigods, a satyr, and a centaur. The group of 4 had only one thought on their minds as they registered what just happened, and that was... What just happened? Chapter 33, Advisor of the Queen. Third POV. Well, he's an interesting one, isn't he? Wanda said, looking at the 3 remaining in her shop. Amusement on her face as she noticed the looks of complete confusion on their faces as they registered what had just happened. None of them expecting Dionysus of all people to act as he just had. That is an understatement of the century, Percy replied with a deadpan, shaking off the shock that had just hit him. He knew gods were odd, but that entire interaction was a little more than odd, in his eyes at least. Lord Dionysus is one of the more extravagant gods, Chiron added, agreeing that the man was interesting. And does he normally act in such a manner? Wanda asked in interest, as she had never actually met a god before. Not one that was quite literally divine, at least. Yes, they all responded at the same time, bluntly. Deadpans on each of their faces, even Chiron's, who looked like he was used to Dionysus and his oddity. Well, at least I know he wasn't acting too strangely with me. I do love a new customer after all. Ah, speaking of new customers. Do you wish to buy anything, Chiron? I do have many books that might be of interest to you, Wanda offered, as the man shook his head. I'll have to decline. I simply came here to make sure that this place was safe. And seeing as Lord Dionysus has bought from you, I suspect it is. Ah, that's too bad. And what of the other demigods in your camp? Will you allow them to shop from my store? Wanda asked, as the men glanced at the 2 demigods and satyr, all of them nodding, with even Annabeth nodding at the idea, albeit slower than Percy and Grover. I suppose I can. But I will need to speak more on it with Lord Dionysus. But if these books that you are selling are truly worth it, then I can allow it, Chiron said after a few moments of thought, and the enthused nods of the 3 children. That would be great, Chiron. Any new customers are welcome, including demigods, gods, and whatever else may come through my doors. As long as none attempt to harm others, my shop, or myself, they are allowed in. Ah, and just know that this place, should you allow your demigods here, is a neutral ground. Meaning no fighting, even if a monster was to walk through that door. That is one of my most important rules for this place, Wanda responded, causing the men centaur to nod in understanding, as that was a fair rule for someone who owns a store like Wanda's. I'll keep that in mind, Miss Maximoff. I wish you a good day, Chiron said with a small bow, before leaving the shop, the children giving her a wave before following after him moments later, leaving Wanda alone once again. The books that Wanda had gotten from Dionysus had proven to be interesting. Most of them were on Greek lore and magics, and were entirely unique to the world of PJO. The books were all read within the next few days, as she had greedily learned everything within them. There were a total of 250 books that Dionysus had given her, and each and every single one of them were completely new and unique. They were all now being sold in her shop in specific sections, as some of them were quite odd in nature, making them expensive and rare. With the groups leaving, Wanda had opened up the shop a few days later, only to be greeted by Daenerys once again. Ah, the Queen of Myrene. What can I do for you, Daenerys? Wanda asked, looking into the woman's eyes. She wondered if the girl would act as she had last time, as if she did, well, she might have to make sure she understood that her being a queen meant nothing to her. I wish to know your answer, Wanda Maximoff. Of whether or not you will agree to my offer, or continue to stay here, wasting my time, Daenerys asked, causing Wanda to look over at her with an unimpressed glance. For someone who wants me to work with you, you are acting quite arrogantly. I'll accept your offer, Daenerys. But only once you stop acting like an arrogant little brat, otherwise I'll be forced to put you in your place, and trust me, that will not be a fun experience for you, Wanda said simply, giving her the slightest of glares, as Daenerys stood still, a gasp of fear echoing from her, as sweat began to fall from her brow. She could feel it. The danger that Wanda naturally exuded, the warning. The warning that if she continued to act in such a manner, then she would not like the outcome. And most of all, that Wanda had limits, and Daenerys was encroaching upon them. Hopefully this'll curb that growing arrogance of hers. Besides the fact that I used my magic to get rid of those nasty bloodline side effects that she was beginning to go under. Madness is a horrible thing, and while she is an arrogant little thing, she doesn't deserve to go through what she did in canon, Wanda thought, still glaring at the woman who shuddered in fear, lowering her head slightly. I apologize, Lady Maximoff. I did not realize I had slighted you, and for that, I humbly ask for your forgiveness, Daenerys said, lowering her head in a submissive bow, fear coating every inch of her being, a primordial fear of Wanda and what she represented. Seeing the girl lowering her head in fear, Wanda looked her over for a few moments. Seems she'll be better to work with than I had thought. Good that she understands that she cannot act like that with me, and others. Arrogance is not a good look, even in the world like hers, Wanda thought, as a small pleased smile formed on her face, and her glare ceased. You're forgiven, Daenerys. I just hope you understand that you cannot act in such a manner. Not with me, and not with those you wish to rule over. After all, I would hate to help an arrogant queen, Wanda said with a smile, as Daenerys looked up at her with a surprised expression. You're going to help me? Truly? Even after I had acted like such a cunt? Daenerys said rather crudely, albeit she was right. That she had been acting like a brat, not someone that would rule over the 7 kingdoms in the future. Well, yes. You were acting like a brat, but you still deserve to be helped, Daenerys. Especially with the things that will be coming your way in the next few years. And the things you are doing are incredible, Daenerys. Freeing slaves, breaking the wheel and truly changing things. Why would I not want to be a part of it? Wanda replied, as the woman straightened her clothing awkwardly, as it had gotten a little ruffled up thanks to what had just happened. I thank you, Lady Maximoff. This will make a huge difference in the growth of my claim for the throne. I would greatly appreciate your aid in reclaiming the 7 kingdoms, but also in the running of the lands that I currently run, Daenerys responded, as Wanda chuckled. I'll be helping you, that much is certain. You need to learn how to not only run these Slavers' Bay cities that you are conquering, but how to keep them. As once you leave to Westeros, you cannot just abandon these people you have freed, Daenerys. No one deserves such a thing, Wanda explained to the woman, as she remembered that eventually Slavers' Bay would have been taken back over by the slavers, meaning nothing she had done would have changed much, and the slaves that had been freed do not deserve a fate like that. I understand. I'll need your aid in keeping control over my lands. I do not wish for the innocents that I have freed to be brought back under the monsters that had previously ruled over them. It is time that I stop thinking so much of the reclaiming of the Westeros, but also keeping the lands that I have already liberated, Daenerys said with a serious glint in her eyes. Hearing this, Wanda looked her in the eyes with a smile on her face, before replying to the woman. Good. Now, why don't we talk about what this new partnership entails? Wanda asked, as the queen looked her in the eyes, and nodded in agreement, as they both made to sit at one of the coffee tables. One thought on their minds as they did so. This'll be interesting. Chapter 34, Talks with Daenerys. Third POV. Sitting across from Daenerys, Wanda began to listen as the woman spoke. I was planning on naming you as my personal advisor, someone who will guide me in the future, a position that will be more important than the hand, or any council members that I might get in the future. You'd be my right-hand woman, as some would say, Daenerys explained, as Wanda listened to her. Interesting. Such a position sounds like it would include a lot of duties, most of which I will not have the time to take part in, with my store. But, maybe a clone will be the right method of doing this. It won't be used for anything besides traveling around Planetos, and helping Daenerys, so it should be fine to make one. And with my mind, I'll be able to control it casually. And it's not like I'll use it to do anything too crazy, Wanda thought with a hum, contemplating the advisor position and what it would entail. And when do you plan on sailing to Westeros, Daenerys? As the longer you wait, the more of a threat that those north of the wall become, and trust me, you must be as strong as possible before the time comes, Wanda asked, causing Daenerys to furrow her eyebrows. Those north of the wall? What could possibly be beyond the wall that is a threat? Is it the free folk? Daenerys asked, genuinely lost. Her knowledge on the happenings of Westeros was pretty much nothing, as she simply didn't have the influence for such a thing. She had no spy ring or anything like that, that would give her the means to know these sorts of things. No, Daenerys. I speak of the White Walkers, and the Night King, Wanda replied, which got an even more befuddled look out of Daenerys. White Walkers. The Night King. But those were only myths, legends, scary tales that parents told their children, correct? They cannot possibly be real, can they? Daenerys asked, as she didn't seem to believe her own words, now that Wanda had brought it up, someone who seemed to know pretty much everything. They are, Daenerys. And they will be coming for the world of men soon enough. Your dragons are instrumental to defeating them and their leader, the Night King. Just as instrumental as dragon glass and Valyrian steel will be, for it is only weapons with those as their blades that can kill the Night King and his White Walkers, Wanda explained patiently to the unknowing woman, who would need to prepare thoroughly for what was to come in the future. Wanda wasn't sure who the Azor Ahai was, but she suspected that it was between Daenerys and her nephew, Jon Snow. The man in question likely had a Targaryen name, but she highly doubted it was Aegon, for there was already an Aegon Targaryen when he was born. She doubted that the world that Daenerys was from would be so easy. There is simply no way that someone like Arya Stark would be able to kill the Night King, and it would be up to Daenerys to make sure he dies. And Wanda would be there to help her achieve that, alongside her other goal for the throne. As long as she gets her payment, of course. After all, there are so many books that she wanted from the world of A Song of Ice and Fire. And what should I do? How do I possibly prepare for the arrival of the dead? How can I handle taking the Iron Throne, dealing with the Lannisters and Baratheons, and killing the Night King and his White Walkers? There is simply no way I can juggle it all at once, Daenerys said with a sigh, leaning back in the chair, realizing that her job was going to be much more difficult than she had initially anticipated. She thought taking the throne would be relatively simple, with her having 3 dragons that would be able to take down any army that could be fielded. It would take dozens of scorpions shooting at her dragons, and a very lucky shot, for them to be taken out of a fight, and as long as Daenerys trained more in controlling and flying her dragons, then even those shouldn't be a threat to her. You prepare the best you can, you plan the best you can. You grow your armies and expand your territories in Essos. There are cities with people that will aid you in their conquering, and there is one such city quite close to where you are at the moment, Wanda replied, remembering one of the most powerful cities in Essos, as well as one of its oldest, born from the Valyrian freehold thousands of years ago. You can't possibly mean that you wish for me to conquer Volantis. One of the free cities. The strongest of them, with only bravos comparing. Daenerys said with an incredulous expression. The idea of conquering such a city was terrifying. The followers of the Lord of Light will aid you, Daenerys. That much I am quite certain. Your dragons will be enough to wipe out any army they field, and with the conquering of Volantis, you will be freeing tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of slaves. Not only that, but you will gain access to a massive influx of soldiers and ships, all of which you will need. But what will be even more important, is the wealth that the city holds, wealth that will be yours once you conquer it, Wanda explained. And what of the reactions of the other free cities? Myr, Lys, Tyrosh, none of them will let it stand, except maybe Bravos. The political fallout of such a conquest could bring ruin to what I have built, Daenerys responded. Then you will simply need to conquer them as well. It wouldn't be difficult, once you have the forces of Volantis and your dragons. And with them under your banner, retaking the Iron Throne will be all that much easier, Wanda said in response, shrugging at the woman's concern. Are you certain that that is a good idea? I just fear the consequences that it may bring, should I begin to conquer cities within Essos, more than I already have, Daenerys responded. You wish to free slaves and break the wheel, right? You wish to be the breaker of chains, correct? This is how you do it, Daenerys. I have only just met you, but I understand that even when you become queen, you will still wish to free slaves, and conquering the major slave cities would greatly lower that amount. Especially Volantis, hell, I'd even suggest conquering Qarth too, but I believe it best to focus on the free cities in the beginning. And should you play your cards right, then I estimate that you will be able to leave for Westeros within 2 to 3 years, more than enough time to conquer the cities and consolidate your power, Wanda calmly explained, understanding the woman's concerns, as they were all valid. All right, once I gain total control over Slaver's Bay, we will look to the west, towards Volantis and the other free cities that will band together to fight me. And once I have them underneath me, Westeros shall be next, Daenerys said, after a few minutes of quiet thought, contemplating what this would mean for her growth, and her conquest of Westeros. Wanda smiled, pleased. Good, now, let's talk about what this would all entail, shall we? Later in the day, after Daenerys had returned back to her world, leaving Wanda alone. She ended up shutting down the shop for the day, instead opting to go upstairs and watching some movies with Raven, who had been focusing more on her personal training over the past few days, so she hadn't really seen her much. She had been growing rapidly thanks to the training she was undergoing, and thanks to the influx of more and more books on magic and training. As well as Wanda consistently training her every single day, or at least, pretty much every single day. The growth was impressive, and Wanda made sure that Raven knew that. At the moment Wanda was sitting next to Raven, watching TV as her protege slept next to her, peacefully snoring in her sleep as she leaned against the amused Wanda. This had been a regular occurrence over the past few weeks, and Wanda was beginning to enjoy it more and more. Glancing back from Raven to the TV, her eyebrow shot up as she watched the headline, which was talking about a fire in DC, one that the League had shown up to. Reading the headline, Wanda spread her gaze to where they were, understanding filling her, as a small smirk formed on her face, and one thought won her mind. And so it begins. Chapter 35, Clone Spell, New Books, and Ideas. Third POV. With the decision to work with Daenerys being made, Wanda ended up deciding to learn how to use a rather important spell, one that would allow her to properly aid and teach Daenerys, without neglecting her shop and all the duties that entailed. A cloning spell. It was an easy enough thing to learn, well, normally at least. But she was far from normal, and she found that making a copy of her with even 50% of her power was, well, impossible. It simply didn't work, as if there could only ever be one her, even if the clone was a fake, a copy made of her own power, like a shadow clone from Naruto or something. So she limited the clone to less than 1% of her total power. Strong enough to deal with any threats that may arise in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire. At least, the threats that Daenerys shouldn't be dealing with. Like the gods, who she knew would no doubt be displeased with her existence, should the gods even be real. The clone would be hers to control, and would be controlled by her at all times. It would be a neat ability to use to learn more of the books in that world, and she planned on using it for several other worlds as well. These clones would never be used for more than learning and teaching, so anything less appropriate would not even be considered. After the clone spell had been mastered and properly trained to a level that was deemed safe enough for her to use, she had sent her clone off with Daenerys, the clone in question wearing a formal dress befitting that of the Game of Thrones universe. It was the making of the clone that made Wanda realize that she would eventually need to connect to the Naruto universe. As there were plenty of unique techniques and abilities in that universe that could be insanely powerful in her hands. Something like the Tensigan, Rinnegan, and various others could be boosted to entirely new realms of power with her as their users. Not to mention the likelihood of her having an entirely different level of chakra in comparison to someone like Kaguya or literally any other Otsutsuki. It would be another form of power that would only serve to make her even stronger, making it an appealing universe for the future. But for now, she decided to focus on the universes she already had connected to the shop, which is why she was watching in amusement as the Doctor and Rose looked through the newer books she had gotten. The Doctor's eyes gleaming in interest at the books on magical creatures, and the books that Dionysus had given her. Are these all new? They're certainly different than the old ones you had here, the Doctor asked, looking back at her with his glasses on, which she nodded in response to. Yep. The Greek god Dionysus gave me them in exchange for some wine. A pretty interesting fellow, that one. He's come around a few times since then and gave me some more books, Wanda said. This was true, as Dionysus had become a regular customer of hers, and exchanged more and more books. With a lot of them being on various alcohols and fruits unique to his world, as he seemingly wanted her to make new wines with them. Which is exactly what she did. And in return, she was getting influxes of dozens of books from him alone. She was very interested in meeting Athena, upon hearing that she had a library with far more interesting and rare books than him. That, and Athena was one of her more favored gods, not that she particularly liked any of them, well, besides Hestia. Hestia was the best god, and the only one that she was interested in making a monument to. As a hearth would be a good addition to the Greek section of her growing shop, and she was interested in interacting with her. Gods exist? Rose asked in surprise, as the Doctor looked interested. There were indeed gods in his universe, but they were, well, not the nicest, and very powerful. He shuddered at the thought of more beings like Sutekh existing out there in numbers akin to that of the Greeks. In the universe he is from. Yep. There's pretty much every pantheon you can think of over there. Celtic, Norse, Egyptian, Roman, Greek, so on and so forth. The strongest of them is the Hindu pantheon, Wanda explained. And are they as open as they are in the myths? Very. It's honestly a little creepy how much cheating is regular for them. Not to mention all of the incest, wars, and the way they treat their demigod children, Wanda replied, as she wasn't very fond of the gods and the way they acted. Well, I'd rather not meet them, if they are ever here. So please do warn us if they ever arrive, the doctor said, not really wishing to meet someone like Zeus or Ares, both of them being historically horrid men. Noted, Wanda said with a chuckle, understanding his discomfort at the thought. As while the gods were weak in her eyes, they were immensely powerful in the doctor's. They were capable of destroying stars at their peak, with the primordials likely having the power to destroy entire solar systems should they ever truly go all out, but it entirely mattered on which god and which primordial. In her eyes that was nothing, with only Chaos herself being a potential foe to her. But to the doctor they could all kill him and his companion with a snap of their finger, well, probably. Now, I'll be taking these ones, the doctor said, putting a stack of 13 books onto the counter, with Rose smiling and putting her 4 books on there as well, all of them being fictional books on romance, sci-fi, and forbidden love. Reading them, Wanda glanced between the two, before a smirk formed on her face. How cute. It's too bad what's going to happen. Although, perhaps I can fix that little issue. Wanda thought, remembering that Rose would eventually be banished to another universe, never to return, not permanently at least. But, her shop was not bound to rules and laws, meaning, she should be able to allow Rose into the shop with the doctor also being able to enter. That or she just saves Rose from that fate. Decisions. And what of the exchange? I'd love to read more Gallifreyan. Your species truly is incredible, Wanda said genuinely. The Time Lords were by far the most impressive species she had ever met, with only 3 other species comparing in her eyes. These being the Celestials, the Monitors, and the Beyonders. Each of them were godlike in power, unlike the Time Lord who simply were immensely intelligent and had incredible technology. The Beyonders and Monitors were amongst the few species in existence that posed a true, genuine threat to Wanda, with the former being able to obliterate the likes of the Living Tribunal, casually. She was interested in meeting them, but that would be for later. Then you'll love these, the doctor said, grinning as he placed a large stack of books onto the table. All of them being Gallifreyan in nature, and being entirely new. Wanda's eyes sparkled upon realizing that there were books on the creation of a TARDIS within, as well as books on more advanced sonic screwdrivers. I certainly will, Wanda said with a smile, as she took them. You'll be able to buy another 3 books with all of this, Wanda added, as the doctor looked to Rose and nodded, as she grinned and ran off, coming back a few minutes later with another 3 books in her hand. All of them being romance books. Good choices. Now, anything else you two need? I've got some new bakery goods I want to try out if you're interested, Wanda offered, as they shook their heads. No thanks, we just ate. A neat little place on Nathrak 4, known for its lava cake that is made of edible lava, the doctor replied, as she blinked, an idea coming to her mind. You know, if you come across some cookbooks on alien cuisines, I'd love to get them off of you. I'd love to spice up my menus a bit more, Wanda offered, as the men hummed. I've got a few ideas of places that'll have books like that. Next time we come around I'll bring a few, the doctor said, as she grinned, pleased. As she had recently begun to enjoy cooking a lot as well, not as much as reading and books in general, but it was close. Which is why she was thinking about making an official cafe part of the store, making it into a true cafe plus bookstore fusion. Great. Have a good day you two, Wanda said, waving her friends off as they left the shop, leaving Wanda with Tikal, who slept on her lap, the usual for the cat. Whereas Raven was sipping on her coffee in the corner, reading a book on Greek magic. With that over and done with, Wanda grinned as she flipped the sign to closed, and looked to Raven, Tikal now sitting upon her shoulder. I'm gonna be out for a while. Don't have too much fun without me, Wanda said as she left the shop, Raven rolling her eyes in response, watching as her boss left. All the while, Wanda had only one thought on her mind, as she had a new idea she wanted to implement, and she needed a new employee in order to do so. And that thought was, time to find a botanist. Chapter 36, Poison Ivy. Third POV. Walking through the streets of Gotham, Wanda was making her way towards where she knew that the botanist that she wanted to work in her shop was. The botanist in question was, of course, Poison Ivy. She was one of the best in the area, and was also connected to the green, the multiverse standing force that is connected to nature itself, that is nature itself. She wasn't as strong as someone like the Swamp Thing, but she was powerful. That, and she was hot, so that was a plus. She wanted Ivy so that she could make her shop a bit more lively, adding new plants to the shop to make it a bit more friendly looking. That, and she was quite interested in seeing what the woman could do if she was to go to one of her personal worlds she had connected to the shop. After all, she had a few that were entirely farms and plant dimensions, and even ones that were just completely full of all sorts of plants, and even a few that simulated the evolution of species like dragons and phoenixes. It was all quite interesting really, and had led to a number of new books being made in response to the new species that were born over time. She planned on bribing Ivy with the ability to freely travel to these places, as well as helping her purify the planet of its increasing amounts of corruption, a corruption that would lead to its eventual death if they didn't stop. Global warming was already rearing its head, it was only a matter of time before more and more disasters began to occur in response. This was why she was heading to Arkham Asylum, where the woman was currently trapped. She was in prison as usual, and would likely escape in the coming weeks as she always did. But Wanda wanted her as a worker, so she'd just break her out herself. Not like she cares much about the law or anything, nor could anyone ever find Ivy unless she allows them to. Well, she was also interested in the connection to the green, and whether or not she can mimic it to get some neat plant-based powers, but that was not as important as having a new worker to make her shop look better. From what Wanda could gather about Ivy, she was closer to her show counterpart from that one cartoon with her and Harley, the adult one. She remembered it was largely a comedy, so she also looked into the others that took part in that show. Lo and behold, most of them were in line with it, funnily enough. Seems this world had influences of more than just one show and the comics. Makes things more complicated, but also a lot more interesting for the godlike being. Maybe if she and Harley hook up I can have her as a worker too. No idea what Harley could do as a job though. Maybe something involving one of my dimensions. Or maybe something involving traveling to other worlds. Or even advertisement. I'll have to think about it. She would be an interesting person to have working, Wanda thought, as hiring Harley was also an interesting idea, but that woman was, well, psychopathic. And while she was seemingly close to getting out of her Joker phase, she was still not mentally there, at all. Speaking of the Joker, Wanda had decided she would wipe him from this universe's existence should she ever run into the mad clown. Especially after she had looked into his crimes in this universe, something even she, an entity with memories of all sorts of horrors, was disgusted and angered by. Joker was a monster, even by her standards. The fact that he was left alive by the Bat and the League was disgusting, and one of the reasons why she was not particularly fond of their rules and beliefs. As not all villains deserve redemption, and Joker was one of them. It was like trying to redeem Hitler after his actions in WW2, it simply didn't make any damn sense. They were both monsters, and both deserved death, something that the public seemed to agree on, with all sorts of forums always talking about the topic of the Joker and the fact that the Batman should just end him. Soon, after walking for around an hour, just relaxing as the rains dropped upon her umbrella, as she walked through the gates of Arkham Asylum, with no one even being able to sense her at all. It didn't take long before she had found the green-skinned woman, stopping in front of her specialized cell as she watched her toss a ball against the walls of the cell. Upon looking at her, she could also see it. The connection to the green, and Wanda had to admit that it was stronger than she had initially expected. Gazing at the connection, seeing it as a simple green string, Wanda hummed, and decided she would look into connecting herself to it as well, as she found it could be neat. But for now, she had more important things. Like recruiting a new worker. Dr. Pamela Isley, Wanda's voice echoed, causing the woman to stop and turn to her, her eyebrows shooting up upon seeing her. "Who are you?" Ivy asked, having never seen her at the prison before, and she had been there so often that it was hard not to know all the workers. Hell, she called most of them by name at this point. "A potential employer," Wanda said after a couple of seconds of thought. "An employer? You wish to what, hire me?" Ivy asked, raising an eyebrow, fighting down the amusement that was threatening to show. You see, I run a rather special store, a bookshop." One that has frequent guests that are not from around here, one that is also home to some rather special dimensions that I do believe you would find interesting, Wanda explained, as Ivy looked at her with a snort. You want me to believe that you have some magic bookstore that can dash? Wanda didn't let her finish, as she snapped her fingers, the two of them reappearing in a vast green landscape, all sorts of green plants around it. What did you just do? Ivy asked, a gasp ripping from her throat as she could feel it. The nature, the plants, the life. It was incredible, so pure, so very beautiful, and well beyond anything on Earth, as if it had been completely and utterly untouched. I brought you to one of the dimensions of my creation. This one is host to the less hostile plants that I have created, and is one of 6 dimensions that you would be able to access freely. You will also get paid well above minimum wage, and I will also aid you in that endeavor you are trying to very hard to complete, Wanda responded, Ivy looking at her with narrowed eyes. What endeavor? Ivy asked, wanting to see if she knew. I will aid you in the purification of Earth. In a way that won't end all humans, but will instead wipe out global warming, and the corruption that is killing the beautiful planet, Wanda responded, as she could see the skepticism in Ivy's eyes. And what would you want me to do in this shop of yours? Simple. You'll take care of the plants, help stock, help cook, and all the basics really. You'll also be given access to the apartments upstairs which are completely impossible to break into, giving you a safe haven from any heroes that might try to capture you, Wanda replied with a shrug. She didn't actually need Ivy as an employee. But she thought it would make things a bit more interesting without actually harming her shop in any manner. If anything it would make it better, well, at least she hoped it would. And how much is this wage? Ivy asked, as even a villain wanted to get paid well. I was thinking $30 an hour with possible bonuses and raises. You will also be under my personal protection, so as long as you don't harm innocents, then I'll protect you from capture, as well as heal you should you ever get injured, Wanda replied, inwardly smirking, as she knew that she had her now. And what if I don't accept your offer? Then I'll just put you in a random place in Gotham and wish you luck. Although I have to ask, do you really want to continue to do some villainy in hopes that it would change things, get stopped by the bat, get locked up, break free, and then do that over and over again? That cannot be an enjoyable experience, Wanda said in response, as the green-skinned woman looked into her eyes, before a sigh escaped her lips, and she spoke the words that Wanda wished to hear. Fine, I accept, I'll work for you. At these words, Wanda smiled, shaking the woman's hand, and spoke. It's a pleasure to have you on board, Ivy. Chapter 37, Sunshine, Cyclops, Forehead and Duckbutt. First POV. As I had expected, Ivy had been very excited after I had shown her the dimensions she now had full and complete access to. Dimensions that were completely untouched by the corruption of humanity. The sort of dimensions that a lot of magic users and those connected to the green would likely kill for. A simple place for me, underwhelming, and made with a singular motion of my hand. That wasn't even including the other dimensions that I had created that were closely connected to some of the other forces. Like a dimension full of animals of all kinds that would be closely connected to the red, the force that personifies animal life and similar things. Ivy had adapted quite quickly to her new job, almost to a surprising level. With the shop increasing in size with a bit of special manipulation, and some minor wards that made people not question the change, at least normal people, I now had double the room, and all sorts of rare and nearly extinct plants that decorated the shop. I also now had another worker for when Raven wasn't in, and someone who could work as the cook for some of the vegan items while Raven worked the counter. Ivy being purely carnivore wasn't much of an issue, with a lot of my newer breakfast items using meats and such. With my new employee now working in the shop, I was able to have some more free time to myself, which was usually spent reading and practicing my magic. I had learned everything I have gained so far from those from beyond this multiverse, and now it was time to get some new customers, which is exactly what I am looking at the moment. A blonde menace. A broody dark-haired teen, a pink-haired girl, and a man who looked alert and confused at the same time, white hair pointed in a way that likely isn't possible, and one of his 2 eyes covered. Whoa. Kakashi-sensei, where are we? The blonde teen asked, the teen known as Naruto Uzumaki. The protagonist of the show that started my love for anime, and one of my favorite anime characters of all time. I don't know, Naruto, the white-haired man replied, this being Kakashi Hatake. One of the most badass anime characters there is, alongside people like Gojo, Vegeta, and a handful of others. The Sharingan in his right eye socket could be an interesting thing to copy. With the Sharingan being quite powerful, at least in their world standards. It was nothing to me, but I could definitely see the usage in it. That and it looked cool. My inner fangirl begged for it, and I was definitely going to get one of them if I can, alongside Mokutan and all sorts of other cool chakra-based powers, even if I could mimic them with ease. Although adding in something like the Rinnegan or Tensegan would be neat too. Should we be worried, sensei? The pink-haired girl with a comically large forehead asked, this girl being Sakura Haruno, one of the most annoying anime characters there is. At least, in her pre-time skip phase. She was better in Shippuden, but her tendency of punching Naruto for no reason was annoying. You know I am standing right here, right? I asked, amused with this entire situation. This had been the norm with visitors, them fearing me and the situation, and me laughing at them. I doubt it would ever not be funny to see their reactions to me, and my appearance. You. Who are you? Sakura screeched, jumping in fright. Not a single one of them had noticed me, not even Kakashi. A bit of reality warping was more than enough to hide me presence from anything or anyone, besides the very strongest. Why, I'm the owner of this lovely bookstore, of course. My name is Wanda Maximoff, book lover, shop owner, and lover of coffee. I exclaimed, as the three of them looked at me with a deadpan. Rude. Bookstore. The broody one with a duck-ass for hair, aka Sasuke Uchiha, asked. I could see the influence of the power of Indra on him, just as I could on Naruto. It was quite the interesting little thing, their form of reincarnation. I'd take it for myself, but that'd make things boring. And I don't really need that power anyways. I was more interested in the Rinnegan because it'd look cool, not because it could actually make me stronger. I sell all sorts of books here, as well as some food. Anything you can think of. Books on histories of other worlds, magics beyond your wildest dreams, and even cookbooks on everything you can even imagine. I explained to them, inwardly giggling at the reaction of Naruto. Do you have ramen? Naruto asked. The kid was adorable, impossibly so. I could see why his talk no jutsu worked so often, his natural charm and the protagonist aura around him was quite immense. Aha, I make all sorts of foods, child. What's your name? Naruto Uzumaki, Batbeo. Naruto said with a grin. And what of you three? Kakashi Hatake, they're Jonin-sensei. Sakura Haruno. Sasuke. Interesting. The last members of not just one or two clans, but three. I said with a smile, as they froze. Huh. Naruto said rather dumbly. What? Did you not know? Your sensei there is the last of the Hatake clan, Sasuke is the last of the Uchiha, and you, Naruto, are the last of the Uzumaki clan from Uzushigakure, the village hidden by whirling tides, I replied, was true. He was in fact, the last in line to the previous Uzukage of the clan before its destruction, with his mother being the princess of the Uzumaki people. I had a family. Naruto asked in shock, as the others looked just as surprised, except Kakashi, as I expected. I don't have any books on your people here, sadly. As I have primarily books that are less common, rarer. Although I'm sure you can find some back in Konoha. Especially if you were to ask for your inheritance, as I am sure the Uzumaki people had quite a lot stashed in Konoha, I replied, as yet again, this was true. I felt bad for the kid. That, and he had a wealth of knowledge once he took over both the Uzumaki clan, and his dad's inheritance. Once you take your rightful property, I'm certain there would be books there on your people, and even your parents. Perhaps if you do take it over, you bring some to me. I've always wanted to learn more of the Uzumakis, I added, as this is once again true. Sealing was overpowered in Naruto, and even in my eyes, it could be useful. Although I could already do better, I'm sure that some of the sealing techniques of that world would be incredible in my hands. Especially once I gain access to chakra. Kakashi was looking at me with narrowed eyes, not trusting me in the slightest. Which was understandable, as not many in the village knew of this, with my shop being outside the village in the form of a small shack. Naruto Baka is a part of a clan. Sakura muttered in surprise, with Sasuke having a similar reaction. And it looks like I might have just changed the future, if the way he was looking at Naruto in an entirely new light was any indicator. What happened to them all? Naruto asked, as I turned to him. Your clan was powerful, Naruto-kun. It was the best clan in the world when it comes to sealing. But your clan was also known for their immense vitality and incredibly high chakra reserves. It led to fear during the war. And due to this, an enormous army made up of 3 of the main 5 villages attacked it. Iwa, Kumo, and Suna had lost more than 80% of their armies by the end of the fight, and they hadn't achieved any of the targets that they wanted, primarily your clan's techniques. For only an Uzumaki can access them in the ruins of the lands, I said, feeling bad for the poor thing. No child deserved to go through what he had, and no child deserved to lose their entire family as he had. Honestly, I was half tempted to steal him away and take him as my own child, but that would be creepy, so I'll opt to let him come by whenever he wants instead. Naruto went silent at the information, as I decided to brighten the mood up, Raven walking out from the back, 4 bowls of ramen in her hands as Naruto's eyes brightened. Seeing his reaction, I giggled before speaking, a smile on my face. Now, how about you try my ramen? Chapter 38, Chakra. 3rd POV. Sitting back, Wanda watched in amusement as Naruto sat with his team, absolutely devouring the delicious meal in front of him, slurping it down rapidly as he ate the entire bowl of ramen that tasted better than anything he had ever eaten in his entire life. The rest of his team, Team 7, were also eating, albeit much slower than him. None of them were deep lovers of ramen like him, but even they couldn't help but feel their eyes widen at the delicious ramen that they ate. It was easily the best meal any of them had ever had, all thanks to Wanda learning to cook thousands of different dishes with all sorts of cookbooks that were being brought in by her customers from around the multiverse. Even Ains brought in a few. The sight of the team devouring their meals was more cute than anything, as Naruto let out a sigh of pleasure, a burp leaving him as he patted his comically bloated stomach. Something that Wanda attributed to anime logic. That was amazing. I didn't think that I could find ramen better than Old Man Tucci. Naruto exclaimed, a grin on his face as Wanda giggled, as the rest of the team let out their own sighs, finishing up their meals. Even Sasuke had a pleased smile on his face, having never tasted something so good. His was made with tomatoes added in, his absolute favorite fruit or vegetable. While Kakashi was surprised at the taste, but in a good way. I'm glad you like it, Naruto-kun. Now, do you wish to buy any books? I've got all sorts of techniques, even new martial arts I am certain you have never seen, and all sorts of neat things that might help you become the Hokage that you want to be, Wanda offered, as the kid looked up at her, before down to his wallet. I don't know, I don't think I have enough, Naruto said, knowing that it was likely going to be expensive, only for Kakashi to cut in. I'll cover it. You 3 can go ahead and buy whatever books you want. Think of it as a gift for the good work on our mission, Kakashi said with an eye smile, as their eyes sparkled. Even Sasuke looked a bit happy at this, but he shook his head. Pay for them. I've got more than enough money to buy my own books, Sasuke said, which Kakashi was going to refute, but stopped upon seeing the look in the 12-year-old's eyes, and sighed. All right, go ahead, Kakashi said, as the 3 of them got to their feet, Wanda taking the bowls to put in the back. Oh, and if you have any questions regarding the contents of those books, I am sure I can answer them. And if you have any scrolls on techniques or anything really, I'll accept them in a trade for my books, or store credit, Wanda informed them, as they all nodded, with Sasuke inwardly deciding that if the books were good enough, he'd take some of the useless scrolls from the Uchiha library and trade them. Naruto had similar thoughts in regards to the Uzumaki library that he only now knew about. While Kakashi thought about the scrolls that he had in his home that were just sitting there. Watching them walk over to the bookshelf, Wanda smiled. That bookshelf will have books that you'll be interested in, Kakashi-san, Wanda said, pointing to a bookshelf in the corner, as the man raised an eyebrow before walking over, his eye widening before a perverted giggle echoed from him, realizing that all the books were smut. Pervert, Wanda thought with a shake of her head, as she watched the team all begin to look through the books they wanted. Hey, Wanda-san, are these all books on taijutsu? Sakura asked, looking at the shelf specifically for martial arts. All of them are unique to my shop, not a single other place has them. They're all relatively easy to learn, and should be quite useful to a genin, Wanda explained, as the 3 of them began to flip through the books. Which were books on karate, jiu-jitsu, and Krav Maga. They aren't bad. They could pair well with your current styles, Kakashi said, leaning over behind them after hearing of the techniques. They weren't even remotely comparable to something like the Hyuga's taijutsu or Gai's, but they were well beyond the academy taijutsu. Probably Chunin level taijutsu, maybe more. Should we buy them, sensei? I'd say so. They'll be useful, Kakashi replied with a nod, as they all grabbed their respective books before moving around the bookshelves to find more, with Kakashi returning to his smut, a grin on his face as he began to make a small stack of books he wanted to read. Wanda watched as they began to flip through book after book, trying their best to find books of interest. She noticed as Naruto began to grab a few books on cooking, a couple more martial arts book, and even a handful of books on runes and sealing from TVD and Harry Potter. Interesting. Seems his Uzumaki blood is coming out, Wanda thought with a small smile, knowing that he would become quite the monster with those in his arsenal. Each of the books he chose were on the absolute basics of the art, so it would be a perfect starting point for the kid. She noticed that Sakura had grabbed the books on medical techniques and such from the other worlds, a stack of 8 books growing in her hand. Each of these were beyond anything in the world of Naruto, and were going to be huge. One of the things she opted to do in order to not cause problems for that world, was to place enchantments on all her books that were sent to more dangerous worlds. A world like Naruto would not improve with techniques and advancements that involve mass destruction-inducing weapons. So instead, she made it so that only the buyer would be able to read them, no one else. Nor could they share this knowledge. This was only for the most dangerous of techniques and knowledge. So most of the things they were buying were fine. But she did make it so they could not make copies of it, and if they did, the copy would disintegrate the second they tried. Being a god made it easy to do such a thing. After another 20 minutes of them all choosing their books, they all moved forwards to her. Around 25 books in total was placed on the counter, as Wanda smiled. Will you buy them with currency? Through an exchange of books or scrolls? Or through an exchange of knowledge? Exchange of knowledge? Sakura asked questionably. The exchange would involve me copying knowledge from your brain, the better the knowledge the more it is worth. I will be under a contract that makes it so I cannot go and pick around your brain, so that you won't need to worry about me copying anything but the knowledge you sell to me. But in the case of you all, I have another option that you may be interested in, Wanda said, as Kakashi raised an eyebrow. If you were to infuse a tiny bit of chakra into me, I'll give you all those books for free, as well as the ramen. Why? Kakashi asked simply, eyes narrowing at the price. Because I've never awoken my chakra, and I'd very much like to. And awakening my chakra is worth far more than those books in my eyes, Wanda explained with a smile, not minding if they did this, as it was more than worth it. That, and she knew that Naruto would return with all sorts of books next time, so that would more than make up for this trade. All right, reach out your hand, Kakashi said, as she smiled and did so, blinking as she felt the chakra infuse into her arm, and the moment it did, she smiled, taking hold of it, and utilizing all of it to warp her body, as she made a chakra system within her, her body adapting and growing as chakra began to flow through her. Chakra that was hundreds of thousands of times more than any Otsutsuki, chakra that was more than the combined chakra of entire universes. And as all of this was happening, Wanda smiled, one thought on her mind as she felt the new power within her. Chakra is awesome. Chapter 39, Workplace Rivalry. Third POV. Wow. Wanda-san has a lot of chakra. Naruto exclaimed in surprise, as the group of 4 could see the chakra emanating off of the bookstore owner. Wanda had concealed a majority of the chakra, so as to not accidentally harm them in any way, but she had revealed enough that Kakashi's eye widened in surprise. More than 5 times the size of normal Jonin-level reserves. What type of bookstore owner is this woman? Kakashi thought in shock, as he could feel that her reserves were around the same size as his own, likely even bigger. Which as someone who had never trained before, and was just a simple owner of a bookstore, meant that she was immensely talented, at least, when it comes to chakra and energy. She's definitely not normal, Sasuke thought, also noticing the fact that she had much more chakra than any normal citizen should ever have, dozens of times more in fact. He could also tell that her chakra was different from normal chakra, more potent, almost deadly. Naruto didn't seem to care much, but he did also sense that something was a bit weird about Wanda's chakra, but he didn't bother to question it, mostly because it wasn't his place to. That, and it didn't matter much to him if she had some weird or unique chakra, with him being the host of the 9-tailed fox, one of the tailed beasts of the elemental nations. Whatever she had couldn't be worse than that. Why's her chakra purple? I thought chakra is supposed to be blue. Sakura thought in confusion, as she had read enough books to know that chakra was usually blue, and in the case of the tailed beasts, red. But she had never seen anywhere about any sort of purple chakra. Maybe she has a Kekkei Genkai. Kakashi pondered, wondering what the likelihood of that was. If she did have a Kekkei Genkai, it was likely related to chakra. Either way, he would have to report this to the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Especially with her shop appearing out of nowhere, and being not that far away from Konoha. Not even a 5-minute walk from the entrance to the village. Thank you for that, I've always wanted to see what chakra felt like, and now I know, Wanda said, a smile on her face as she felt the new power within her. It was immense, only because of her other powers and innate traits from the various species that make her. Her chakra was purer, more potent, and more dense than any other chakra user in the entire Naruto multiverse. She would have to look into copying bloodline traits from Naruto later. As she was interested in a number of them, including Yugo's, as she believed that manipulating natural energy would be the way into becoming connected to the green on a higher scale. She also knew that if she was connected to the green, and learned Sage Mode, she suspected it would boost her power by quite a lot. Not a problem, Wanda-san. Small price to pay for all these books you're giving us, Kakashi said with his trademark eye smile. The smile felt a little fake, but Wanda decided against calling him out on it, and instead brought out some bags for the kids to put their books in. Well, if you ever want some more books, have books to exchange, or anything else, you're welcome to come whenever. Ah, and Naruto-kun, I'll always have some ramen ready for you, whenever you want to drop by, Wanda said, giving the kid a wink as he beamed and nodded, inwardly promising to come back soon, as her ramen was the best, and it was cheap, just as cheap as Tuchi's ramen. You got it, Wanda-san. I'll be back for more, Date Bayo. Naruto exclaimed with a grin, as he ran out of the shop. The others followed after him, but not before Kakashi gave her a nod, leaving Wanda alone once again. Watching them leave, Wanda let out a small giggle seeing Naruto stumble out of the door, nearly tripping over himself as he left. All the while, Wanda had one thought on her mind. Time to test out this new chakra. Turns out chakra was a lot more versatile than even Wanda had known. As in, much more versatile. She had, within an hour of testing it out, learned how to heal with it to the level of healing entire limbs, and had learned how to walk on water, on walls, and even on air. Not to mention using it to strengthen her body, akin to what Tsunade does. Her knowledge and talent was monstrous, and with her perfect control over her power, it was only natural that she had learned all of this at an extreme pace. With this new power, she had decided to finally send off a clone to Daenerys, where it now was in Mirin, helping her understand her place in the world, and planning for future conquests and reforms to be made. At the moment Wanda was in one of her dimensions, watching as Ivy was surrounded by sentient animals made of plants, one of thousands of her creations within the dimension they were in. I take it you like this place? Wanda asked, amused with the bright smile on Ivy's face, a growingly common occurrence as of late, all thanks to Wanda and the dimensions that Ivy now had access to. Obviously. This place is amazing, far better than the corruption that humans have made Earth undergo. This place is free, clean, comforting. It's beyond anything I have ever felt on Earth. Not to mention all of the incredible life you've created. I may have been a bit skeptical at first, but you really are amazing, boss, Ivy said enthusiastically, feeling happier than she had in a long time. Wanda giggled at her employee's enthusiasm, as Raven, who was meditating, opened her eyes. You're only just now realizing that. Did you not see the thousands of other doors leading to other dimensions she created? Raven asked, deadpanning at her co-worker. They had become frenemies of sorts, which Wanda found to be more cute than anything. Yeah, well, you can't blame me. Who would ever believe that a simple bookstore owner is in fact a nigh-omnipotent deity that could create dimensions as casually as breathing? I'd look crazy if I was to ever try and explain that to someone, Ivy replied with a scowl, while Raven snorted. You already look crazy, Green. You'll only cement that fact, Raven replied with a small smirk upon hearing the growl escaping Ivy's lips. All the while, Wanda listened and watched in growing amusement, finding the back and forth to be hilarious, almost like they were siblings or something. You. Ivy growled, ready to attack her with vines, only for Wanda to give her a look. I'd appreciate it if you didn't get physical, Ivy. I allow for you to argue verbally, because it's cute. But attacking one another in a physical manner is not something I shall permit, understood? Wanda warned, giving her a narrowed look, a frown on her face. Ivy flinched under the look, knowing better than to anger Wanda, and nodded. Sorry boss, Ivy said, before giving Raven a glare, especially once she saw the small victorious smirk on the woman's face, making Ivy realize that Raven had done that on purpose in order to bait her. Good, now come on, it's time for dinner, Wanda said, as Ivy's eyes lit up, remembering the delicious steak that Wanda had promised to make. As while she doesn't eat any plants, she does love herself a good steak and anything else that is meat. She loved nature and plants enough that she despised the mere idea of consuming any of them. But animals. She didn't mind eating them, although she knew that animals were also very important to nature and plants. Can you make tea too? Raven asked, remembering the special tea that Wanda always made. The best tea in the world that she had learned from thousands of different books she had read, as well as unique herbs that could only be found within her dimensions. Of course, I'll whip both of us up one. Can't forget to have a good cup of tea at least once a day, Wanda replied with a nod, as Raven smiled, satisfied that she'd be able to have more. Now, let's go eat. Chapter 40, Messing with Some Proteges. Third POV. The dinner had been an enjoyable affair, with a bit of friendly banter and watching a movie, but not much else besides that. Raven and Ivy knew better than to argue during dinner time. It was one of Wanda's cardinal rules in regards to the apartment rules. The next couple of days had been more of the same. Selling to new customers, selling to customers from other worlds, and such. The one that she had enjoyed selling to the most, and the most repeated otherworldly customer she was having appear every single day now, was Naruto. The kid came every single day for ramen. Having Ichiraku ramen for lunch, and hers for dinner. This had led to the kid buying a handful more books with his pocket change, and telling her about the fact that he managed to wrangle his rightful inheritance from Gigi, aka the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Hokage himself seemed to wish to speak with her, but she didn't have any interest in meeting the old man. As a lot of the kid's suffering was due to him, and his weakness. The fact that the Hokage, the literal leader of the village, can't even keep his own civilians under control. The man allowed for others to bully, beat, and attack Naruto and did nothing about it. Allowing for others to sabotage his growth, greatly limiting it from what it could be. And because of this little fact, Wanda heavily disliked the man. It was also why she ended up gifting Naruto some clothes that were left behind by an old employee, which was a lie. She had made clothes perfectly fitted for him, comfortable, and heated so the child would have a ton of clothes to wear and not just the orange monstrosity that he had worn for his entire life. He had brought quite a lot of Fuinjutsu books after he had started living in the Uzumaki compound, but only the ones he had more than one book of. In return, Wanda had traded him other books she was getting more and more of, and she had helped him by telling him of the very overpowered usage of the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Something that he had immediately taken advantage of, creating hundreds of clones at a time to learn all the books in the Uzumaki library, especially Fuinjutsu, which he had quickly proven to be a monstrous genius at, courtesy of his Uzumaki lineage. Using those new books, Wanda had learned quite a bit of Fuinjutsu, which when combined with runes and wards, had proven to be quite the powerful thing, especially once her power had been infused into them, making her wards even stronger than before. At the moment, Wanda was walking through the streets of Happy Harbor. She had been a bit bored as of recent, and decided that she wanted to get involved in some bigger events, mostly because it'd be fun. As the longer she lived this new life as a nigh-omnipotent entity, the more she began to live life for fun and enjoyment, her desire for others not noticing her lessening as she realized that they couldn't actually do anything to her, no matter how hard they try. The Young Justice team was still in its infancy, to the point that Artemis hadn't even joined the team yet. And instead, they were around the time when the android Mr. Twister was going to appear. Or more like, today was the day that he was to appear, as she noticed the winds picked up far off in the distance. Mr. Twister was weak, very much so. Having the basic powers of controlling whirlwinds and generating lightning, but the version from this universe was a bit stronger thanks to it being more comic-like in terms of power levels. With him now being able to make whirlwinds large enough to destroy a small city. Not a threat to Wanda, but certainly one to the city of Happy Harbor. And from the sizes of the winds in the distance, it seemed to be an immediate one, as she walked towards it, watching from a distance with a hum as the Young Justice began to battle it out with Mr. Twister. The Superman clone with Lex Luthor's DNA, Superboy, trying to punch the android, only for it to effortlessly slam him back against the ground. Weak. You're all so weak. Where is Tornado? Or the Justice League? I grow bored of beating children, Mr. Twister snarled, batting the batarangs of Robin to the side, and slamming a fist against the face of Kid Flash as he tried to run around him. It was, honestly, a bit of a sad sight, but not surprising. This was the beginning of their journey as heroes, and in the case of Superboy and Kid Flash especially, they were still quite weak and inexperienced. Wanda wanted to step in, but she knew that this was a necessary moment for their growth as individuals and as a team, so she decided against it. That, and it was kinda funny to watch Wally zoom around, only to punch the metal bot at human speeds, almost like that awful Arrowverse Flash had the tendency of doing. She was definitely interested in visiting that place eventually. It's honestly kind of sad, Wanda thought, sighing as she watched them struggle so much. I suppose that I should be fair to them, as the android is quite a bit stronger than in the show, and is closer to this universe's scaling, so the comics levels. But at the same time, to see someone like the Kid Flash struggle against someone so weak is a little sad. Especially considering how fast the boy becomes in the future. Trillions of times the speed of light, so fast that he becomes faster than thought, faster than an instant, hell, even faster than the Speed Force itself, Wanda thought, remembering just how incredibly fast he was supposed to become in the future. Or at least, that's how fast he would become in the mainline universe. She suspected he would get that fast here too, but it would just be slow going, and would go drastically different. Seeing them struggle against the foe for the next 20 minutes, before eventually working together as a team for the first time, Wanda smiled as they finally defeated the android, with Miss Martian finishing the battle by crushing the android's form with her telekinesis. Walking over to the group, she kept her cloak up, so that none of them could see her face, even though she had nothing covering it. A bit of reality warping went a long way in this. You know, you'd have defeated him faster if you used your speed in tandem with your punches, she spoke, as they all jumped in fright, turning to her in alarm, only to blink as they looked at her. They couldn't see her face. It was almost blurred or something. What dash? Can't see my face. Don't worry about that. I just don't want to deal with the League just yet. They can be very annoying when they put their minds to it, Wanda said with an amused smile, as Wally rubbed his eyes fiercely, as if trying to clean them or something. Why can't we see your face? It's just a bit of power at work. That's all. But as I was saying, if you had utilized that speed of yours, you could have defeated him far sooner, you know that, right? What do you mean? Wait, why am I even listening to you? Wally asked in alarm, as Wanda giggled. Because you're interested in what I have to say. And it's simple. If you had vibrated your hands and shoved it through him, you would have been able to destroy him in a singular movement. And if Superboy over there had utilized that hearing of his, he would have been able to tell that Mr. Twister over there is a simple android and not human, Wanda said with a small smile on her face, especially upon seeing the wide-eyed expressions of the team, as she began to point out their inadequate performance. Miss Martian over there could have utilized her telekinetic powers and ripped him apart from the inside out, since she knew he was an android. Quite honestly, the only ones that I don't have anything to say about is Robin and Aqualad, Wanda explained, as they all looked at her in complete and utter confusion and disbelief. And as they heard her explanation, Wally once again had only one question. Who the hell are you? Wanda just grinned at the question, as she began to disappear from the area in a swirling motion akin to a certain one-eyed Uchiha's teleportation power. A friend, Wanda said, as she fully disappeared. All the while, she had one thought on her mind. I've got to do this more often. Chapter 41, Helping Harry. Third POV. Turns out messing with the young heroes was a lot more fun than she had thought it would have been. And because of this, she decided that she would start to do it a bit more often. Not right now of course, but a lot more than she had beforehand. At the moment Wanda was listening in as Harry was complaining about the Triwizard Tournament. Something that he had been forced into as of recent, due to the actions of an unknown individual who had entered him into the tournament. I can't even get out of the damned thing. Someone entered my name into the Goblet of Fire, and for some reason, I am legally forced to take part. If I don't then I'll lose my magic, and I don't even know why. I don't even want to take part in it, especially if it leads to what's happening now. My own house thinks I entered for my own glory or something, as if I need that sort of thing, Harry complained to her as he sipped on his tea, grunting in annoyance. Since you've been entered into a tournament that legally can only be partaken by someone who is of legal age, theoretically that would mean that by law and by magic, you are now legally classified as an adult, no. Meaning you are now emancipated, and should be able to do some things that were not possible before, Wanda replied, as the teen's eyes widened in surprise. What does that mean? I know what emancipated means, but what does that give me? Harry asked, as Wanda was the most knowledgeable person he had ever met in his entire life, even more than Dumbledore or Hermione, by a long shot at that. It means that you can legally claim your lordships that are owed to you. Such as the Potter lordship, and potentially even the Black, Peverell, and Slytherin lordships. This also means you'll have access to your parents' wills, a lot more wealth than before, and your family's properties that were not accessible before. Properties that are heavily protected, Wanda replied after a few moments of thought. She had read a few books on such things after Hermione had brought them in upon her request, so she knew wizarding law like the back of her hand. As she was planning on making a clone to send into the world so that she could gain all of its knowledge, and maybe get herself another pet, besides Teakle who was sitting on her lap. Means you could also sue them if they try forcing you into this. That, and there are magical oaths you can take that will prove that you did not enter the tournament, Raven spoke up as she placed a book onto a shelf. She had also read a few books on wizarding law, mostly out of boredom and interest in laws of another world. Magical oaths. Third shelf to the right, second down. Titled, Magical Oaths and Everything to Know About Them, Wanda replied, as the teen walked over and grabbed the book, handing her galleons almost instantly as he realized that this might be what he needs to get out of his situation. Thanks, I'll have to see if I can get out of this tournament. And if I can't, I sure as hell will make everyone forcing me into it pay for this. And where do I go to receive my lordships? Harry asked. Gringotts. Just ask them for an inheritance test and they'll do the rest. They respect money and not wasting time, so just do that and you'll be fine, Wanda responded with a comforting smile, seeing as the kid was getting a bit overwhelmed with all the new information that was being given to him. Could you help me? I know that's a lot to ask, but I've got no bloody clue what the hell I am doing. And if you do help me, I'll give you all the dark books that I get out of it. Merlin knows I don't need any cursed books or anything, Harry asked, as Wanda looked at him, surprised at the ask. I can. But, it will be my clone that will help you. You can think of this clone as an extension of me, it is essentially a puppet that I control, see through, and talk through. So don't worry about it failing on you or anything. And I'll gladly take those books off your hands, cursed books are no problem for me. And should you wish to learn anything from them, I'll let you have the copies for free. You'll also get a good bit of store credit out of this as well, Wanda responded with a nod, as a clone popped into place beside her, giving the wide-eyed teen a wave and smile. Is that a spell or something? Harry asked in slight awe, having never seen something like that. He knew that magic was incredible, but creating a clone of yourself? He didn't think something like that was possible. You can say that, yes. But it's quite a bit more complicated, something that needed a good bit of training to really get correct. Now, how about you head off to Gringotts and my clone will accompany you, okay? Wanda said, as the teen nodded, understanding that it was best to do this sooner rather than later, especially since he was currently in Diagon Alley, with her store being there. All right, thank you, Miss Wanda. Harry said, as he began to walk out of the shop, her clone following after him, both of them giggling as he left into the alley. I want to read some of those cursed books, once you get them, Raven said at her side, as Wanda looked at her before chuckling and nodding. Of course, now, back to work, Missy. Wanda said, struggling to keep the grin off her face as Raven rolled her eyes and walked off. Now, let's see what's happening with my clone. In the alley with her clone, her and Harry were walking through the alley, the clone glancing around in slight interest, as she had seen the place in the movies plenty of times, but never in person, not until now. It's amazing, isn't it? Harry asked, realizing that Wanda had seemingly never properly been into the alley. It's definitely interesting. Not sure if amazing is the word I would use, with the less than pleasant smell, but it certainly is far from normal, Wanda too replied, before looking forward at the large building in front of them, made of white stone. Walking into Gringotts, she glanced around at the goblins, slightly amused as she noticed that they were all looking at her in hesitation, seemingly being able to sense a small fraction of the danger that she posed to them. Standing beside Harry, Wanda too gave him a nod as he breathed in and spoke. "I'd like to take an inheritance test please," Harry asked, as the goblin glanced at him, before grunting. 3 drops of blood and 5 galleons, the goblin said, placing a paper onto the desk in front of him, as Harry handed over the galleons, and pricked his finger with the needle that the goblin handed him. The two of them watched as the paper glowed, as words formed. Name, Harry Potter. Age, 14, emancipated. Mother, Lily Potter, née Evans, deceased. Father, James Potter, deceased. Godfather, Sirius Black. Godmother, Alice Longbottom, indisposed. Lordships claimable, Potter, through blood, Black, through blood and Godfather, Peverall, through blood, Slytherin, through blood and right of conquest, Gryffindor, through blood and right. Well, Mr. Potter, it would seem you have quite a large inheritance to claim, the goblin said in surprise as he looked over the paper, as he had expected the Potter and Black parts, but the others were, definitely a shock. Come with me so that we can claim your lordships, the goblin said, as Wanda too stayed silent, using her power to make sure that no one noticed what was happening, deciding to help the kid with that at least. She would feel bad if he got hounded by the press after all of this. As it turns out, accepting lordships took quite a bit of time, so too did gathering literally hundreds of cursed and dark books, all of which were given to Wanda too by Harry, something she was very grateful for, and gave him 25 books worth of store credit. He didn't want to accept at first, since she had helped him so much, but she forced him. Back in the shop, her main body was giddy as she began to read through the books and got rid of all the curses on them, so that she could start selling them as well. And as she started reading, the main Wanda had one thought on her mind. I've gotta help people in other worlds more often. Chapter 42, The Goddess of Wisdom. Third POV. After her clone had finished helping Harry, and brought back literally hundreds of cursed and dark books from his various vaults, including a few books that had some incredibly unique spells, and even one of the family grimoires of the House of Black. She had read almost all of them within a couple of days, and had thoroughly enjoyed what she had learned from them. There were now copies of each and every single one of them on the bookshelves, with Raven reading a few of the books on dark curses, and even Ivy was reading some books on the unique and rare plants from that world. She wanted to mimic it eventually if she could. And Wanda was planning on teaching her magic so that she could, but that would be for later. Using her clone, she ended up stealing all the books from some of the vaults that she wouldn't be able to naturally get. The entire vault of books from the Malfoys, Lestranges, Crabbe, Goyle, Nott, Zabini, and various other dark-aligned families were within her hands in the next few hours, and each of them had also been read and put out to be sold soon too. She found that a majority of their books were useless, or were inferior to the quality that Harry had given her. Which made sense, considering every family he was the lord of was older than 99% of the rest of the Wizarding World's pure-blood families, with the Peverall family being by far the eldest of them, and by thousands of years at that. It turns out that the Peverall family was far older than what was shown, existing back during the times of the ancient Romans, thousands of years ago. They were older than even someone like Merlin, which was an impressive thing to say. Although Merlin was younger than even the founders of Hogwarts, so, perhaps not too crazy. Wanda had ended up keeping her clone in Harry's world, and gave it the duty of traveling around the world to collect rare books from around the world, but to keep England out of its sight so that Harry and the others could continue to come and trade in books and get something out of it. Instead, it had gone off to Greece to start off. At the moment Wanda was smiling as she watched a group of demigods picking through her books. The first round of demigods from Camp Half-Blood had finally been allowed in, and were coming in by droves to buy books from her. All sorts of books, and in exchange she was getting tons of new books, exchanges of knowledge, and coin. Wow. These books are insane. I've never seen a forging method like this before. A demigod child of Hephaestus said, as he grabbed a book on forging from the world of Naruto, which used different methods than normal. He also grabbed a book on chakra metal which did not exist in the world he lived within. Not to mention their books on fashion. It's completely different from anything we have in the camp. One of the daughters of Aphrodite said, as her eyes practically sparkled upon reading on the fashion of the Game of Thrones universe. Wanda had gotten a few books that showed illustrations of them, and it seemed they were quite popular with the Aphrodite kids. There were similar reactions to various other topics that were being sold at her shop, and thanks to that, she was making a lot of profit, both in knowledge and in power. And she was enjoying the reactions of the kids even more, happy to see others enjoying the knowledge she was selling. As she sat there reading and glancing at the kids browsing, she stopped when the door dinged open, her eyebrow raising as she saw who had entered. It was a beautiful woman that was radiating quite a lot of divine power. She had a no-nonsense look on her face, and seemed to be surveying her surroundings with narrowed eyes. I was wondering when she would appear. She was the goddess I was most interested in interacting with, after all. Well, besides Hecate, Wanda thought, as the woman stopped in front of her desk, with Wanda beginning. What can I do for the goddess of wisdom herself? Wanda asked, looking up at the woman with a small smile on her face, as Athena frowned. What is this place? How is it possible for it to exist? What is your purpose within the camp? This is my bookstore, simple as that. It exists because I will it so, and because I want it to. And it is in the camp so that I can sell my books to the campers, and in return gain knowledge and coin from them. It's quite simple really. I believe I explained all of this to Dionysus already, did he not tell you? Wanda asked, as the woman seemed to ignore her question in favor of narrowing her eyes at her. And what gives you the right to open a shop within our territory? Athena said, trying to be intimidating, but it didn't really come off as that to Wanda. Wanda glanced at her unimpressed, finding her attempt at intimidation to be laughable at best. She was massively weaker than Wanda was, so much so that she could flare her aura and the woman would die, permanently at that. I don't believe it is your territory though, is it? You don't own the United States, do you? And even then, you can't do anything about it. Perhaps if that little creator god of yours came here themselves, then maybe they'd be able to get rid of my shop, but even then I doubt it, Wanda said, giving the woman her first strike inwardly, as she went off a 3-strike rule with people like her. Upon the 3rd strike, she'd show her place. She was being kind even doing that much. And the only reason she hadn't done anything yet was because all the kids in the shop didn't notice Athena, likely using her divinity to conceal herself. Creator, you speak of cows? And so brazenly. You are quite the arrogant woman, aren't you? Athena asked with a frown. Probably a little bit. But I am more confident and sure of my power than anything. I could wipe out your entire little pantheon with a single snap of my fingers. Do you really think I care so much for your threats and attempt at intimidation? Now, are you here to buy any of my books, or are you going to continue being a disappointment to your title as the goddess of wisdom? Wanda asked, as the woman slowly began to show a scowl, but one tiny flare of Wanda's aura, and she went silent. She had only shown Athena it, but it seemed it got the effect she wanted as the woman paused, her eyes wide as sweat began to fall from her figure, her own divine power refusing to move to her will as she felt the power of Wanda, only a small fraction of it, but enough to make her feel small, so very small. I apologize, Athena stuttered slightly, fear in her eyes, even though she was doing well at hiding it on her face. Apology accepted. Now, do you have any books you wish to buy or sell to me? I've got quite a collection growing, and I am quite confident that you have never seen a majority of them, Wanda said as if she hadn't just put the fear of God, or in this case, the Scarlet Witch into the goddess. Athena, hearing this, went silent for a few moments before snapping her finger, Wanda's eyes gleaming in excitement as stacks of books surrounded Athena, likely over 500 books in stacks. Each and every single one of them being completely unique and new, and upon seeing them, Wanda smiled. Well, with that many books, you could likely half the books in the shop. So go ahead and pick out what you want while I file these away, Wanda said, only for Athena to snap her fingers again, another group of books appearing, likely another 350 or so books. Will this be enough to buy one copy of every book in this store? Athena asked, as Wanda blinked several times, before nodding. Making a swishing motion with her wrist, a small bag appeared in her hand. Here, since you've given me so many new books, I'll allow you to take this with you. It's a new book bag that I'll be selling that is the size of a small country on the inside, so you can hold as much as you want inside of it. This is the largest option, but considering some of those books you're giving me are quite rare, I'll give it to you, Wanda said, as she handed Athena the book bag, the woman looking surprised as she glanced at it. Incredible. You created a pocket dimension just to hold books. And one of such size. Athena couldn't help but say as she gazed at it, she could feel that inside there was a bunch of books, but she could also see that it was far larger inside than what it looked. I'm more than powerful enough for such a thing, Athena, Wanda said with a nod, as the goddess of wisdom looked up at her in silence, before bowing. I apologize for my actions earlier. It was unbecoming of a goddess of wisdom, and I must thank you for showing me the error of my ways. I shall be back with more books soon. I just hope you'll have more new books to show me in return, Athena said, with Wanda smirking in response. I'll have a lot of new books coming soon, Athena, trust me. I do hope to see you soon, Wanda said, giving the Greek goddess a wave as she walked out of the shop. Seems I'll be getting a new regular, and one that might actually be capable of growth too, Wanda thought with a pleased smile, knowing that Athena would likely grow massively in power thanks to her shop, more than any other god besides Hecate, and that was because of her power relying on knowledge, and her bookstore brought massive amounts of that. As Wanda gazed at the stacks of books, she smiled as they all flew into the back room to be read and sorted later. And as she did this, she had only one thought on her mind. I've got to get more godly customers. Chapter 43, New Scrolls from Naruto. Third POV. With the new books in her arsenal, and the decision to get more godly customers, Wanda had ended up deciding to create a door in another world that was home to quite a few gods, but it would be some time until that specific door would be utilized. Instead, so until then, she had decided on focusing on something else. This being the things that were happening in the real world. More noticeably, the Justice League. After her appearance in Happy Harbor and helping the Young Justice team, the League was effectively on high alert. None of them knew who she was, but from what the proteges had all told them, it would seem that she was the very same person that had knocked out Diana, and had caused them a lot of trouble thanks to it. And now she was back, and helping the younger team, for some reason. It was alarming to them, and it was the reason why they had every magic user in the League currently working around the clock to try and track her down, which of course, was not working. At the same time, she knew that the Light was also looking for her. Especially after she had killed Clarion and absorbed his power for herself, that and taking his cat. She had been keeping an eye on the Light and their movements, and had found that they were trying to find her, but were having no luck. She wasn't interested in being found just yet. Which is why the Justice League had also not found her yet, even with Constantine visiting her shop again recently, as well as Lucifer who had brought her a few books from tens of thousands of years ago. In return she had traded him some of her wine and some of her food too. At the moment Wanda was sat behind her desk, sipping on her tea as she waited for her first customer of the day. And it seemed she was about to get them, as the door creaked open, her smile widening as Naruto came into the shop with a bright grin on his face, her eyes widening slightly upon seeing the clones that came soon after, each of them carrying comically large stacks of scrolls in their hands. Hey, Auntie Wanda. I've got a bunch for scrolls for you. Managed to get the old man to hand over my inheritance finally. Naruto said with a grin, as they placed their stacks onto the counter, Wanda looking them all over. She found that every single one of them were rare and not something she had learned or read yet. This is quite the haul, Naruto. You can go ahead and buy just about any book in the shop with this. And once I make copies, you are welcome to take a copy of each of these for free. Ah, and you can also get as much ramen as you want with this too, Wanda said, as the scrolls flew behind her and into the back room, where they were being copied. One of the shelves warped and changed as the copies of the scrolls began to fly back out and onto the new shelves. Thanks, Auntie. Naruto said with a grin, as he ran off to the bookshelves to find the books he wanted, and then he would buy his ramen, the best ramen in the world that he hadn't eaten for a few days now, and was severely missing. He had actually come to the shop for some new books on taijutsu as he knew that his taijutsu was one of his weakest points. Not only that, but he hadn't been trained much by his sensei in the art, so it was up to him to overcome the obstacles and become at the very least, decent at taijutsu. It didn't take him very long to find a few books to buy, all of them being on various martial arts from Wanda's universe, PJO, and a handful of others from some of the other universes that her shop was connected to, one of them even including some martial arts from the Doctor's universe. After around 10 minutes of browsing, Naruto had brought up all of his books and checked them out, before ordering a large order of 15 bowls of Wanda's ramen. Wanda could only watch in complete and utter amusement as the kid absolutely devoured the ramen that was sat in front of him, to the point that it was all gone within the 30 minutes after that. All the while, Naruto had asked her about her shop and why she liked being a bookstore owner. Around 20 minutes into him eating, Wanda ended up noticing that she had another customer that had entered her store, this being Kakashi, who blinked in surprise at the sight of Naruto being there. It looked like he was back to get some more smutty novels and books, considering he loved them, and had read literally over a dozen of her smut-filled books within the last few weeks. Kakashi-sensei. What are you doing here? Naruto asked in surprise. He hadn't seen any of his team or his sensei at the bookstore since their initial visit weeks ago, so it was a surprise to see him there now of all time. Naruto. I'm just here to get some new books, that's all. What are you doing here? I thought you were going through your inheritance, Kakashi asked with a raised eyebrow, as he walked over to the kid. I already did. Auntie Wanda told me that I get the memories of the shadow clones I make when they pop. And they do. So I used them to learn about all the books I had and go through them all. It was really boring, but I did it, Dadabayo. Naruto replied with a bright grin on his face, Kakashi looking surprised at this piece of information. He knew about the usage of the shadow clones, but he didn't even think about the way Naruto could uniquely use it better than anyone else in the world. All because he had so much chakra that he could literally make hundreds of them in order to learn dozens of times faster than any normal person. It was impressive, especially to Naruto's standards, as he was not exactly known for being the smartest in terms of using things to his advantage. He was more unpredictable than anything. That is, actually smart. Did you find any good scrolls to learn from? Kakashi asked Naruto, who nodded with a bright smile. Yep. I brought 'em all to Auntie and sold them to her. She made copies for me to take back though, so my clones are bringing back one copy of each. And in return I get a bunch of ramen and new taijutsu styles to learn. Naruto said with his usual bright grin, as Kakashi looked alarmed at this news. You gave an unknown woman clan scrolls. Naruto, those have been passed down in your clan for centuries. You cannot just give them to someone. Kakashi said in rare seriousness, as Naruto waved him off. Meh, I didn't give her the super special ones, I want to learn them first before thinking of it. And Auntie Wanda already promised that the truly dangerous stuff won't be sold in her shop, cause I guess she's gotten other books that are better off not being sold to the public, so she keeps them for herself to learn, and that's all, Naruto replied with a shrug, not really caring much. He still had the copies of them, and he trusted Wanda enough to let her sell the copies. New books on taijutsu and other arts mattered more to him than what he had given her, and the ramen of course, mainly the ramen. Honestly, if he could have, he would have given her more books so he could get even more ramen, but he realized that he needed to go through literally thousands of scrolls and books, and he didn't really want to make that many clones, not yet. He had a splitting headache just from the first burst that he had done. Imagining over 100 clones popping at the same town sounded unfun to say the least. Kakashi could only sigh at his students, not very intelligent move, but he could also see the appeal behind it, the scent of the delicious ramen traveling through his nose, and he knew then that he would be buying some for himself. But for now, he had only one thought on his mind, a perverse giggle echoing from his lips at the same time, and that was time to get some new books. Chapter 44, Everything Has Darkness, Magicules. Third POV. With the new books in hand, Kakashi had left a little while later, his perverse grin not leaving his face as he left to go and tell the Hokage of Naruto selling a major amount of scrolls to the unknown bookstore owner. A bookstore owner that was causing more and more controversy and interest within Konoha. Seeing that his sensei had left, Naruto looked to Wanda. Hey, Wanda-san, how come I've never seen you in Konoha? Naruto asked. It was a question that had been on his mind for a little while now, and he really wanted to know the answer to it. He had tried to use some of his clones to see if he could find her out in Konoha, but he never did, meaning that she wasn't in Konoha, or was good at hiding. That is because I've never been into Konoha, Naruto. I just have my shop on its outskirts, but I have never ventured into the city itself, Wanda replied with a calm smile on her face, as the kid looked up at her in surprise. How come? Konoha is awesome. It's got some of the best food in the whole world, is safe, and probably has all sorts of bookstores you can find new stuff from. Naruto exclaimed, rising to his feet at the travesty of it all. Of the fact that his new friend had yet to actually enter the town that she literally had her shop outside of. Because I prefer to stay in my shop, Naruto. It might look safe, but even the brightest of places have shadows, and the brighter the light, the darker the shadows tend to be. And while I don't mind Konoha, I have no interest in interacting with some of the people there, Wanda replied with a patient smile, knowing the reaction that was about to come from the 12-year-old. Hey! Don't talk about Konoha like that. Even if there are shadows, I'll just have to bathe them in light once I become the Hokage, Dadabayo. Naruto yelled with conviction, as Wanda looked at him before giggling softly. I know you will, Naruto. But perhaps before that, you should try not to spill the rest of your ramen. It'll be a little hard to clean up, Wanda said, as the kid blinked several times, before glancing back, his eyes widening in horror as he noticed that half of his bowl of ramen was on the ground. No. My ramen. Naruto yelled in heartbreak, as Wanda giggled louder, before snapping her finger, the ramen disappearing, as a new bowl appeared on the table, causing Naruto to look back at Wanda with a bright grin. Thanks, Auntie Wanda. Naruto said with a grin, as he began to dig back into his meal, completely forgetting about what could have been an argument, something that Wanda found adorable. Honestly, if it wouldn't cause Naruto all sorts of trouble, I'd adopt the little munchkin and take him in myself, Wanda thought, as she had to admit that adopting a kid sounded appealing to her. She still remembered her sons, with her Wanda memories being the most prevalent, and the Billy memories being far less pronounced, with most of them having been long since eliminated for her own sanity. She wasn't sure if it was this way with all Wandas, but she definitely wanted to be a mother at some point, either through adoption or good old-fashioned magic. She'd never actually get with a guy though, not her thing. I suppose we'll just have to see how his world goes. If it goes like in canon, then I'll leave him be. Otherwise, I might have to step in and take the little sunshine under my wing, Wanda thought, knowing that not all the worlds she was going to connect to were canonically accurate, with some of them being different. Like how in the Game of Thrones universe that her clone was currently working in, the world had several book characters and book influences. She suspected that Naruto's world may be darker than what it was in canon, and she hoped it didn't go how she was suspecting it might. For now, let's just feed the little thing and see who the next customer is. A little later, after Naruto had left back to Konoha, Wanda was sitting, reading one of the new scrolls she had been given by Naruto. It was a book on sealing chakra, and was quite interesting, not to mention incredibly complex, and very impressive. She could already see the uses of it, once she figured out how to warp it into something else. She planned on starting to create more and more of her own custom books that she herself would make, books that were full of spells and such that she would make. She had already created a number of spells over the past few months since her rebirth, and she would only continue to make more. On her lap was Tikal, who was sleeping soundly, which was a norm for the lazy kitty. Wanda was cut off from her reading as the door opened, and in stepped Rimuru, who was looking at her with a more serious glint in his eyes than last time. It had been quite some time since he had last been there, and it looked like he was now far stronger than before. Probably in hopes of having a chance against her, should she try anything. He would never possibly reach that level, but he didn't need to know that. Sage, what's the possibility of me beating her now? Your death is 100% certain, and your possibility of defeating her is 0. Yeah, I expected that much. Alright, guess I'll just be upfront with her, Rimuru thought, before speaking to the amused woman, who he knew could hear him. I'm here for an exchange. You said last time that you were interested in gaining access to skills and magicals, right? Well, I'm here to offer you that, and in return, I just ask for a single favor, and maybe a few books, Rimuru said, as Wanda raised an eyebrow at the offer. Deal. As long as the favor does not go against my morals or beliefs, I will help you with just about anything, Wanda replied with a smile, as she reached her hand out, causing him to look at her in confusion. I just need your hand, and I'll do the rest. Giving myself the ability to utilize magicals should be easy enough, Wanda said with a smile, as the man looked at her hand, before breathing in and gripping it, and the second he did, she began the process. Rimuru could only silently wait as Wanda began to manipulate her very soul and body, warping it into something capable of holding and adapting to magicals, a new source of energy that would boost her power by a decent amount, and should she go to Rimuru's world in person, a clone wouldn't work, she'd even be able to get skills, likely a lot of them at that. The entire process lasted only a few moments, before an aura exploded out of her. Rimuru couldn't sense it, but it was so large that it filled the entire dimension that her bookstore was inside of, a dimension larger than most universes, as it shook. At the same time, Great Sage spoke inside of Rimuru. Individual known as Wanda has achieved magicals. Magicals levels beyond levels that can be estimated. Individual Wanda has a 100% chance of being the most powerful user of magicals in reality. Well, let's hope this was actually worth it, Rimuru thought with sweat trickling down his face, trying not to feel fear over the fact that he had just made Wanda a decent bit stronger, and now gave her the ability to gain skills, even if he didn't really know anything about the latter. Letting out a sigh, Wanda pulled her hand back as she smiled. Thanks for that, Rimuru. It seems magicals are quite a bit more impressive than I had thought, not to mention easy to utilize, Wanda said, effortlessly manipulating magicules with a singular motion of her hand. Magicules were very similar to magical energy from other worlds, but was more science-based. It was interesting, really. The spirit runs within it should be able to be utilized by her, allowing her to also gain aura and even holy power from Tensura, but she would do that later on, and not with Rimuru watching her. With that over with, Wanda looked at Rimuru, with one important question on her mind, and that very same question flew from her mouth moments later. So, what books do you want? Chapter 45, Talks with Rimuru. Third POV. A lot. The answer to her question was a lot. Rimuru had taken nearly an hour to find every single useful book, asking Great Sage every single time he looked a book on whether or not it would be useful to his kingdom, and he had found that almost every single one of them was useful in some way, shape or form. Even the most basic magic books would be huge in the hands of his subordinates. He wondered what his newest recruits would use these for, especially the borderline psychotic purple-headed menace, a menace who was absolutely horrid at cooking. He decided to invest in a dozen cookbooks for her, mostly so he'd never have to eat her cooking again, at least, not when it tasted as awful as it did at the moment. It was like a biohazard or something, and even with his iron stomach and regeneration, he feared for his life every time she asked to feed him. And the red-headed Kijin, Benimaru, didn't help, with the two of them having this strange rivalry on who could get out of eating her cooking, by pushing it on the other. Benimaru tended to win that on, much to Rimuru's horror. Watching Rimuru pick out all of his books, Wanda found herself a little surprised with the selections. They were quite interesting, and almost all of them were on magic, combat, or cooking, funnily enough. Not going to take any books on chakra? Wanda asked in interest, as the androgynous man looked at her. Chakra? Like the thing from Naruto? Rimuru asked in surprise. He remembered the anime from his past life, as it had been one of the first he had ever watched when he was younger, alongside Dragon Ball, One Piece, and Yu Yu Hakusho. Naruto-kun traded me quite a number of scrolls in return for some books and ramen. They're on the bookshelf farther down. I believe you should be able to utilize them, and if not, I am open to giving you the ability to utilize chakra, but the price will be quite large, Wanda said, as it was true. Giving someone like Rimuru chakra would massively boost his potential, so much so that she was confident he would be quite a lot stronger than his canon self should he access it. He could even get mutated and stronger evolutions in the future, therefore completely changing his future. She herself knew that the second she stepped into that world, it was very likely she'd get a lot of different skills, thanks to the voice of the world. And there were a few skills she was interested in copying for herself, which she should theoretically be able to do with her magic. Mostly ultimate skills like Azazoth and such. None of them were as strong as what she had, but they would be neat to have. Plus it was more so because it sounded cool than anything. Rimuru was pretty badass for a reason, and those skills were a large part of it. I'll have to think on that one. And since Naruto comes here, does that mean other fictional universes exist? Like Dragon Ball? Rimuru asked as Wanda nodded. Pretty much any and all fictional universes you have ever imagined are real. Even the most horrifying ones that even a being like me would have to be careful of, Wanda said, as 3 universes came to mind. One with a money that was the OG OP character. One with mad horrors that would break the greatest of minds, and the last of which had so many overpowered characters that she couldn't even count them all, some of which could actually kill her, and some of which were impossible to kill. Yeah, she wasn't interested in even thinking of visiting any of them. Especially not the first one. She didn't want to mess with the monkey. She had no idea how strong he actually was, and she'd much rather not find out herself. The dude was impossible to kill, even for her. Having like 12 different forms of immortality was bullshit. There were also universes with ones that saw reality as nothing but fiction, as a story that they could mold to their whims. She remembered the woman who looked down upon it all as nothing more than chess, and was considered one of the most powerful beings in reality. Another universe she wasn't interested in entering or interacting with. Rimuru watched in confusion as Wanda grumbled, before she shook it off. Sorry, I get annoyed when thinking of all the universes that seem so interesting, but are better off not ventured into, even for me, Wanda said with a sigh, knowing that she'd likely need to grow a bit in terms of hacks before connecting her shop to those places. Valid, Rimuru said in response, understanding what she was talking about. He knew that there was a ridiculous amount of beings that could atomize him, and he wasn't even that strong. Even thinking of the beings that could actually kill Wanda was not a nice thought. Well, since you've picked out all your books, are you done, or would you like some food? I've got the best ramen in the world. At least that's what Naruto always says, Wanda asked, as the slime hummed before nodding. Can I get 3 bowls to go? Rimuru asked, as Wanda just snapped her fingers as 3 bowls of ramen floated to her from the kitchen, before depositing in their to-go bowls that she had recently made for them. She had made them specifically because of Naruto's ask, and now it was being commonly used by college students that shopped from her. Her ramen was that cheap and delicious, and was the perfect option for struggling college kids. Not to mention the fact that the college books she sold were far cheaper than anywhere else, and were quite literally the exact same. She felt for the college kids, as she knew it was a living nightmare for them. In actuality, 90% of the books she was selling were far cheaper than in other places, and what they normally would be worth. As in, some of them were 50% cheaper than in other places, with the one that was the biggest difference being 75% off from normal. She didn't like to be scummy, and priced them for what was fair, as she literally didn't need the money and just took it for fun. She was thinking of making some sort of system to change out money for her friends from other universes. This would involve finding books from their universe and exchanging it for points, and then these points could be used for rarer books and even other things. But she was still contemplating that one, as it could make things a lot more complicated than right now. Anything else, Rimuru? Wanda asked, as the man shook his head. He had only asked for the ramen so he didn't get bugged by Cheyenne to eat her awful soup or whatever else she tried to make. He was also interested because if Naruto himself said it was the best, then it had to be the best in the world. Nope. Oh, and if you get any more magic books, could you reserve them for me? Great Sage says that your books are almost guaranteed to always be useful to me and my people, Rimuru asked as Wanda nodded. That's fine. In return, I'd ask that you find some books from your world to exchange. The magic system of your world is fascinating and I'd love to learn more about it, Wanda asked as the man hummed before accepting it. It shouldn't be that hard to accomplish. With the rate his village is growing, he should be able to get all sorts of books in no time. All right, Wanda, I'll be off. If I'm gone any longer, my subordinates will throw a fit. I'll have to bring them next time so they stop freaking out whenever I come here, Rimuru said as he waved bye to Wanda, and exited the store. Wanda watched him go with a smile, hoping that next time he brings some interesting books, and brings along the pink bundle of chaos that is Malim Nava, as she knew that she would be showing up soon. Seeing that she was alone in the shop again, Wanda had only one thought on her mind as she returned to reading. Let's hope I get some more books soon. Chapter 46, Death Returns. Third POV. A couple of days had passed since Rimuru had left, and Wanda had gotten access to an entirely new energy. And boy was the new energy an interesting one in her hands. So much so that she had made a clone specifically to train in the usage of it, as she realized that Magicule was quite powerful and had a lot of potential for use in the future. She had begun to learn its inner workings so that she can manipulate the Magicules of not only herself, but others. But she found that it was surprisingly complicated, and not easy to use as chakra had been. She suspected that it was due to its nature of being intricately connected to the Tensura universe, meaning she would need to travel there in person in order to truly use it to its fullest potential. Something that she planned on doing within the coming week or so. As she wanted to get some skills if she could, as she was interested in seeing if it would boost her power at all, or would just be another useless addition that did nothing for her. She hoped it would be useful, but who knew? At the moment Wanda was placing books into the bookshelves by hand, as the ones that she was putting away were cursed books that were going to be the most expensive books in the shop, and were going to be specialty items that would only be sold to very, very specific people, basically a limited item. It was for their safety more than anything. As she put the book away, she heard the ding of the bell, as she glanced to the entrance, only to raise an eyebrow at who had entered, a small smile forming on her face. I was wondering when you'd come back. It has been quite some time since I've last seen you, Death, Wanda said, looking at the goth woman who looked a little apologetic. My duties were, especially time-consuming as of recent. Some universal war had started in a neighboring universe, and you know how large those can get. But the war is over for the most part, so I've had the time to come and get some new books. And wow, you really upgraded the place, huh? Death said as she looked around, noticing the thousands of new books, new plants, and even the menu for cafe food. Where's your helpers at? Death asked, as she did know of them. Ivy is out dealing with some business in Gotham. I believe it involves someone she grew close to during her time in the asylum, and Raven is out dealing with some cultists that are trying to spread her father's name. I found out about them a couple of days ago and she wanted to take care of them, Wanda answered as Death hummed. The daughter of Trigon and a champion of the Green. Quite the interesting employees you've gotten. You getting anyone else as interesting? Death asked as Wanda shrugged. No idea. I recruit them as I go. But I do have a couple of people in mind that might be interesting, Wanda said, as Death giggled, her eyes locking onto Tikal, who was playing with one of her toys, which was a lifelike copy of a mouse. So you really did kill that brat, huh? You take his power too? Death said, as Wanda nodded. He tried forcing me into his little club, so I got rid of him. Why is that a problem? Wanda questioned. Death just snorted in response. No, I could care less what you do to the little lords of chaos. They mean little in grand tapestry, especially now that you've come into form, a being of true chaos and magic. I'm sure you're starting to understand just how strong you are, and just what you are, right? Death said. It took a little while, but yes, Wanda replied simply, causing Death to smile, pleased. Before she looked around at the books, raising an eyebrow at some of the ones on the shelves. Books from beyond this reality. You truly are incredible, you know that. Death said with a shake of her head, upon realizing that Wanda was pulling books from other multiverses, which was not something that she could do. Nobody in DC could interact with an outside multiverse, not even the big guy, who was one of many gods, with none of them being truly omnipotent. They were simply so strong, so massively stronger than the others, that they looked as if they were. Thanks. You interested in any of them? And I've got new food too if you want any, Wanda asked. Death glanced at the selection before walking over and grabbing a few books. Most of them were on the history of other worlds, as well as a book on cooking. I'll take a blueberry muffin, a chocolate muffin, a breakfast sandwich and a coffee please, Death ordered, and within the next few moments the food floated in from behind Wanda and onto the table that Death was now sitting in front of. Your food truly is delicious. The best I've ever had. Death complimented, biting into the breakfast sandwich with a pleased sigh, as she began to eat. Thanks. So, since your duties are over for a while, does this mean you will be visiting me more often? Wanda asked, interested in interacting with Death more. She was not only interested in the potential books she could gain from the woman, but she was also genuinely interested in the woman herself. I should be, at least I certainly hope so. There's no way I can stay away from this food for too long, and your selection of books is becoming quite impressive, even by my standards, Death replied with a nod after a few moments of contemplation. Good, I quite enjoy your company. Is there anything else you need, or is that all? Wanda asked. Death just shook her head as she continued to eat in silence, as Wanda left her to her own devices, not wanting to bug her while she was having her meal. A little while later, after she had finished her food, Death had paid and left. She ended up paying in books this time, a small stack of 5 books that were from a dead universe, books on an immensely advanced form of technology that involved manipulating reality through mathematical equations. A truly incredible selection of books, and was the reason why Death now had store credit worth pretty much every book in the store, as well as a small pouch full of hundreds of muffins. The books were simply worth that much to Wanda, who would not be sharing these particular books with anyone. They were simply that powerful and dangerous. She had looked over the books and found that they were quite complicated, even by her understanding. She could comprehend them, but they were far beyond any normal person, even the smartest of the universe like Brainiac or the like. Using them wasn't as strong as her own reality warping powers, but she found that by combining the mathematical equations with her magic, her already insane reality warping had seemingly been strengthened, now working through both science and magic, making it next to impossible to resist, even for those that were immune to it through magic immunity or whatever else. After reading through the books, Wanda had opened up the shop to normal people, and hid the magic books like usual. She had gotten more and more customers from the normal world over the past weeks, because of her self-created books, manga, and comics that were becoming increasingly popular. She had even had publishers send representatives to ask if she wished to publish them, but she had always denied them as she wasn't interested, at least not right now. Instead she focused on selling her books, and had even begun to allow a nice group of old ladies to host a book club within her store at later hours. It was fun to hear them talk about some of her books so enthusiastically, and she had joined them several times for their meetings. All in all, she had been having a great day so far, and as she sat in her chair behind the counter, Wanda looked up at the door as it opened, her eyebrows raising as she stared upon the 4 teens that stepped in. One with dark black hair, one with white hair, one with bright yellow hair, and one with dark hair and red tips. She instantly recognized them as RWBY. Chapter 47, RWBY. Third POV. Seeing Team RWBY in her shop was a bit of a surprise, but a welcome one for Wanda. She had watched their cartoon or animation quite some time ago, and loved the universe and its power system. She found aura to be especially interesting, with it being the literal outward expression of the soul. She wondered what her aura would be like, how strong it would be. She had a feeling that it would be like chakra, where it is so powerful that it outweighs anyone else's aura by literally uncountable times over. Not only that, but there was the possibility of developing a semblance, an ability that represented the soul. She was very interested either way. Gazing at Ruby Rose, Wanda could sense the touch of very, very weak divinity upon her. Almost like she was some sort of demigod, the touch of the god of light coming in the form of her silver eyes. Silver eyes allowed for the wielded to utilize light to fight the creatures of darkness, grim, harming them more than any other weapon in that universe, and by a huge margin at that. Each of the girls in front of her had semblances of their own. Ruby had one that made her faster, allowing for her to make short-range teleports which left rosebuds behind. Weiss, the white-haired girl, could use her family's semblance that had been inherited, one of the only semblances that could do that was called glyphs. This particular semblance had quite a few abilities and was one of the most powerful semblances out there. Then there was Yang, the blonde-headed girl, who had the ability to absorb kinetic energy and store it to boost her own power in one big burst of momentary physical might. While the last of the girls, a black-haired girl that had a bow on that failed to hide the cat ears upon her head, was Blake. She had the weakest semblance of the bunch, that was basically a shadow clone, but can't be used in the same way. Instead they can be infused with dust, an elemental compound from RWBY with a variety of different types and uses. Such as fire dust making them explode upon being destroyed, ice clones making them freeze others, and lightning dust making them move faster. Not all that impressive in comparison to what it could have been. Looking over the group of girls, Wanda watched in amusement as Ruby looked around with sparkling eyes, while Blake was glancing at the bookshelves. Blake was a bit of a pocket pervert, and read smut novels all the time. She was very similar to Kakashi in that regard. "Whoa, look at all the books!" Ruby exclaimed as she looked around with sparkling eyes. Wanda's bookstore was growing more and more by the day, and it had now grown to the point that it had more books than most bookstores, even the large retail ones like Barnes & Noble. "They've got a cafe menu too," Blake muttered, noticing the menu above the counter. Which Ruby zoned in on, and almost immediately she noticed that they sold cookies. Ruby was, basically a cookie addict, to an almost creepy level. She downed cookies faster than Naruto downed ramen, which was impressive and terrifying. "Cookies!" Ruby squealed as she blurred to the front of the counter, as Yang let out a laugh and followed after Ruby. "Calm down sis, don't want to scare away the clerk," Yang said with a laugh, as they walked up to Wanda, who had an amused smile on her face. "Oh, it's fine, it takes far more than a cute little cookie addict to scare me," Wanda replied with a smile, as Ruby was looking over the menu, noticing that there was 5 different types of cookies on the menu, some of them being completely unknown to her. Chocolate chip, M&M. Snickerdoodle, sugar, and peanut butter. Ruby muttered to herself as she began to quite literally drool. "I'll have 2 of each please." Ruby exclaimed as Wanda just giggled, and flicked her wrist, as behind her the plate with the cookies on it floated out and onto the counter. The open use of what seemed to be a semblance got wide eyes from the girls. "Whoa, is that your semblance?" "It kinda reminds me of Miss Goodwich's semblance but not all glowy and flashy," Yang said in surprise, as Wanda gave her a mysterious smile. "Perhaps. Are these all, or do you wish to browse my books? I've got books on everything you can think of. Martial arts, mathematics, science, mythology, weapons, anything," Wanda said, as Ruby looked a little interested at the last part, while Blake was interested in the fictional section that she was eyeballing, especially the section that had the words, romance, above it. "Yeah, we'll browse." "How much are the cookies?" Yang asked, as Wanda gave them the price, which was a cheap price of 30 lean. Lean being the currency of Remnant, aka the world that they had come from. It was so cheap that they all looked at her in surprise, but didn't complain as they handed over the bills and Ruby got to munch on her delicious cookies, while walking over to the section that had books on weapons. Upon biting into her first cookie, Ruby's eyes widened. Wow. This is amazing. Like, the best cookies ever. Amazing. Ruby said as she scarfed down the rest of the chocolate chip cookie in 2 bites. Savoring every moment of the delicious chocolatey goodness. Yang looked a little surprised at this, as Ruby had eaten a lot of cookies over the year, and her dad's was always at the tippy top in terms of taste. Wow sis, looks like you might have a new cookie spot, huh? Yang said as she watched Ruby look over the books while munching on a cookie. Ruby was 15 years old at the moment, while everyone else on the team was 17. Definitely. I'm gonna come here whenever I can. Ruby said with a bright grin, as she began to focus on the books again, finding one that looked interesting. It was a book on weapons and how to produce them from the PJO universe. Whoa, these weapon forging weapons are amazing. Ruby said as she read through the book, before closing it, deciding that she was going to buy that one. It was a book that Wanda had gotten from a Hephaestus demigod, and was quite the impressive little thing. Ruby was a weapons nerd, so this was right up her alley. And she had never seen a majority of the methods in the books, making them very appealing to her. At the same time, Blake was in the romance section while no one was looking, pervertedly giggling as she looked over the books and reading some of their synopsis. She couldn't buy them now, but she decided that she was going to come back later to buy some, as she had never heard of most of them, and quite a few of them had caught her eye. While Weiss had been attracted to some of the books on mythology, finding them to be very interesting, as she had never heard of any of them. Yang had ended up picking up a couple books on martial arts, as that was her primary form of attack. After a little over 30 minutes of looking around and piling up a stack of a little over 30 books, the group had returned to Wanda, who was absent-mindedly stroking Tikal's fur as she purred happily. You find everything you wanted? Wanda asked, as they all nodded. How much will that be? Weiss asked, as she prepared to pay. Matters. Do you wish to pay in lien, exchange, or through doing a favor for me? Wanda asked, as Ruby looked interested. What sort of favor? Ruby asked, as Wanda smiled. Simple. I have been meaning to unlock my aura, and if one of you were to help me do so, I will give you all those books, as well as some cookies to take home, Wanda offered, causing Weiss to frown. But you used your semblance. How can you levitate those books without having aura? Whoever said I was using a semblance? Wanda replied mysteriously, as Weiss and Blake both looked at her with narrowed eyes, while Ruby grinned. Deal. I'll help you unlock your aura. Ruby said, as Wanda laughed. Good, all I need is for you to imbue some of your aura into mine, I'll do the rest, Wanda said, as she reached her hand out for Ruby to take. Ruby didn't even hesitate for a second before taking Wanda's hand and beginning, as Wanda inwardly started the process. It hadn't been that difficult to mimic the same ability of Ruby in terms of aura, as she basically just copied it to herself, and even added in the light aspect that Ruby had. She was able to do this by absorbing a small tiny portion of Ruby's aura, giving her the ability to use the silver eyes of Ruby. But at a level that surpasses even the God of Light's hundreds of thousands of times over. She could feel that particular aspect being fused with her power from being a Lord of Order. At the same time, her aura was rapidly unlocking, as she reined it in. All it looked like to the girls in front of her was a powerful dark aura flaring around her, when in actuality it was similar to chakra, but was the full brunt of her soul. And boy was her soul incredibly powerful. Her soul was basically the fusion of several different entities, and was boosted by absorbing Clarion and Thon, making her soul nigh omnipotent in terms of power. And because of that, her aura was now going to give her yet another form of attack, defense, regeneration, etc. As it was a passive thing that would forever shield her. Meaning someone would have to shatter the aura around her before they could attack her physical form. Getting several different energies reliant on the soul was overpowered when you were the Scarlet Witch on crack. Finally, after a few more moments of reigning in her aura, it was over as the bright energy around her began to recede back into her, as she smiled at Ruby. Thank you, child. Now, will this be enough cookies? Wanda asked, as from behind her floated 3 large boxes of cookies, 50 cookies in each. If the happy squeal that came from Ruby's throat was any indicator, it seemed it was. Watching as the little cookie monster happily took the large boxes from her, Wanda had only one thought on her mind. I think it's time to mess with the proteges a bit more. Chapter 48, Helping the Proteges. Third POV. Far off in the distance from the bookstore, on a small island nation in the Caribbean Sea, the island being known as Santa Prisca, the Young Justice League was battling it out with the forces of the cult of Cobra. The cult itself was built around the man known as Cobra, who was pretty weak all things considered. He was basically a normal man except for the fact that he could utilize ritual magic, which even that wasn't all that impressive. Basically, he was a bit of a fraud, but his worshippers followed him either way. He was on the island nation of Santa Prisca at the orders of the light, as he was there to combine two different powerful drugs to create something a lot more dangerous. Creating what would be called Cobra Venom, which was effectively venom, but stronger. The same venom that Bane utilized, and the same Bane that worked out of Santa Prisca in this universe, using the island as a base in order to produce his venom. He was just as strong as his DC Comics counterpart, making him immensely dangerous to the kids, but thankfully it seemed that they understood this much, and had ended up working with him in order to stop Cobra. Not that he would work with them for long, with him also being far more intelligent than his Young Justice counterpart. As while he didn't really show it, Bane in the comics was a genius in various ways, especially in terms of martial arts. The Young Justice had only even won because he allowed them to, the only members of them that were at all a threat to him being Miss Martian and Superboy. The Cobra Venom that was being produced would then be sold to the light, carried there by Sportsmaster, a martial artist assassin guy who was very underwhelming and not even remotely as good as Bane in terms of martial arts. Really, Bane was just playing around with them at this point. At the moment the group was hiding as they were looking into the Cobra Venom and what it was, Robin silently tapping away at a keyboard as he scanned over the information on the page, finding that the Cobra Venom was essentially a combination of Venom and a project blockbuster that was being made at Cadmus, the same Cadmus that had made Superboy. This is bad, real bad. We can't let them take this stuff from here, Dick said as he looked over the information. Venom on its own was already incredibly dangerous, but a stronger, more potent variation. It would be threatening to an entirely new degree. A variation 3 times stronger than Venom and permanent, Wally said as he stood by Dick, looking over the information. They both realized that this meant that it was likely that the buyer of this new variation was likely also the supplier at the same time. Meaning they were the big bads, so to say. Quite the little serum, isn't it? A voice echoed from behind them, as they both jumped in fright, only to stop as they realized it was the mystery woman. Why you? What are you doing here? Dick Whisper yelled the best he could without getting loud enough to alert any guards that may be nearby. I was bored, thought it'd be fun to see what you were doing. Only to find out that you're on a foreign country's land and doing some very illegal things. Not to mention fighting with the cult of Cobra. Impressive really, Wanda said in amusement, finding their shock to be even more fun. How did you even get here? We're miles out from any other land. Wally exclaimed somewhat loudly, causing Robin to shush him so he wouldn't alert anyone. That's my secret now. How are you going to deal with the mysterious buyer and the cult of Cobra? Not to mention Bane, who even your teacher would have to be careful around, Wanda asked, looking at Robin who frowned. We'll regroup with the others and then plan around this. I'm sure we can stop the shipment if we go about it correctly. And I think it's time to select an actual leader. Not having anyone directing us is making us confused and lost, Robin said, causing Wanda to smile, even though they couldn't see it, her face still cloaked. Good, you're learning. Perhaps it'd be best to move quickly, no. I'm sure their buyer is on their way, Wanda said, as she disappeared from sight a moment later, causing the two to glance at one another. She is creepy, agreed. Off in the distance, Wanda was watching the show from far away, sipping on some tea. She found the entire thing to be somewhat fun to watch, almost like watching a live show. She wasn't sure if the fact that she found it to be so fun to be a good thing though. Almost like she was getting some sort of complex or something. Seems that Sportsmaster isn't alone this time, Wanda muttered to herself, eyebrows furrowing as she glanced off into the distance, a frown forming on her face as she realized who it was that was accompanying him. That might be a problem for them, Wanda said, as she gazed at the Asian woman. One of the deadliest women in the entirety of DC, one of the greatest martial artists that was even better than Batman in some cases, and was the mother of Cassandra Cain. Lady Shiva, definitely not someone that any of the kids can fight. She's on an entirely different level than King Cobra and Sportsmaster. Maybe if she and Bane got into a spout then they'd be fine, but otherwise, they might get wiped out, Wanda muttered, not really liking that idea. Shiva might not have any real powers, but she was very good at killing beings stronger than her. And she was nearly impossible to surprise in a fight, not to mention trained to fight and ignore telepathic intrusions. She was one of the worst lineups possible for the team, with only Superboy being a problem for her, but the woman knew enough martial arts styles that she could overcome that difference. Not to mention the other soldiers that were in the area that should be able to distract him. Looks like I'm gonna have to step in to deal with that one, Wanda muttered, deciding that she would help them out with Shiva. She would be a big threat to them otherwise, and she'd rather not let some kids die. So, she sat watching for a while longer, hearing the gunshots ring out as the two groups began to battle. The chopper already landed as Lady Shiva scanned over the group, preparing to interject. Robin seemed to have understood who she was, if the way he was paling was any indicator. Batman must have told him about the League of Assassins and Lady Shiva. Meaning he knew just how incredibly dangerous the woman could be to them. Guys. That's Lady Shiva. Robin said alarmed, as he rotated out of the way of a blow, slamming a kick against the face of the grunt that tried to attack him. Who? Wally asked in a yell. One of the deadliest assassins on the planet. Works for the League of Shadows. Even bats would struggle to beat her. Robin replied as their eyes widened. Batman was widely known as the best martial artist in the Justice League, by a mile. The only one close to him in terms of skill was Wonder Woman, and that was simply because of how old she was. Otherwise, he was far and away the best. So to hear that someone was there that could make Batman of all people struggle so much was not a good thing. What do we do? Don't worry about her, kiddos, I'll take care of the little assassin. She's a bit too much for you right now, and I'd rather not see all of you die, Wanda's voice interjected, as she appeared in the area, the group looking at her with wide eyes. Yes, it's shocking I'm here again, I know. Now how about you all focus on them, and I'll take care of the assassin, okay? Wanda asked, as they all nodded and continued to fight, while Wanda glanced at Lady Shiva. Seems you know that I'm a threat, huh? Wanda said, impressed. She noticed the way Shiva tensed and stepped back, the slight paling of skin even though the woman tried her best to hide it. You fear me, don't you? I guess it shouldn't be surprising that you'd understand at least a little bit of what I might be. With your skill and experience, you probably know that you stand no chance, right? Wanda said, as the woman just stood tense, in a ready position to fight, only for Wanda's giggle to echo from behind her. Before Lady Shiva could even comprehend what was happening, she fell face flat onto the ground, unconscious with but a tap of Wanda's finger. Sleep tight, assassin, after all, we don't want you intruding more than you already have, now do we? Wanda said to the woman, as she walked off, but not before snagging a vial of cobra venom, mostly because she was interested in seeing what it could do to some of the animals and plants she had. Beginning to leave the area, she watched the proteges battle it out, one thought on her mind as she gave them a small wave and teleported off. They should be able to handle the rest, probably. Chapter 49, The Skeleton and the Doctor. Third POV. Turns out they were indeed able to deal with the rest of them. With Bane himself fleeing after watching Lady Shiva get absolutely obliterated in a fight against Wanda, being knocked unconscious as if she was nothing more than a bug, a single tap of Wanda's finger had knocked her out. Someone like that was not worth the attempt at fighting. Instead, it was better to flee in hopes that he could fight another day. Wanda hadn't bothered to do anything about him, as she knew the Justice League would keep an eye out, and the young Justice didn't focus on him either, as they had far more important things to deal with. Like making sure that the cobra venom wasn't taken off the island to be replicated by the light. In the case of the cobra venom, Wanda had looked through the venom itself and had found that it was a neat little thing, but weak. So using her powers she had strengthened it a decent bit, and then sent it off into one of the animal dimensions she had, allowing for it to be consumed by some of the creatures there. She had made sure to upgrade the venom so it wasn't painful and didn't make them mindless. All it would do now was strengthen them, and also help them evolve faster and in different ways than before. Basically just improving on what was already there, without harming them in any way. She didn't want to hurt any of her pets, after all. At the moment Wanda was back in her bookstore, sitting behind her counter as she watched Ains look through a selection of her new books. The skeleton man had returned rather recently, and brought a selection of a little over 75 books with him, all of them unique and entirely new. The skeleton had not come with anyone this time, coming entirely alone, which Wanda found herself slightly thankfully for, as albedo had been rather annoying last time she had come with him. Especially with the way she was constantly glaring at her and all. That loyalty ingrained into her very being was a bit much, even to Wanda. "You got a lot more new books than I had expected," Ains said in surprise, as he looked over the new selection. There was literally hundreds of new books from the last time he had visited, and all of them were special in some way or form, quite a lot of them being magical in nature with spells that he had never seen before. "Yes, well, some of my other customers brought in quite the haul," Wanda replied with a smile, as the door dinged, another customer walking in. This time it was the doctor and Rose, who had brought in a large stack of books for her. "Ah, the doctor and his beloved companion. I was wondering when I would see you again," Wanda said with a bright smile, while the two of them both looked at Ains. "Is that a walking skeleton?" Rose asked, slightly worried. "Oh, you mean Ains? I suppose you could say he is, but he's pretty chill. He comes from a world where magic exists. You're lucky one of his followers isn't here, now they can be overwhelming," Wanda replied, as the doctor couldn't help but walk over to the larger being. "Fascinating. You are quite literally a walking skeleton. I've never seen anything like it. And I know that you spoke of magic existing, but I can't say I was expecting it to be of such a level," the doctor said, as Ains reached his hand out. "Ains Olgown," Ains said, as the doctor shook his bony hand. "The doctor. And must I say, it is a pleasure to meet you. Would you perhaps be interested in talking for a little while after we finish our purchases with Wanda?" The doctor asked as Ains thought about it for a few moments before nodding. "I don't see why not." "Splendid. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a large stack of books to sell, and an even larger stack of books to buy," the doctor said with a smile as he walked over to Wanda, placing the stack of books onto the counter, only to walk out of the shop for a few moments, returning with another stack. He repeated this 3 more times, bringing in a total of 87 books. "Quite the group you've brought me. All of them alien, quite a few on new alien languages as well as history books to go with them. Even a few books on advanced sciences. And is that a few more Gallifreyan books that I see?" Wanda noted, glancing at the new Gallifreyan books that she saw. They were easily some of her favorite books to read when it involved science and mathematics. As they were not super long or anything, and they were all incredibly interesting and genuinely helpful, well, at least most of the time. Some of them tended to be strange and borderline useless to her. Indeed. "I've found a few more books I am willing to part with that are just collecting dust within the TARDIS. Thought they'd be better put to use in your hands, and anyone who decides to buy them," the doctor replied with a smile, not caring too much about them, which is why he was so willing to sell them. He was much more interested in the books that could only be found in Wanda's shop, books that did not exist in his universe, books that could potentially be immensely helpful, and even revolutionary, depending on which ones he decides to buy. "All right then. Are these all the books you're trading in?" Wanda asked, wanting to make sure, as the man nodded. "Good, go ahead and pick out your selection. This should cover at least 30 books, mattering on which ones you end up buying," Wanda informed the doctor, who smiled as he walked off, Rose walking to her corner to find some more romance books as usual. Ains watched the entire interaction silently, interested in talking to the doctor the more he heard him speak. The man was obviously not from his universe or Wanda's, not only that, but it seemed that he was an alien with a lot of knowledge. Knowledge Ains could potentially use if they were the pieces of knowledge. The Time Lord had walked around the shop for the next 25 minutes, selecting a stack of books, while Rose had picked out her own books. This time she ended up switching it up and had gotten science fiction romance books, a couple of them, one of which was about a romance with a literal time traveler. Wanda wondered if the doctor had noticed the obvious infatuation yet, or if he was just acting like he didn't realize. If he didn't actually know yet, then she questioned his intelligence, as the eyes she gave the men were, well, let's just say she made it very obvious she was into him. After a few more minutes, the doctor had walked back with his stack. Quite the selection you've got there. But your books should cover it," Wanda said with a smile, as she snapped her finger, the books being wrapped up into a neat stack for the men, who gave her a grateful nod. "Anything else you want?" Wanda asked, as the man shook his head. "No, I'm quite all right," Instead I'll be taking this back to the TARDIS and talking with my skeletal friend over there, the doctor said with a smile as he walked off, leaving Wanda alone once more, as she sipped on her tea. Looking over the books the doctor had given her, she sent off most of them to the back, but decided to read some of the Gallifreyan books, more specifically the ones on history and science. She found the Gallifreyan and Time Lord history to be incredibly interesting, and she loved to learn about it whenever she could. Reading the beginning of the book, Wanda hummed as she learned about the middle half of the Time Lord's empire, of the growth of the empire and of the development of the first TARDIS. She wondered if she could create her own TARDIS in the future, but she decided she wanted to do it the right way, and to do that, she needed to learn more of the sciences before then. As she was reading through the book, the door rang once again. Wanda looked up expecting to see the doctor, only for her eyes to widen in surprise as she gazed at the person who had entered. One of the most powerful beings in his multiverse. Capable of obliterating universes should he go all out, a god. Alongside his trusted companion, an angel meant to teach his lord, an angel even stronger than his own lord. The two men were Whis, the angel, and Beerus, the god of destruction. Chapter 50, God of Destruction. Third POV. Can't say I was expecting to see them of all people, Wanda thought in interest as she glanced over the two of them. They were pretty strong, stronger than most of her guests, with only Death and Lucifer being stronger than both of them, although those two were stronger than anyone in the DBZ universe. So, Whis, where in the hells are we? Beerus asked, glancing around the shop. He noticed the books and the amount of them, as well as the oddity of the place. There were plants that he had never seen before, and the books all gave off a strange feeling. It would seem we are in a bookstore, my lord. Which is quite peculiar, considering it was but a red door upon our quaint little planet, Whis said with a small hum, as he looked around in interest, before both of them stopped on Wanda, who was smiling. I was wondering when I'd get a guest from your plane, but I can't say I expected it to be the god of destruction and his angel. I was expecting Kakarot or perhaps that Frisia fellow, Wanda said with a calm smile, not at all afraid of the two of them. If anything, she was more interested in Beerus's power. His Hakai was quite the interesting thing, and would be a great boon to her should she somehow manage to copy it from him. Ki would also be nice, but not as much of an importance, not when she had aura and chakra already. And who are you, woman? Beerus questioned rather rudely. Wanda chuckled at the question and the rude tone he was taking. She wondered how he would react to her should she reveal her aura to him, if she were to show him that she could atomize him, his angel, and even the Omni King with a single swipe of her finger. But, she decided not to do anything just yet, as the arrogance was just a part of him, so she was already prepared to deal with it the second she saw him. I am Wanda Maximoff, the owner of my nice little bookstore. I sell books of all kinds from throughout creation, the rarest books that you will find nowhere else. I also sell different foods that are made by hand every day, and are amongst the best of the best, Wanda replied, taking a sip of her tea as the purple cat god narrowed his eyes at the mention of food. Food? What kinds? Beerus asked. He was quite the foodie, and it had been quite some time since he had last eaten anything worth his while. All sorts really, but I primarily focus on cafe foods, so cookies, muffins, stuff like that. Why, do you wish to purchase some? Wanda asked, as the god of destruction looked at her before grunting. I want one of everything on the menu, Beerus ordered. Wanda raised an eyebrow at the choice, before snapping her finger as the order came out from behind her, being planted on the counter. The smell that the different foods that they had ordered immediately began to fill the room, as Beerus practically drooled, his hand snapping forward to eat one, only for it to be blocked by Wanda. You pay first, and then you get your meal. You either pay through currency, an exchange of books worth enough, or through exchanging knowledge, Wanda said, smiling in a borderline creepy manner as the god of destruction growled at her. I am the god of destruction, mortal. I do not do something as trivial as paying for a meal, Beerus roared, as Wanda raised an eyebrow at him. Then you will not get your food. Either you pay, or you get out of my store, and you will be banned for life. Pick 1 inch, Wanda replied, not even caring for the look the man was giving her. The only reason he hadn't automatically been kicked out by the wards yet, was because she was keeping him inside, but if he kept acting like this, he would be the first person to ever be banned from her store. An impressive feat, considering they had only met a couple of minutes ago. You, my lord, perhaps we should just pay. The delicacies are incredible, and I must admit that her selection of literature is unique, so much so that I have never in my years of living seen any of these books that she is selling. Whis cut off Beerus, deciding that that was enough. He had been browsing through the books while Beerus was starting his tantrum, and had found that he did not recognize any of them. Some of them were entirely foreign to him, and there were even books on magic and other energies he had never heard of, which should be impossible, and yet this woman had them. Whis understood that whoever she was far from ordinary, and it was likely best that they do not antagonize her. What? Why should I? She disrespected me. Beerus snarled back at Whis, who looked at his lord, unimpressed. Because I am quite confident that it will be worth it. And we have more than enough gold and books that we can trade, my lord. Or do you wish to never have these delicacies again? And with how incredible they smell, I'd say that would be a grave mistake, Whis replied, as Beerus stared at his trusted friend, before grunting. Fine, pay the woman for the food and whatever books you want, Beerus grumbled, as Whis walked over to the nearby bookshelf and grabbed one of every book he could, primarily the ones on magic, chakra, and books on sealing and some others. All of them levitating behind him as he walked back to the counter a few moments later, a smile on his face as he did so. Quite the haul. I suspect you're interested in the differences between them and Key. Wanda asked, as the man nodded with a small smile on his face, as his guess was all but confirmed. Indeed. This chakra sounds very interesting, and the magic within these books is far different than our own. It is most intriguing, really. Now, I'll pay with books of my own today, and in repayment for my lord's attitude, I'll add in a couple extra, Whis said as he tapped his large staff against the ground, several large stacks of books being shown to Wanda. There were around 150 books in total, far more than what her books cost, but it seemed that Whis knew that too, but was paying her a lot more so that she wouldn't potentially ban them. A bribe in essence, and one that Wanda would obviously not deny. She was shameless enough to accept a ton of new books, especially when they're all gifted by someone like Whis. The books were bound to be rare and incredibly expensive. Making the deal more than worth it, as she flicked her finger, the books floating back behind her, as she smiled. Now you can have the food, Wanda said, as Beerus's hand snapped to one of the muffins and tossed it in his mouth, his eyes widening as he bit into it, a gleeful expression soon forming on his purple face. You were right, Whis, this was certainly worth it, Beerus said with a pleased grin, as he swallowed the remains of the muffin, before grabbing another muffin while Whis had grabbed his own, biting into it with a lot more grace and not whole. Wow. I must say these are positively delicious. May we order some more? I have more books to exchange if need be, Whis asked, as Wanda raised an eyebrow. How many do you want? 100 of each. Beerus said, cutting in as he finished his next muffin. Wanda blinked at the request, before noticing Whis nod as Wanda chuckled, snapping her finger as dozens of muffins began to float out from behind her, all of them being taken by Whis, who summoned his books. The books were going into the back, while the food was coming out of the back. All the while they were munching on the other foods, with Whis enjoying the donuts quite a bit, while Beerus had found himself enjoying the cookies. Is that all, or do you wish to buy anything else? Wanda asked, as Whis and Beerus glanced at one another, before they both shook their heads. That will be all for now. But I assure you we will be back for more of your food. Ah, and I'll be sure to bring more books next time. Whis said with a smile, as he walked off, his lord leaving first with him coming after, the large bags of food floating out behind him. Watching this all, Wanda had only one thought on her mind. What a strange duo. Chapter 51, an otherworldly intermission clone 2, which Wanda had dubbed as Wannabe Wanda 2, was currently in London. She had been traveling around Europe for the past couple of weeks, hunting down books that were no longer owned or utilized by anyone. Books that were just sitting in ditches and abandoned homes all over the world. That way she can get them without feeling bad. She had also been taking her time to get the DNA of every magical creature she had come across. Mostly so that she can introduce them to one of her animal dimensions, so that she can see what sort of interactions they would have in a pocket dimension like the ones she had created. She had done the same with every magical plant she had come across. Wanting to put them into her green dimension, which is where she would spread them to test what sort of combinations they would make with the other more custom-made plant species she had created over time. She also was interested in them so that she could finally connect to the green, as she was getting to the point where she could realistically do it. All she had to do in order to completely connect herself to it was by using natural energy from Naruto, something that she was going to be doing soon. So far Wanda had found the books that had been utilized by Merlin, Morgana, as well as several other wizards and witches in the European region. She planned on moving to Africa next, as she knew that some of the most powerful curses in the entire world were localized in Egypt. After that would be the United States, which is currently the powerhouse in the magical sphere due to their growth in technology and not stagnating like the UK's magical population had been. They weren't the only ones either, as the magical population for China, Japan, Greece, Rome, and India were also very advanced in comparison to the UK. The world was certainly a bit more complicated than she had thought when she initially arrived. Currently Wanda was walking through Diagon Alley, as she was there to gain the knowledge of the goblins, as from what she could tell, they had magic that was completely unique in comparison to the magic of witches and wizards. It was for this same reason that she had been looking into gathering and freeing the house elves, taking them to her personal dimension where they'd be able to live in peace. As their magic was also quite unique, and very powerful too, shockingly enough. They just never utilized it to an extent that would show off its true power. Flicking her wrist, Wanda smiled as her power burst throughout the goblins' lands, copying every book in sight that was owned by them and that was entirely unique, before that same burst of power surged into several lines which returned back to Wanda, before forming into exact copies of the very same books. Placing all the books back into her book bag made to hold an infinite amount of books, Wanda smiled as she walked off, ready to find some more books. Her next target location: Hogwarts. In the world of Game of Thrones, Wanda's other clone that had been in the world for longer than her Harry Potter counterpart, had been busy, very very busy. Helping Daenerys learn the ropes of becoming a true leader had proven to be a lot easier than she had initially expected. The girl was a genius, a true, genuine genius. She learned things faster than anyone else Wanda had met in that world so far, and she rapidly understood how to lead, and why she was doing what she was doing. Wanda didn't only begin to teach her how to lead, but also how to defend herself. As she couldn't be a leader without having at least some experience in combat, as otherwise she would be a liability in battle, and they could not have that. Especially since she cannot rely on her dragons all the time, unless she wants to get them killed like in canon. So, she began to teach her how to utilize 3 different forms of weapons on top of martial arts. She began to teach her how to utilize knives and daggers, a sword, and began to teach her how to utilize a bow. And just like her genius in learning leading skills, she had been learning how to fight faster than Wanda had seen in that world. Her other confidants had been shocked at the progress their queen was making, especially Ser Barristan Selmy, who had only seen a handful of others grow like she was, at the rate that she was. Some had begun to call her Visenya Reborn, thanks to her capability with the sword. It wasn't just combat and leading that Wanda had focused on though, as there was another area that she needed to learn that was incredibly important. And that was dragon riding. She needed to learn how to properly ride and order her dragons, how to work with them as partners and allies, how to keep them healthy and safe, and how to grow them to become the true apex predators that they are meant to be. In order to learn this in full, Wanda ended up taking a short trip to Old Valyria, scrounging all books left on the desolate land, as well as all sorts of Valyrian steel artifacts, and dragon eggs. She had kept a little over 250 dragon eggs for her pocket dimension, but handed over another 10 to Daenerys for her future children or whatever else she may use them for. As Daenerys now knew how to bring them back to the world of the living, and how to get rid of the petrification that coated the shell. From the books, Wanda had learned a good bit about the origin of the dragons of this world, how to take care of them, as well as all sorts of other arts that the old Valyrians practiced, like their blood magic that was quite vile, and not all that useful to her. Once she had finished reading the literal tens of thousands of books, she had made copies so that she could bring back the original versions for her personal collection, and the copies would go to both the shop and to Daenerys. She made 2 copies of each book except some of the more dark ones, books that were better off not spread anymore. Over the time of teaching Daenerys, the girl ended up regaining the lands that had been lost. Regaining the entirety of Slaver's Bay, which had been renamed to Dragon's Bay. The conquering of the cities had been laughable, easy, very easy. Why? Because dragons are incredibly overpowered in Game of Thrones, and because Wanda taught Daenerys to not risk anything and just get the fight done and over with. Chivalry is useless if you lose. There is a time and place for it, something that Wanda had made very clear. She wouldn't have Daenerys die like Ned did, that man was a good person, but he was far too honorable for his own good. It was his death that had started a lot of things, but it was his son's injuries that had started everything. Well, sort of. At the moment Wanda was sitting across from Daenerys, the two of them looking over a large map, a map of the entire world that Wanda had made for Daenerys. As it turns out, the world was a lot larger than even Wanda had expected. With Suturio's actually being huge, almost the size of Essos. But it seemed to have a very nasty curse placed upon it that made it impossible to properly adventure through, as the curse itself made it so you'd go on forever. Wanda would be investigating that place sooner or later. So you're finally talking of conquering Volantis. You do know that this will mean that you are not just creating a kingdom, but what could be the makings of an empire, right? Wanda asked, wanting to make sure that the woman in front of her was certain. I know, Wanda, but the things they are doing to people cannot pass, not any longer. It is time that I break the wheel, that slavery is well and truly wiped off the world. I do not want to allow innocent men, women, and children to suffer any longer, and I shall do my damnedest to complete my mission, Daenerys said with a powerful conviction. Hearing the words of her student, Wanda smiled, deciding that she would stick around and make sure that the woman completed this dream of hers, for it was one that was worthy of her aid. Looking back down at the map, Wanda looked up to her student before grinning at her, and speaking. So, how do you wish to conquer Volantis, Queen Daenerys? Chapter 52, A Normal Day. Third POV. Back in the DC multiverse with the real Wanda, she was currently sitting in her living room, taking a break from running the shop for the day. She had been working at the shop every day for quite a few weeks now, so she decided to take a break for this weekend in order to relax a bit. She found that relaxing by herself was not bad. She read through most of the books she hadn't gotten through yet, which was the ones that Wiz had sold her, but she had also watched some movies, primarily ones that she had never seen before that had always been an interesting idea to watch. Raven ended up joining her halfway through the movie she was watching, which was one of the Transformers movies that had been made by Michael Bay. She had never seen them in her past life, so she thought it'd be fun to watch them. She found that they were pretty decent, and was interested in eventually visiting there, mostly for the unique technology they had. She decided to watch Transformers Prime eventually, as she knows that the story in that one was considered one of the best out of any Transformers cartoon, show, or movie. With Transformers 1 being better. What have you been up to recently, Raven? Feels like I haven't really seen you besides at work, Wanda asked, as she really didn't know what the girl had been doing. She had ended up staying within one of the pocket dimensions that Wanda had created, as she wished to train alone for a while. While Ivy usually was in one of the plant dimensions, usually the ones that had unique and completely original plants that she had never seen before, as the woman really liked playing with them and learning more about them. Something about her powers made her feel more in tune with them. I was learning how to utilize this aura that you had unlocked for me. It is not as easy as I was expecting. Magic simply requires practice, learning, and understanding. But aura is more complicated for me. It requires more physical work, and it requires more trial and error than even magic does, Raven responded, as Wanda smiled. You'll get it eventually. It's all about trial and error, and understanding oneself. But I will say that you are certainly overcomplicating it a bit. Just calm yourself a bit, and begin to think over the basics of magic, as they are very similar in terms of learning. One is simply a bit more unique than the other, Wanda said, knowing that Raven tended to overthink things. She was just that sort of person, and Wanda didn't mind, but it did tend to make the girl's learning a bit slower than most, as she ignored the most obvious answers a lot of the time. Just made it so Wanda had to give her a bit of a push for her to get past it, but that was fine. I see, I shall listen to your advice, thank you, Wanda, Raven said, giving her boss a small, grateful smile as they began to return back to watching their movie, with Ivy joining them a little while later. After a nice and relaxing weekend off, the shop was back up and open, and for the first time, all worlds besides the DC one was able to enter at the same time. Meaning she could see characters from Doctor Who, Once Upon a Time, Harry Potter, Tensura, Overlord, DBZ, Naruto, TVD, and RWBY. It didn't take long before the door creaked open as Emma walked in. Hey Swan, you back for more advice regarding that crush of yours? Wanda asked, as she gave the woman an amused smirk upon seeing the glare that she was given. The woman had still not exclaimed her love to Regina, and Wanda found it to be hilarious. Ha ha ha, real funny. No, I'm actually here to buy the kid some new books. He's finished all the ones he got last time and he wants some more, Emma said, as Wanda raised an eyebrow. How about these? I just got them in a couple of days ago, Wanda said, waving her hand as a small stack of 4 books appeared. They were books that she had gotten from Wiss and were stories on the legends of various old heroes. The most interesting one was the legend of Zalama, the men who created the Super Dragon Balls. There were also a book on folktale from the Game of Thrones universe, and a couple of others that were less interesting. Looking over the books, Emma hummed, any of these contain anything too inappropriate for him? Nope, nothing that he hasn't read already. After all, he did read all about the horrors that some of the denizens of your town have committed, Wanda replied, as the woman realized that Wanda wasn't exactly lying. Yeah, you're right. Might have to talk to the kid about that one. Emma muttered, realizing that he had probably read some, not very kid-appropriate things. The door soon dinged as in walked Naruto, who had a bright smile on his face as he sprinted over as a ton of clones came in behind him, carrying what looked to be a little over 100 scrolls that were soon placed onto the counter, while Emma watched flabbergasted, and Wanda watched amused. I finished a bunch of new scrolls, Auntie. So I'm here to exchange them. Naruto exclaimed, while Wanda chuckled. I'll exchange them in a moment, Naruto. But Emma here was ahead of you, Wanda said as the kid noticed the tall blonde woman and gave her a sheepish grin. Sorry about that. Didn't see you there, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head as Emma glanced at him and then Wanda before sighing. You know what? It's way too early to question this. Will this be enough to pay for the books? The kid's probably dying to read them, Emma asked as she placed a crisp $100 bill onto the counter, with Wanda nodding. More than enough. You want to add in a muffin or do you want change? Add in a muffin. I haven't eaten yet and those things are addicting, Emma said as Wanda chuckled and brought out a muffin, handing it to Emma as she put away the $100 bill for later. She really needed to think of something to do with all the money she was getting. Thanks, Wanda. Next time I'll bring the kid with me so he can choose out some books. I'm sure Regina will want to come around too, Emma said with a nod as she walked off, ignoring the strange kid as she left the shop. Seems you've been growing pretty fast, huh, Naruto? Reading so many scrolls. Impressive, Wanda said with a smile, as she looked over each of the scrolls, finding that he had indeed read through them all, and understood them all. They were all completely new for her, and were a very welcome addition to her collection and shop, as she took them all and sent them into the back. Thanks, Auntie. I'm gonna go and find some new books, oh, and whip me up 4 bowls of ramen too, please. Naruto exclaimed as she gave the kid a nod as he ran off to find some new books. After whipping up the ramen, Naruto returned with a small stack of books that were all quite expensive, but very good for someone like him. New martial arts from the DBZ universe that would more than likely be better than just about any martial art in the Naruto universe, with only the very best having a chance of being better. Here you go, Naruto, and the books you've got are just a bit cheaper than what you brought in, so you're all good, Wanda said as the boy grinned happily, gave her a thank you, and ran off with the to-go bowls of ramen, leaving Wanda alone once again. For the next couple of hours she had sold some new books to her regular DC customers, no one interesting visiting at all that day, until the very end of her working time, as the door dinged. Wanda looked up only for her eyes to widen slightly upon seeing who had entered, for the one who had entered was Monkey D. Luffy. Chapter 53, The Pirates. Third POV. Upon seeing Luffy, Wanda looked at the teen and couldn't help but wonder, can he even read? Or at the very least, can he read a book in full without wanting meat or something? Wanda thought, knowing that Luffy wasn't exactly the brightest person in the world. But he was immensely charming, so that made up for it. Whoa. It's bigger on the inside. And there's a bunch of books too. Luffy exclaimed in shock as he looked around. He didn't really care much about the books, and cared more about food, specifically meat. What is this place? Is it the creation of some sort of devil fruit? Another voice echoed, this one feminine in nature. It was this person that Wanda knew for a fact would be coming back, a lot. For this was Robin. Robin looked even more odd than Luffy, not just because of the fact that the door that they walked through led to somewhere bigger, but also because of the amount of books that littered the shop, some being the biggest books she had ever seen. Well, hello there, young pirates. I am Wanda Maximoff, owner of this humble bookstore. What brings you into my shop today? Wanda asked, as she looked at the two of them. She was a little disappointed that the others weren't there, but that wasn't too much of a problem. From what she could tell, they were somewhere during the later parts of their journey, likely only a little while before Luffy unlocks Gear 5, which was a bit of a surprise, as she was expecting for it to be the Luffy from before Ace is killed. It didn't matter much to her either way. Well, this door just appeared on the front of our ship, so we were a little concerned. Robin said, trailing off as she began to glance over the books on the shelves, finding every single one of them completely unique. Not a single one of them was recognizable to her, and that by itself was interesting. At the same time, Luffy was glancing around with sparkling eyes, zooming around the shop, making sure not to knock anything down, but still looking all over the place. Sorry about that. My shop just sorta appears where it wants. It appears to people of note that deserve to enter, and it would seem that you, Robin, are worthy of entering, just as much as the future Pirate King over there, Wanda said, glancing at Luffy with an amused smile on her face. So is it a devil fruit that is doing this? Robin asked in interest, as Wanda smiled. You could say that, it's a bit more complicated, but I suppose that would be the best description for my ability. Now, are you interested in any of my wares? I've got books, food, drinks, and even sell bags that carry more on the inside than what should be possible, Wanda replied, with Luffy reappearing in front of her in a moment upon hearing the word food. Meat? He questioned simply, as Robin let out a groan and Wanda giggled. I've got all sorts, Luffy. The best in the world is sold here, you want some? I take currency, exchange of books, and exchange of knowledge, Wanda replied, the teen in front of her looking at her with sparkling eyes. I want as much meat as you can give me. Luffy replied simply, not even answering her question as Robin let out another groan of annoyance. Wanda in response, just let out a chuckle and snapped her finger, as meats of all sorts began to come from the room behind her. Luffy watched with wide eyes as more and more meat began to flow in, and he began to quite literally drool at the amount, not to mention the absolutely incredible smell that passively wafted off of the meat in question. Even Robin couldn't help but feel slightly hungry upon smelling the delicious meal that was appearing. So much meat! Luffy yelled with glee, as he practically teleported to the food, only to get blocked. You pay first, Luffy, Wanda said, holding him back as the man's head snapped to Robin akin to an owl, his rubbery physique allowing him to do that. It was a little creepy by Wanda's standards, but nothing too crazy. Robin, pay her. Luffy said, drool cascading out of his mouth like a waterfall. Wanda wondered what the people in that universe ate to be shaped like that and to literally work like a cartoon. It was hilarious to look at, but also weird as hell. How much will all of this be? Robin asked, concerned for the price. As with how delicious it smelled and the size of the meal, it looked like it could be expensive. Not much, if you pay in berries, or you can pay in books, which will make it a bit cheaper. You can even pay in knowledge, it's up to you. But I can tell you that the food I sell here is quite cheap, the prices are above me, Wanda said, pointing up as a glowing menu appeared, showing the prices of each item that Luffy was wanting to eat. And just as she had said, it was cheap, much cheaper than Robin had been expecting. So much so that they had more than enough money to pay for it, unlike usual where they'd be broke by the time Luffy was done with his food rampage. That is, quite cheap. How do you make any money off of your food if you sell it for so cheap? Robin asked, genuinely curious. It's all homegrown and homemade, every single thing in that food. Meaning it costs me nothing in order to do it. I don't take advantage of others in my pricing, I price it at what it is worth and that's all, Wanda replied, as this was the truth. Even without using her power to make it, she did grow everything required to make the food. One of her farm dimensions had every single plant on Earth growing inside in neat rows, growing all the necessary ingredients for food. This was mostly just for her own enjoyment though, as she enjoyed farming every once in a while. I see, will this cover the food? Robin asked, as she reached into a pouch and brought out a large pile of berries. More than enough, thank you. And Luffy, you are welcome to dig in now, Wanda said with a smile, watching in interest as Luffy quite literally began to inhale the food, munching on it with a wide grin and happy eyes. Well, while he is doing that, I will be looking through your selection of books, Robin informed Wanda, who just gave her a nod as she walked over to the non-fiction section, looking through the books on history and other worldly books, only to immediately notice that they were different, far different than their own world's history. She furrowed her eyebrows, but continued to read through a few books, her interest growing the more she read about the Age of Heroes and the Long Night. It was so different from her own world's history that she couldn't help but get absorbed into the stories of the book, finding herself more and more interested by the page. By the time 30 minutes had passed, she had a stack of a little over 30 books, each and every one of them on history. Wanda watched the entire time, finding her picks to be interesting. Seems she's a history nerd. I'll have to stock up on some more history books, Wanda thought, as she didn't have a ton of history books. Walking up to the counter, Robin placed her stack of books onto the table. Quite the selection you've got there. You like history? Wanda asked, as Robin nodded with a small smile, as she brought out her berries again, this time paying with quite a lot more than last time. I've always loved history. And you said that I can exchange my own books for yours? Is it all right if I bring them in next time? Robin asked, as Wanda nodded. Of course. You can bring them in whenever I am open, and can bring in as many as you want. As long as they were not duplicates of the same books. In fact, I once had someone bring in over 250 books at a time and she was able to buy every book in the shop with them, Wanda responded, causing Robin to look a little excited at the thought, deciding she would bring in any duplicate books she may have and trade them in. Great. I'll make sure to come back next time with some extras I have. Luffy, you done yet? Robin asked, looking over to her captain who was, currently bloated like a balloon, patting his stomach with a grin. That was amazing. I am definitely coming back here. The meat here is the best. Luffy said with a wide smile, as he jumped back up to his feet, his bloated stomach returning to normal as Robin just let out a sigh at her captain's words. All right, Captain, we'll get more next time, but for now, it's time to get back, Robin said, as Luffy grinned and began to move towards the exit, but not before looking back to Wanda. Thanks for the food. Luffy said, giving her a wave and walked out of the door, Robin giving her a small wave too and left as well, leaving Wanda alone once again. Seeing as they left, Wanda let out a small chuckle, and had only one thought on her mind. Well then, on to the next customers. Chapter 54, A Comfortable Day. Third POV. With Luffy and Robin leaving, Wanda was left to her own devices, again, and it was because of this that she began to contemplate the idea of hockey. She knew that it was intricately connected to the soul, similarly to that of aura, but it was also inherently different, more focused on three branching paths. Armament, observation, and conquering. Each of them were quite the interesting application of power that originated from the user's very soul. And it was because of the fact that it was connected to the soul similar to aura, that Wanda was interested in gaining it herself. She imagined that her conqueror's hockey would be so much stronger than anything in the One Piece world that it would make the strongest users of it look like newborn children, like jokes. She would hypothetically be able to force the entire universe to its knees through her hockey's pure power. But the only problem with gaining such a thing was that hockey was a bit different than that of aura or chakra. It was something that was better off unlocked on its own, instead of copied from someone else. But that also made things a bit complicated, as unlocking it for someone like Wanda meant, well, potentially accidentally unleashing her hockey across the universe, and she'd rather not accidentally destroy a part of the universe or something. So instead she would try to unlock it in the future in a pocket dimension, or even an abandoned universe somewhere else. So that she didn't accidentally get the higher cosmic entities pissed at her, they wouldn't be able to do anything to her, but it would be annoying to hear them whine about her. But for now, she was watching as Elijah Mikaelson flipped through the pages of a book on wards, alongside the no longer pregnant Haley. In the fiction section of the shop, Ron and Harry were flipping through a few comics, and in the history section Hermione was making a small stack of books. It was a busy day today, it seemed. I see you've had your child, congratulations. What did you name her? Wanda asked Haley, who glanced at her. Oh I lost dash, no reason to lie to me, Miss Marshall, I am not one to be fooled. I am also not one to harm an innocent child, much less a newborn. Wanda cut off Haley, knowing that they were currently hiding that their child had survived, instead they were trying to say that she was dead to keep her safe. How did you dash? I am not a mere witch, Elijah. As I had said last time you came here, I am something akin to that of a god. Lying to me is a waste of time, because I see through all lies and deceptions. Wanda cut the man off again, as he let out a sigh, remembering what she had said last time. Her name is Hope, we named her Hope, Haley said, as Wanda smiled. Hope, huh, a good name for someone who will bring a new future to your family. I hope to see her come here in the future, as I am sure I have books that will be a boon to her, Wanda responded, with Haley looking at her in slight surprise. "What do you mean a new future to our family?" Elijah questioned, as the way she said it, it was as if she was certain of what she was saying, that it will happen. Wanda just looked at the men and made a shooshing motion with her finger. "Spoilers," Wanda said with a smirk before walking off back to her counter. It was best to let the future events happen as they will, at least for the most part. She planned on stepping in once it got to a certain point, so that Klaus and Haley wouldn't die, same with Elijah, as they were all destined to die, at least normally. She didn't want Hope to lose her entire family and end up as she had in canon. "Ah, I see you're getting into history now, Miss Granger. You find everything you were looking for?" Wanda asked, noticing the stack of 7 history books that the girl had made. I've been looking into the history of magical communities of other countries, and must I say it is incredibly intriguing. Did you know that the Greek gods are likely ancient wizards and witches of immense power? It's incredible. And the books you sell, a lot of them are incredibly rare. Like the History of Egyptian Dark Lords, is a book worth thousands of galleons, and you're just selling it for 20. Hermione said with a bright smile, as she brought out the money needed to pay. "Yes, well, I don't like taking advantage of people, and I believe that all knowledge should be open to everyone, except for the truly darkest of knowledge, the knowledge that is better off not known. And what I sell in my shop is certainly not too dangerous to be known," Wanda responded with a smile, as she took the galleons, happy to hear that her customer was so pleased. Hermione had become more and more of a regular over the past few months, and Wanda was contemplating the idea of connecting her shop to Hogwarts itself, perhaps speaking with Dumbledore about making her bookstore some sort of in-school shop that appears every once in a while. "Thanks, Miss Maximoff. I'll be back in a week or 2, and next time I'll bring more than these dunderheads," Hermione said, dragging Harry and Ron with her after they finished paying for their comics, which were cheap as usual. Watching the group leave, Wanda let out a chuckle as the teen boys grumbled, leaving alongside the girl who was dragging them alongside her. After the group had left, Elijah and Haley walked up to the counter, a stack of 10 books with them. They were all on wards, seals, and things that could help protect their home, from what she could tell. She suspected that they were going to have a witch make a proper barrier around their home, or even Freya, but it didn't seem that she had shown up just yet. "Is that all? I also am selling book bags that are bigger on the inside. Like this one can hold around a 1,000 yards worth of resources inside," Wanda said, holding up a book bag. Upon hearing that it could hold more things inside than what it looks like, Elijah looked very interested. "And how many of these book bags may we procure?" Elijah asked, wondering if there was a limit. "I can give you a maximum of 10. "Ah, and they will be bound to you. Just drop a single drop of blood onto it, and only the one whose blood was imbued into the bag will be able to utilize it unless the one who did it wishes otherwise," Wanda responded, as the men brought out his card. "I'll take 10, Elijah said, as Wanda chuckled, bringing out a pile of bags and placing them on the counter. From her knowledge, the Michaelsons were likely trillionaires, so wealthier than literal countries, so it was not even remotely surprising that he was able to buy this without even worrying about the price tag, which ranged massively. The most expensive bag, aka the one that they were buying, cost around $100,000 apiece. After paying for the bags, he immediately cut his finger, a drop of blood going into one of the bags, with Haley doing the same with another of the bags. Then they put the books away, and gave her a nod, before walking off, leaving seconds later. That felt a little rude, Wanda thought as they didn't even say goodbye, but she just shrugged, deciding to ignore it for now, and instead she would focus on restocking the books that they had just bought, the new books going back into place moments later. What world should I visit in person next? I mean, TVD sounds interesting, but it would be kind of boring. Naruto wouldn't be bad either, but I'd prefer to go somewhere else first. Out of all the worlds that are connected to my store so far, Rimuru's world is by far the most interesting and appealing, especially if I can get some of those neat skills they have. Nothing particularly strong, but it could give me some new skills to play around with, Wanda thought, deciding she would go to Rimuru's world next time he came around. And it seemed like that wouldn't be before long, as the door opened, and in walked Rimuru. Seeing this, Wanda smiled, one thought on her mind as she watched him walk in. Time to get some skills. Chapter 55, Skills. Third POV. Seeing Rimuru walk in, Wanda knew that she would finally be getting some skills, as she wanted to go to the Tensura universe now. The universe had some neat people that she was interested in meeting, and had some new and unique forms of magic that she would love to obtain for herself. There was 2 specific skills in this universe that she was very interested in obtaining, both of them being something that she should be able to obtain for herself. As all it would take is copying one of them, and then she would be able to use that new ability to create the other, which would then grant her access to more skills. Said skills were, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, and Akashic Records, Lord of Information. Ahura Mazda was a skill that allowed the user of the ultimate skill to create just about anything. Skills, memories, souls, and matter. With this skill, she'd be able to hypothetically create anything, not that she'd use it for anything too crazy, as that would be boring as hell. She certainly wouldn't be using it to create books or anything, none that she didn't already have. Didn't want to ruin her fun after all. She would use it to create souls though, as the idea of creating a new species for one of her dimensions sounds interesting enough. The Akashic Records was the second half of the skills that she wanted. It was a simple and yet immensely powerful skill, likely the strongest skill in all of Tensura, based off of pure usage and potential. At least it was the best in her hands. It, simply put, can replicate and copy any and all skills, past, present, and future. It was a skill that was the apex of all skills, the strongest of them all. A skill that could grant her any skill she wants, casually. Void God Azazoth. Yoink. Magicul's Breed Reactor. Yoink. God of Abyss Nodens. Yoink. Any and all skills could be recreated with Akashic Records. It was a scalable skill that constantly was growing stronger as long as new skills were created and born. The ultimate skill for someone like Wanda, who would be able to safely handle thousands of ultimate skills, casually. Normally a being wouldn't be able to handle too many ultimate skills, with their very souls straining underneath all of that power, that weight. But Wanda was far from normal. A being that made Veldanava look like a lizard in comparison. So handling thousands of ultimate skills was laughably easy for her. But this skill couldn't just create the other skills, which is why the Lord of Creation was necessary to obtain before that. Which would be relatively easy to do, as she just had to use her already immense power to copy the ability to even steal it if need be. And then she would be able to gain whatever skill she wanted, giving her a sizable boost in power, and a ton of new and neat abilities. Ah, Rimuru. I was wondering when you would come back. What brings you to my shop? Wanda asked, noticing that he had risen in power a bit more. Not by much, but enough for her to notice it. Just buying some more books, wanted to get some new cookbooks now that I can actually taste food, Rimuru said, as he walked over to the cookbook section, beginning to grab a small stack of books. She had a little over 150 cookbooks in her shop, each of them completely unique from one another, and she was getting more and more of these books every time someone traded something in, as they were the most common books people exchanged with her. Second after the cookbooks was romance novels, and then third were history books. Wishing to teach your subordinates how to cook some better meals? Wanda asked, remembering Cheyenne had some absolutely god-awful cooking. Stuff that even made her a bit disgusted, which was saying a lot as she had seen a lot of very gross foods before. Yeah, one of my newer people is not exactly the best at cooking, so I want to help her learn how to make some decent meals. Meals that won't make me want to throw up from how disgusting they tend to be, Rimuru said, shivering as he remembered what was basically a bubbling bowl of gunk. It looked awful, and literally melted things that were thrown inside. Impressive, impressively bad. I'd suggest you also look at the cooking magics too, they help add flavor to meals and season them more accurately, Wanda said, a book floating over to the men as he gazed at the book, reading through it with a hum. Yeah, I'll be taking this, Rimuru said, hoping that it would help Cheyenne with her cooking. After another few minutes of Rimuru grabbing some books on cooking, he walked over to the counter and brought out his own stack of books. He had gotten them from recent uptake in trade with a couple of foreign friends and countries. Looking over the books, Wanda raised an eyebrow as they were mostly history books, but there was also one on different species, and even one on a combat style. Taking the books, she smiled, that'll be enough to cover the books you chose. Thanks for the exchange. No problem, Rimuru said, preparing to leave, only to stop when Wanda spoke up from behind him. Actually, I was wondering, is it all right if I get a personal tour of your town? I've been meaning to finally visit your universe, and since I don't have much else to do, this is the best time to do so, Wanda said to Androgynous Man. Don't see why not. Maybe you can help my friend learn to cook, since I've seen those meals you make, Rimuru said, as Wanda smiled. Sure, I don't mind teaching her a bit, Wanda said, as she flipped the sign to closed and walked around the counter over to Rimuru. Oh, and just warning you, some of my subordinates tend to be a bit heated, so they might try something. Just try not to kill them, will you? Rimuru asked, as Wanda giggled. I know, Rimuru, I won't harm any of them. They're just protective of you after all, Wanda said, as the men smiled, before walking through the door, Wanda stepping through a second later, as the world outside changed, and she was within a decently sized town. The town that Rimuru ran and owned. And it was within the very second that she stepped into the new universe, that Wanda felt it, the voice of the world, the power that attempted to reach into her being. Doesn't seem it's trying to harm me or anything, so I'll allow it, Wanda thought, sensing it, the system that governed this universe, that was basically just a huge AI that decided a lot of the major things. Like the bestowing of skills, the flow of magicules, and similar things. Feeling it reach into her being, she could tell that it wasn't taking anything from her, but was instead using the magicules inside of her, and its own being to create something new, something completely and utterly original, something different. Conditions have been met. Confirmed. Acquisition of Yahweh, God of Origin. Successful. Conditions have been met. Confirmed. Acquisition of Pilgrim, Queen of Nevers. Successful. Feeling the new skills begin to enter her being, Wanda blinked. She could tell that they were beyond what she had been expecting, and were quite impressive. Knowledge on them and their uses almost immediately flooding her mind. Yahweh, God of Origins, a skill that personifies origin, born from her being the origin in which new knowledge is born, in which chaos unlike any other is created. It is born from her being the origin of something new. Its powers are very, very simple, and yet immense. It allows her to control, warp, and change the origin of something. Meaning she can warp the origin of something like magic into something darker, and magic. It would become more evil, cruel, dark. Warp the origin of someone's mother into a different personality. They'll come out as a different person. Thanks to her ability to warp, manipulate, and change the origins of others, this has the offshoot effect of basically allowing for her to manipulate and control science and magic at will, for she can control their origin, making it so that something like a mere fire spell blooms into a supernova. Or changing the origin of a scientific device made to kill her, into something that makes her stronger. The skill was insane, but it was born from her origin, from her being the origin of change and potential. An origin of chaos, order, and all sorts of things. Pilgrim, Queen of Nevers, a skill that practically personifies possibility, born of her inherent connection to the entity it is named after, from the Marvel multiverse. Through this skill, Wanda can see, comprehend, and change all possibilities before her, both past, present, and future. The future of the multiverse is bare beneath her sight, and she can now change it to her will, not just on a universal scale, but a multiversal one. Possibilities are now her playground, similarity to that of origin. The fact that she got two incredibly powerful ultimate skills from this universe was surprising. But she suspected it wasn't just bringing them from nowhere, but was creating them from what was already there, just, unrefined, needing the aid of an outside source to make it something better. She was a little confused why she didn't get anything involving chaos, but she suspected it was because she was already at the apex of chaos. She didn't need a skill for it, as she herself was beyond any skill that they could create, for no skill could compare to the chaos that she warps and changes. And now that she had these two new ultimate skills, she would be even more dominant in power, not that she really needed it. Really, this was just for her own comfort, as it would make her life easier. With the new skills that she had, she didn't even have to go out of her way to get the Akashic Records or Lord of Creation. She just needed to warp possibility in her favor, and then use a bit of origin manipulation, and boom. She'd have both the skills she wanted. And that is exactly what she decided to do, but for now. It's time to explore Tensura. Chapter 56, Rimuru's Village. Third POV. As it turns out, coming out of a mysterious door that had been off limits for months now, and doing so alongside the ruler of the village that it was within, tended to draw quite a lot of attention. Wanda could hear the whispers of the civilians of the village, as they watched her. But thankfully they weren't causing any sort of problems or anything, as Rimuru was telling them off, and had seemingly already told some of his more important subordinates about her and just how powerful she was. Smart, very smart. Especially since they were overprotective, and she herself was capable of wiping out the entire Tensura multiverse with a casual flex of her power. It didn't help that she would be getting the means to create any skill soon, at least any skill that already existed in the past, present, and future. Meaning that skills like Void God Azazoth would be hers sooner or later, alongside skills like Magicul's Breed Reactor and more. Walking at the side of Rimuru along the stone pathway of the developing village, Wanda couldn't help but be slightly impressed with the development of the village. It was sizable, had well-made buildings, and all sorts of functional buildings that would be considered excellent even in modern times. I must admit, your village is quite impressive for a world like this one. Although I guess having dwarves helping you out probably made it a lot easier to accomplish all of this, Wanda said, knowing that dwarves tended to be very skilled at all sorts of craftsmanship, including making buildings. Thanks, I owe most of it to Kaijin and the other dwarves that moved here. They're real geniuses in their craft. Pretty much everything you see was made with their help, Rimuru responded, a little embarrassed at the praise, as he didn't really do much in terms of actually helping with the building process. It really was most the dwarves that had done it. All he had done was bring them there in person. Besides that, he hadn't done anything. Well, either way this was all possible because of you, Rimuru. So you should be proud of what you have accomplished so far, as not many others would be able to do all of this in the time you have, Wanda responded, smiling at his embarrassed face, finding it to be amusing. The androgynous man only flushed at the praise, and used to it, before coughing awkwardly. All right. Since I've shown you around, I'll leave you to explore more on your own. I've got other things to do. Rimuru exclaimed, before running off before giving Wanda a chance at responding. Giggling, she just watched him flee. How cute, getting all embarrassed just from me complimenting him, Wanda thought, as the slime left, probably to talk with the others to warn them of her presence there, or maybe just to get away from the embarrassment. The man hadn't been the most social person in his past life, having only a small group of friends. He also wasn't one to get praise or compliments, and even in this life he wasn't used to them. Although his subordinates tended to praise him literally whenever they possibly could. Seeing as she was alone now, Wanda decided to finally get the skills she had wanted. The Akashic Records and the Lord of Creation skills, one ultimate and the other origin. Flexing her power, she began to spread her power outwards, using her new skills to manipulate origin and possibility in her favor. Time began to slow to a crawl as she began to manipulate reality, and the very system that made up the world. She was, in essence, hacking the universe itself, warping it in her favor, so that she would get the two skills she wanted. The voice of the world couldn't even fight back as she effortlessly broke the laws of the system, and obtained that in which she truly wanted. Conditions have been met. Confirmed. Acquisition of Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation. Successful. Conditions have been met. Confirmed. Acquisition of Akashic Records, Lord of Information. Successful. As Wanda heard these words ripple through her head, she smiled, as she felt the skills cement within her being. Two immensely powerful skills that would grant her the means to create any skill she wanted, which means that she would soon gain access to the ultimate skills of others, even the strongest of them. She decided to wait until before she left for those though, and instead, she began to tour more of the quaint village, finding herself enjoying the atmosphere. It was quiet, homely, and very comfy feeling. A perfect place for her bookstore to be open at. Speaking of her bookstore, she planned on speaking with Rimuru about letting all of his subordinates shop there, as she would be willing to take trades of minerals and other homemade items that they might have to trade or sell. She was also just interested in having more species shopping at her store, besides humans, slimes, a few gods, a devil, and the like. She would eventually begin to cap the amount of people that could be in the store at the same time, so it would remain comfortable and not overcrowded, but she doubted that would happen for a while. After a while of walking around the village, Wanda was enjoying a meal at one of the few restaurants in the village. The food itself was actually quite good, at least for a small village like this one. I'll have to tell Rimuru about the spices and other herbs I'm growing, as I'm sure he can use them to make all sorts of delicious meals he wouldn't be able to otherwise, Wanda thought as she ate her tasty soup. Some of the meals in the village were unique, even to her, so she wanted to learn some of the recipes for them in the future. While eating, Wanda stopped mid-bite, as she glanced upwards, a small chuckle escaping her lips as she sensed something. Seems the little bundle of mayhem has officially arrived. I was hoping to meet her in person, Wanda thought with a small hum, sensing Malim not that far away. She had just arrived in front of a shocked Rimuru, with his subordinates already running towards her location in order to protect Rimuru, or at least try to. Finishing the rest of her tasty soup, she placed a pure golden coin on the table, before walking off with a small smile on her face, as she leisurely walked through the village towards where Malim was. A little bit outside of the village, on the cliff face that looked over it, Malim Nava was standing within a large crater, made from flexing her own power. Rimuru was in his human form, giving his subordinates that had attempted to attack her a healing potion for each of them. "I'll take care of this," Rimuru said with a calm smile on his face, already having a plan in mind on how to stop Malim. "What's this? Haven't played enough yet. Very well. I'll play with you some more," Malim said with a grin, her eyes glowing. "Rimuru-sama." One of Rimuru's subordinates muttered. "Once you give up, it's all over. So you gotta do what you can. Don't get your hopes up," Rimuru said, as he walked over to the crater, looking down at Malim. "Oh. You're going to face me?" Malim questioned with a raised eyebrow, excitement in her eyes. "If you're so confident, why not taste one of my attacks?" Rimuru asked, as Malim let out a laugh. "Very well. Sounds interesting. But if it doesn't work, you must sweat to become my subordinate." Malim responded, as Rimuru nodded. "Fine." As Rimuru began to communicate with Great Sage inwardly, he let out a sigh, as a golden blob appeared in his hand. This golden orb? It was honey, just very tasty honey. As he began to move forwards to shove it into Malim's mouth, a voice echoed. "You know, when I came to this little village of yours, I can't say I was expecting such a show," Wanda's voice echoed from behind Malim, as the demon lord's eyes constricted, as she hadn't even sensed Wanda appear. She didn't hear her, she didn't smell her, nothing. Seeing Wanda standing there, Rimuru stopped before letting out a laugh. "Man, you came at the perfect time. I was a little worried I'd have to rely on my sweet attack to beat her." "Well, it would have worked, you know, but I thought it'd be best to step in either way," Wanda replied with a shrug, as she noticed Malim looking at her with a strange glint in her eyes. Why is she looking at me like that?" Wanda questioned, growing concerned as she noticed tears in Malim's eyes. Rimuru also noticed, glancing at Wanda with a confused look on his face, but Wanda had no response, as Malim blurred towards her, and hugged her. It was the word that flew out of her mouth next that got even Wanda to drop her jaw, and that was "Mama." Wanda could only blank as she felt the smaller form sob against her, as only one sound echoed from her, and that was "Ha." Chapter 57, Mama Wanda. Third POV. Looking down at the small form of Malim, Wanda was confused. She had never met Malim in her life before this point, and even she hadn't seen this coming. Well, she would have if she used her power, but that made things boring, usually at least. Why does she see me as her mother? Unless it's Veldanava that I remind her of. I know I have his origin skill that made him so strong, but this seems to be a bit much, Wanda thought in slight confusion, wondering what to do right now. How was she supposed to react to the fact that the daughter of the supreme god of this universe was calling her mama, sobbing against her chest, and hugging her so tightly? Although I have to admit she is kind of adorable. Wanda thought, glancing down at the little thing. She was considered little in Wanda's eyes, as mentally Wanda was quite literally billions of years old, and physically she likely was as well. As she had no idea how long she was in the void, and she suspected she was a lot older than she looked. Meaning Malim was indeed young to her. "I'm sorry, little one, but I'm not your mama. Can I ask why you called me that?" Wanda softly said, cringing as she said these words, as she felt bad. "Why you feel like Papa did," Malim sniffled against her clothes, refusing to let go as Wanda blinked. Furrowing her eyebrows, she began to look inwards into herself, as she began to inspect the Akashic Records skill closely, trying to figure out why Malim thought she was her father or something. And after gazing into the skill and looking at its origin, she let out a sigh. Guess she wasn't entirely wrong, Wanda thought, understanding that the skill itself was intricately connected to Veldanava himself, and thanks to her obtaining the skill, as well as her other traits that made up her very being, she was essentially his successor. She hadn't even realized it, but she did indeed get a decent power boost, one that was so weak in comparison to her own power, that she thought it was just the skill's power. That power? It was a fragment of Veldanava himself, the portion reserved for someone worthy. Why she was chosen Wanda had no clue, but she wasn't going to complain. This also meant that she likely had a new species added into her being, which once again, she didn't even realize she had within her. This being true dragon. Wanda was quite literally so powerful that she didn't even notice she got a power boost of such a level, although it wasn't too crazy as it was a small portion of Veldanava. I guess being a true dragon is neat. Wanda thought, not really sure how to feel about this new power, and the fact that it was sort of just forced onto her. Thankfully it didn't bind her to anything, so she could live with it. I'm sorry, Wanda said simply, not really sure what to say beyond this, as Malim's sniffles began to slowly fade. She felt terrible for the little bundle of chaos, but she wasn't really sure what to do. As she looked down at Malim, she hummed, I was meaning to get a new guest for my shop, and I was already contemplating taking little Naruto in, so, maybe I could take her in. As unlike Naruto, she isn't someone touched by fate so deeply like him, and she isn't bound to this place by feelings or anything. So she could freely leave and come back whenever she wants, Wanda thought, wondering if she should actually do this. I'm sure Death will just love to tease me over this though, Wanda thought, eyebrow twitching as she knew that women would love to mess with her over the fact that she had taken in a new straggler. You all right now, Malim? Wanda asked, her hand reaching out, softly rubbing the pink-haired girl's head, as Malim stilled slightly, before nuzzling into the warmth of the hand that felt so similar to her. Rimuru was just watching all of this with a confused glint in his eyes, but he couldn't help but let out a smile upon seeing it, as it was kind of adorable. While the others looked at this in confusion, on why in the world the demon lord Malim was basically cuddling with a taller woman, and why she called the woman Mama. Some of them realized that this woman was the mysterious guest that Rimuru had warned them about, but they didn't expect this of them. Sorry Mama, Malim muttered, as she seemingly decided that Wanda was her mama even with the woman telling her otherwise. Wanda wanted to tell Malim that she wasn't her mother, but upon the girl stepping back slightly, revealing her slightly reddened eyes, tear-stained face, and lip wobble, Wanda could only react in one way, and that was so cute. Turns out even Wanda liked cute things, and Malim was adorable in her eyes. Reaching her hand out, Wanda wiped the tears from the girl's cheeks, as Malim looked a little surprised. How about you and I talk for a little while, Wanda asked, as Malim's eyes glittered in excitement at the prospect of talking more with this mystery woman that felt so much like her father. Okay. Malim said, suddenly more chipper than before, while Rimuru saw the look in Wanda's eyes and smiled. All right, come on, let's leave them to talk for a bit. I trust Wanda to not cause any more damage to the surroundings, Rimuru ordered, as he practically had to drag his subordinates with him. At the same time, Wanda sat down upon a smooth rock, patting a spot on her right as Malim sat next to her. You understand that I am not your father, right Malim? Wanda asked, as Malim looked a little saddened, but nodded. I know, you just feel so much like him, Malim replied, as for once she wasn't super loud or talking fast or being energetic. It was a little strange to Wanda, and she wasn't sure she liked it. I may not be your father, but I do believe I have inherited a very special ability of his, called the Akashic Records. Thanks to my inheritance of these records, I seem to have been gifted a portion of his power, and with that, came the addition of the true dragon species into my being. What you sense from me, is likely because of that, Wanda explained, as Malim looked surprised. She didn't seem to know much about the skill, but she did know about true dragons, obviously. Her father was the first true dragon, the creator of pretty much everything, and the reason on why she was so powerful. So, you are my mama? Malim exclaimed, as Wanda deadpanned, sighing as she decided that there's no point even arguing over this. She knew Malim enough to know that the girl would not give up on her being her mama, so, she was now. Feels like I just got adopted as her mama, Wanda thought with a sigh, as she noticed the sparkly-eyed girl. Since you have the power of Papa, you must be super strong, right? Can we spar? Malim asked in excitement at the prospect, as Wanda giggled. No can do, Malim. I wouldn't want to harm you, Wanda said with a smile, as Malim pouted. But I'm super strong too. I bet I could beat you up even if you have some of Papa's power. Malim exclaimed, causing Wanda to look at her in amusement. You're super strong, Malim, but I'm far stronger. Here, let me show you just a little bit of what I can do, Wanda said, as above her hand a glow began to form, as within her hand appeared a glowing orb. "Ah. It's just a ball of light, nothing strong about that." "Look closer," Wanda said with a small smirk, as Malim tilted her head, before moving forward, as her eyes widened in surprise. The orb of light was no orb of light, it was a universe. An entire universe, held in the palm of Wanda's hand, having been created with a casual flex of her power, like it was nothing. Malim could tell that it was not a simple orb of light like she had said. She could sense the tiniest fraction of power, and it was that power that caused her to look at Wanda with even more excitement. "Whoa. You really are stronger, Mama. Even I can't do that," Malim said with shining eyes, poking the ball of light that was a universe. "I'm glad you believe me now," Wanda said with a small smile, wondering how she just got herself a kid. But strangely enough, as she gazed at the pink-haired menace that was playing with the universe, Wanda couldn't help but be happy. She knew this was likely because of who she was as a person, remembering the sons she had at one point, and it seemed that the desire to be a mother had carried over, even if she didn't feel the attraction to men or anything like that. And as Malim noticed her stare and looked up at her with a bright smile, Wanda smiled softly, as she had one thought on her mind. Maybe having a little one won't be so bad.